someone told me that they had a dream of us just pointing at random things and saying insane.
Insane. Who said that?
It's wonderful, insane. Like that was their dream.
That is awesome. That's really funny. Wait, somebody really had us in a dream. Why is that like the most pride I've ever had?
Yeah. Too wiggly. I told Mana about the dream you told me about.
It was too wiggly. I see. Let us get started. Finally, let's go. Steam sale.
You talked to chat for like 10 minutes at the start, so the actual like
That's
ranking
true,
has only been like 35 minutes, but that's still a lot.
That's true.
That's still a lot.
Anyways, Steam sale. So thankfully, Steam sale is an item that we've already kind of had our realization with in the shop list. Go check out the shop list video. Great video. Steam sale is a synergy item. It might, so if you go by the math way of looking at this item, it doesn't actually seem like it does that much. It just does though. Like like it actually just does. You get so much stuff.
So Mana,
what?
I had that realization in the shop list and it was very satisfying, but I've had an unrealization now. I've had the opposite, okay?
Oh god.
After I did the shadows test where I checked what the cap was if you buy every shop item that it can spawn, doesn't that kind of imply that Steam Sale has the same issue and it can't buy all the shop items that you would want?
Look.
Like those synergies,
look.
You won't, like, you might be able to generate a lot of money, but it might, like...
Look. You're giving too much weighting to these experiments, alright? Just off of what I know, you just get so much stuff. It's not even just items. That's the other thing. Like, you're weighing too much about the items. It's not just items. This synergizes with the entire shop pool. You get membership card. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Membership card is a very good point for it. That's fair. So is restock.
Yeah, I mean, restock's insane with this.
Actually, wait, no, restock is not that good with it because it doesn't make every like the increase you get from restock doesn't get half. So it makes the first restock item cheaper, but then after, like, it makes the first like 2 or 3. It might just be 2 restock items cheaper. It's still good with restock then.
Now, I will say, Kyle makes a good point in the chat. Is that Steam sales issue is that if you get it too late, then there are no more shops, which is fair, right? That's a big part of its negative. But I'll put it this way. I think Steam sale is vastly better than restock. I actually think it is.
Here's what I think. We have Dollar in B+. I actually think Dollar and Steam sale are very comparable. If anything, I think Dollar is better.
I actually so hard disagree with that. So, obviously, greed is still a consideration here. Is there any doubt that Steam sale's way better in greed? Like, it's not even close. And, like, actually just not even close. Like, they're completely... I actually think Steam sale is, like, top 5 best items in greed, which should be obvious. There's that. If you ever get a restock machine, you're getting way more value out of Steam sale than you are out of Dollar. I mean, it is what it is. Like, you can get so much more stuff. But, again, the problem with Dollar still stands that you're gonna... Assuming you're playing as a Red Heart character, which is not all the time, which is fair. But assuming you're playing as a Red Heart character, you are gonna get money. Like, you just will. You have sack rooms, which can give a lot of money. You have blood donuts, which can give a lot of money. You can just spawn IV bag and get a lot of money. You're gonna be able to get a lot of money. I think Steam sale on any character is fantastic. No matter what.
So here's why I think Dollar's better. You need to save like 50 cents with Steam sale for it to then start being better than Dollar. And Dollar actually, on restock machines, Dollar is giving you value on the restock machine because you get to use the money at full, like, it doesn't matter that you're using the money at full value. Steam sale, when you use a restock machine, that restock machine is technically more expensive than normal because now your money is in shops is double value, like, but your restock machine is still the full, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
like
all the items, all of the consumables and items that you're restocking are all half price.
Yeah, and with Dollar, you can buy them. Like, you need to buy.
No, you can't. You cannot buy infinite. You will run out of money. And then you're going to get more value out of Steam sale. You will just run out of that money. Steam sale, you save more money.
Again, you need to spend 50 cents with Steam sale before it starts being better than Dollar. That's just a fact.
Okay, here's the other... Okay, you know what? Let's just be honest. Both of these items suck late game. So let's just rank them both at the very beginning of the run. Screw it, right? If we're comparing them. I mean, I'm not ranking the item, assuming it's based on the... But if I'm comparing the two items, Steam Sale's way better at the very beginning of the run. Like, way better.
No, dollar is way.
No, Steam Sale's way better. You can gain money in so many other ways, and then you'll save way more money with Steam Sale.
I think dollar early on means you get to buy at your early shops, which you normally can't afford your early shops. Buying those early shops with dollar is way better.
It's actually just maybe the first shop that I'll give to you. Well, no, because if you're getting Steam Sale, you'll be able to afford it. You could blow up Dono. It's the same situation, actually. It actually is the same situation. You could actually still afford your early shop with Steam Sale, the same way you could afford it with dollar.
Steam Sale is only useful when it makes Steam Sale is only useful when it makes the difference between being able to buy something and not. It doesn't do much if you have a lot of money because you can buy it anyway, which is kind of true. If you have a lot of money already on a run, then Steam Sale is like not actually helping.
Steam Sale is also okay. I mean, here's
true for dollar as well.
Okay, at the very least, I mean, you've already said they're very comparable. So let me give some more reasons why I think Steam Sale's a lot better. On any challenge character, this item is like the forefront as to how you could potentially game break, right? I mean, I already mentioned restock, but there's also the ladder. Is that what it? No, not the ladder. The stairway. With the Angel Days is very good with Steam Sale. The membership card, and again, it's all in the shop because it synergizes with the shop. Like, you could just hunt for these specific items. Hell, even, I mean, this is a much lesser example, but even Keeper's Box. There you go. Now you have use for money in the late game. Technically, again, this is better than dollar for something like Keeper's Sack. 100% it is.
It's actually worse with Keeper's Sack.
Is it actually? No, you might be right, because is it based on the exact money you spend?
It's based on how much you spend, and Steam Sale means you spend less.
I guess that's fair enough, but at the end of the day, again, I'll still keep on mentioning the fact that you will run out of money with dollar. It's not infinite. You will get, with Steam Sale, you will spend more than 99 coins, even with half off. You just will. Then you're getting double the coins for...
Yeah, it can be used on machines, like, so if you get these late game, you can still use dollar on like a slot machine or a shell game or something. While Steam Sale, you actually can't do anything. Like, and even early game, like, one of my arguments with dollar as well, when I was saying dollar versus skeleton key, is that if you get an early dollar, and let's say you're low on keys, and your shop, you can't buy enough keys, you can play the shell game with dollar, and get a bunch of keys from the shell game. And Steam Sale, you can't do that, because you're not getting extra money immediately, but dollar's giving you that money you can use on machines. So, I think...
This is also a good point. I mean, again, point
next to each other, but I think dollar has to be higher.
Well, no, I'm very... this isn't even where I'm putting it. I actually take Steam Sale pretty consistently over all the damage ups, for sure. But I mean... It's more than that, actually. Do I actually take Steam Sale more than Lucky Foot? Maybe not. They're both, like, early game high roll items, is the thing. And they both kind of, like, change your entire run around it. This is a build your entire run around it kind of item.
Now, I do agree that with Steam Sale, once you can go past that, like, 50 coin... like threshold where Steam Sale starts giving you more value than dollar does, but still you need to hit a 50 coin threshold. Like,
okay, if you're saying the 15 coin threshold, you also have to agree that dollar
15.
You also have to agree that's fine. 15 coins, right? Let's give that to you.
50.
50.
It's not 15.
Fine.
It's 50.
That's 50. How about the times where you pick up dollar when you already have 50 coins?
You can spend your money and then pick up dollar.
What if you've already spent all your money on that shop, on that same floor you found dollar, and you still have 50 coins? It's possible. It happens. You spent all your money on the shop. The shop is dead at that point, and dollar's still there. You wasted 50 coins of worth. It happens. Steam Sale is a passive. That's the thing. You are ranking an item that gives you consumables that a lot of the time has many dead space. You are losing value out of it. Steam sale will always just be a passive effect that will take effect the entire run.
Yeah, but like what I would want to know with Steam sale versus dollar is how you have 50 coins third floor at least. What I want to know with Steam sale versus dollar is how often is your Steam sale actually getting you that having saved you 50 coins? Like how often is that going to actually happen in a run? Because sometimes you're limited by how many things that are actually physically possible to buy. Like if you don't get a restock machine, you might just not be able to buy much stuff, or the things you are buying, you don't really care about buying.
I think you're actually thinking about the item completely wrong as well. Realize how much money you're actually saving by having everything in the shop, all the consumables, all the items. That means you're saving money that can also be used on arcades a lot more freely. It can also be used on the restock machine more freely because you have more money to spend on the restock machine.
Okay, dollar, you have infinite money.
Yeah, no, it's not infinite. That's my biggest issue with dollar. No, that's literally my biggest issue with dollar. Dollar is not infinite money. In a way, Steam sale is more infinite because it's taking place the entire run, and you're not just gonna run out of that amount of money. How many items is it to buy with dollar? Very simple math.
How many items? 6.6.
6.6. You'll get way more Steam sale. I can say that without a doubt. Without a doubt, you will get more with Steam sale. Not even specifically items. Not even specifically items, it's consumables too.
I think another point, so here's a point for dollar being better. So you're gonna get the lots of money early on. So you're gonna be able to basically buy out your first 3 shops, entirely. Just from the money dollar gives you. But while you're doing that, while you're going through your floors, buying out the full shops, and even if you hit a restock machine, you can probably buy a lot of items from one restock machine. Even when you're going out and spending all your money, you're still getting money from the rest of the run. It's not like the other money sources in the run disappear. You're still gonna get the normal money you would have gotten in the run, on top of the dollar. So, you're
But what about the wasted money? What about the actual wasted money? That's still a very valid point on dollar.
That's assuming you get it late. And if you're getting it late...
No, it's not! You can get 99 coins as early as floor 2!
If you have that much... okay, if you have a lot of money early, then go spend it all, and then pick up dollar, and then go into the next...
You could spend it all and still have 50 coins! It happens! It actually just happens! Other times you get dollar and run out of money in the same run? I mean, again, dollar's very high for a reason. I agree that it's high. I think this is a pitfall a lot of people fall into. Yes, I'm negatively talking about dollar right now. I still rank it very highly, alright? Yes, 6 items is still a lot of items, alright? 6.5 even. That's a lot of items, okay? No wonder it's so high. I'm just saying you get more at a Steam sale, that's all. A lot more. I think my runs are more impacted by Steam sale than even Cupid's Arrow, though, I will say. I think Luckfoot, honestly... I think Luckfoot's a little bit better in the late game, and I think they're kind of comparable if you get them early. Luckfoot's a little bit better late game, and that's why I want to put Luckfoot above it.
Dollar feels worse because it is less common. They should be in the same tier. I agree completely. I feel like there's a lot of Steam sale runs where I get Steam sale and I don't... There's literally, there's physically not enough, things to buy to even get the 50 coins worth of value.
Steam sale
if I
has
just had
more consistent high roll, Steam sale
I could
better.
spend on, a fortune machine, or a slot machine, or a shell game. You know?
Having to pay less money is better than having the maximum amount of money without application. Yeah, I actually fully agree. Listen.
But it's not always true, because if you don't get enough, shops, let's say you get, a greed fight. This actually happens a lot with Steam sale, where you might just get a greed fight in your next shop, and then you lose a shop, you can't spend anything there.
Okay,
actually the same.
How does that benefit
but
dollar?
At least with dollar,
yeah, how does that benefit
play
dollar?
Machines. You can go to your arcade and spend a bunch of money.
Yes, but it's the same with Steam sale though. You will. Okay, look. Again, both of these items suck late game, so don't even talk about late game. Let's just talk about where they're best when we're directly comparing the two. And to me, it's so obvious that you save more money with Steam sale than you can potentially instantly gain out of dollar. Like, over the course of the run, you are gaining far, far more. You just are. I mean, oh my god, dude. The amount of times where I've gotten, like, 12 plus items from restock shops just because of Steam sale. Well, maybe not, okay, not like one restock shop, but like 12 plus items throughout the entire run because of Steam sale. And, I mean, you know, that's a direct comparison to the 6.5 items that you get at $1.
I feel like this, so I actually think they should be right next to each other. I'm actually okay with Steam sale being higher than $1, but I think they do need to be right next to each other because the items are very similar. I think
the problem is that I think it's,
Steam sale.
okay, I think Steam sale is way better is the problem. Like, actually way better. I think the cap to your money is a hard negative of the $1. It just is.
So I think we're just looking at it different ways. I think you're looking at the high roller Steam sale, which is better than $1, which it is. And then
oh my god, tainted cheaper is such a good point too. Wait.
Can you not interrupt my point, please?
I'm sorry.
I'm looking at the, like, bottom, like, the low end. Like, in the worst case scenario, how these items perform, $1 is way better in the worst case scenario. Like, way better. Because you will find a machine to spend that money on, and then you take $1 and then keep playing the machine for even longer. So,
that is actually
I generally
true.
am a safer player. I'm a safer player. That's why I like $1.
That is actually true. I will give you that. If you
pick both, just get the immediate 99 coins now, spend the 99 coins now. Well, if I get Steam sale too late, it literally does nothing.
That's fair.
And some runs just don't get much money for some reason, and then Steam sale does not much. While $1, I can, like, you already have the coins. Like, in the runs where you don't get, like, you don't get to buy 50 not 50 things in the shop, but you get what I mean. In the runs where you don't save 50 coins from the half-priced items, then $1's better. And I kind of value, like, the low roll. So, like, I value, like, having a higher floor. So $1 is better in that sense. I do agree that in the runs where you save more than 50 cents with Steam sale, then obviously Steam sale's better. But I think they probably just need to be next to each other. I think these items are too similar. They're, like, opposite ends of good. One's, like, a lot of immediate benefit.
Okay, disregarding $1...
The other one is a lot of, like, long-term benefit.
I hate to say it, but disregarding $1, I still think Steam sale deserves where I put it. It doesn't change my placement.
Actually, I don't mind putting $1 higher. So, like, I feel like you might just be underrating $1, because I don't actually necessarily disagree with Steam sale being there, but I think it needs to be next to $1. Like,
but that's the thing, though. Okay, and I agree with your late game point. Like, that's true. Like, realistically, yes, $1's better in the worst case scenario, which is picking up in Womb. That being said, I think the high roll of Steam sale is vastly better than $1. Vastly better. Like, actually, so much vastly better. Like, double the items worth better. That I think absolutely it deserves a full tier above $1.
I don't think a full tier above. I can see a few placements above the tier. Like, a few placements within the tier, maybe. But I think they need to be the same tier. Like, they need to be the same tier.
Just look at the... Like, all it takes is to look at the shop pool, and, like, you're gonna see getting more shop items is so valid. Like, again, the arcade point is fair. You know, having more money to instantly be able to play arcades, that's nice. But...
I mean, there's so many things that cost money that Steam sale doesn't help. You might see, like, this is rare, but I'm gonna list off a few things, so it kind of averages out. Crane games, fortune machines, what are they called? Battery bombs. There's a few bombs, actually. I guess it's just really battery bombs.
I'd strongly like to also emphasize the point that shop is especially stronger on soul heart characters and lost characters. In between this stream and the last one, I've decided that I'm going to give 25% rating to soul heart characters and 25% rating to challenge characters. So challenge characters being characters that have limited health, like Lost or Keeper. And with that said, shops are far stronger for both soul heart characters and challenge characters. And because of that, I would definitely take the Steam sale. Like, I think it's vastly better. And with game break potential being a factor of Steam sale, Like, you definitely, like, I don't even think that's an argument. You get way more game break potential from Steam sale. 100%. And winning more is always better as a challenge character. Like, way better. Like, you want to game break as a challenge character. And sometimes you need to. That's the thing.
Thing is, I don't think you're underrating Steam sale. I don't think you're overrating Steam sale. I think Steam sale's fine. I think you're underrating dollar. Like, the amount of value you get if you get this early, like, it's less than Steam sale. It's still really good if you get this early. And if you get it late, it's better than Steam sale.
It's just like, even just in our recent tests, I've gotten to 99 coins so easy before 4th floor. And I've bought everything that I needed to. The dollar actually just might do nothing sometimes.
No, it definitely doesn't do nothing. There are ways to spend money.
Arcade is actually the only, like, consistent way that I can see. Yeah, so I agree with Scourge here. Not having enough money is the real issue. I completely agree. It's the money cap. Now, if every run you had the deep pockets, 100%, I'd say they're comparable. Absolutely. Because you just, like, get so much more money, and there's no negative to dollar at that point. But that's a huge dollar of dollar.
I would say not having money is an issue of Steam sale more than it is of dollar, because dollar gives you the money that you now have.
No, you will always have money. You're not like, I actually think you're underrating Steam sale. You will have so much more money because of Steam sale.
I'm not underrating Steam sale. You put it there in A-. I've not, whenever I said I want to lower Steam sale.
Well, I know, but, okay, yes, that's true, but you keep saying you won't have the money with Steam sale. You will. That's my whole point. You will.
You will. Also, with dollar, you're going to have more money early game. You will have more money early game than Steam sale. And you can spend all of your money early game. All of it.
Wouldn't Steam sale also be fairly useless in those runs where you hit the money cap? You're already gaining more than you're spending, making both worthless. I don't think so at all. I mean, if you, in the hypothetical situation where you spend all your money, let's say you're at 99 coins for both, yeah, you'll still spend the same. I mean, you'll still buy all the items in the shop, but then you go to the next floor, you have another shop, and then you spend more. And for all you know, there could be a restock machine there. You could run out of all your money with the dollar run, and you won't run out of all your money with Steam sale. It really is just that simple. I feel like this isn't that crazy to comprehend. My whole point is that you can get to the money cap no matter what. So dollar, while nice, it's very nice. I mean, that's why it's so high, right? It's high for a reason. I'm literally putting in the same tier as damage ups. That's insane. That is insane. So, you know, it's still very high.
Wiggly made a very good point with that point you just responded to. If you have a run that has a lot of money, like just continuous, just an inflow of money, just constantly, then what's going to happen is you're going to keep hitting the money cap before you actually lose all your money. Meaning the money you save from Steam sale actually never matters.
No, it does for game breaking.
Okay, now you're like talking about like such high rolls that...
But that's my whole point. I literally said the entire thing about the challenge characters because of this. Game breaking is so extremely valid for challenge characters. Completely valid for challenge characters.
I think Scourge says pretty much exactly what I was thinking. I think dollar is close, but by a few placements. Like, I'm not saying it's better than Steam sale. You can have a Steam sale higher. I just think dollar needs to be an A- if you're putting Steam sale in A-, and I'm fine with that. But dollar needs to be an A-. I do not think it is a full tier less.
I get why you think that. I just don't think that. Like, I can see your reasoning. I just don't think that. I don't think they're comparable at all. I think there's so many more positives to Steam sale. And like it synergizes with so many different things in its own shop pool.
I just think
also we care about item consistency. This item is so much more consistent. Well, dollar's not consistent just flat out. It just isn't. Well, I guess technically, okay, so technically both these items do have a consistent spawn, technically, but dollar is so rare that I wouldn't even consider it consistent. Whereas Steam sale, there's a reason why we get it so often. It's because of greed.
Again, we're not factoring in spawning.
No, but we do consider consistency. Like Blood Bag.
So, I feel like you haven't had early dollars, or you don't remember your early dollars, I've had dollars like I will like early on, like in basement or caves. Not actually, yeah, in caves.
I don't know if
usually
I've
basement. It's really high roll in basement. I've like in basement where I give 1 coin to a slot machine just for the hell of it. It breaks into $1. The amount, or I've had an even start with $1 as well. The amount of just how easy it is to buy your early shops, which normally you couldn't afford. It is so easy, and you get so many items from $1. Like you basically get like 5 items at the start of the run. And Steam sale, I have had early Steam sales. Like I've bought Steam sale in the first shop sometimes, and then later on that run, just for whatever reason, I've been like I've had so much money that like even without Steam sale, I would have been able to buy everything. I've had that happen.
Okay, you know what? For the sake of conversation, I will never be able to agree that dollar should be on the same tier as Steam sale. I just can't. However, because I want to keep this going, what do you say we do a poll? Does dollar deserve same tier as Steam sale? And if it wins the poll, it'll just flat out go to the very bottom of A- and it will stay there. Or it'll stay where it is. How do you feel about that?
I think at least it should be going to the top of B+, to be honest.
Well, I don't
If you're
think
putting
that.
Steam
At the end of the
sale,
day,
I think-
at the end of the day, our midpoint, my point on dollar still hasn't changed. All right, our points are still always going to be the most irrelevant. Steam sales are relevant to dollar's placement. All right, I'm ranking dollar as dollar, and dollar is still at the same place where I left it before, which is at the
It's
bottom.
important to note that if you're getting dollar, you probably have a lot of money anyways, because that means you're playing slots. Again, we're not factoring in the spawning condition. We're just assuming you get this like as an item, so you can kind of think if you take this from Death Certificate. So yeah,
But
don't
no, okay,
factor
I will
in
say
that
the
you get this
consistency
from a
of
slot.
Steam sale is still a high point for Steam sale. It is, you get it more often for a reason. It's a much more consistent item. If it spawns from a very, like, the thing is that Greed is such a more consistent mini-boss than any other mini-boss in the game. Because he can spawn in shops.
If you get Steam sale from Greed, that's usually too late in the run. Like, at that point, you don't have... Like,
It
you don't
still
actually need Steam sale.
absolutely can high roll. All it takes is a little bit of luck in getting that restock machine, and it happens. Selling your dip skip for 1 coin is crazy. But anyway, at the end of the day, it would... Look, dollar's placement... I'm sorry, my point on dollar still hasn't really been changed. I mean, I still... Like, I agree I was underrating dollar in the last list, and I rose it for that reason. I just would much rather take a damage up. That, like, disregarding Steam sale, I'd much rather take a damage up than dollar still. I think it's much more likely to save my run. A damage up is much more likely to save my run than the dollar. That's my take.
Yeah, 99 cents is 99 cents. Steam sale might do nothing. Yeah, I also agree with that. Like, I think Steam sale has more variability. I think Steam sale on high end is way better, but then on low end it does less than dollar.
Yeah, but the problem is that the low end. Listen, let's be real. The low end here is not that massively different. The high roll is massively different. All right. Anyway, again, do you agree with the poll or not? If not, then we just move on.
Do a poll if it for A minus.
Okay, that's fine. But it'll stay here. Listen, it'll stay here if it loses. Okay, that's fair, right? And then obviously we still have to do the new midpoint way later on. But basically, this poll means we're not comparing it to Steam sale or not anymore. Okay. Let's get that out the way. Is that fair?
I've not been comparing it with Steam sale for a while.
Okay.
Like, I've been saying it can be a bit different. I'm just saying it needs to be A minus. If you're putting Steam sale in A minus,
Well, no, because it's not going to be compared to Steam sale anymore. I just want to make sure before I post this poll, because, you know, we had a little bit of poll miscommunication last time, so I want to make sure that we do this correctly. So, if... Okay, anyway. I'm going to do dollar A minus or B plus are, this is unfair to my opinion on the item. However, for the sake of moving things along, I will accept that it's a little bit unfair to me because again, I mean, with no matter what, the dollar should stay in B+, based on midpoint, but whatever. Okay, let's do it. Boom. All right, what do you think, chat?
Okay, someone said Steam sale rounds up. Steam sale rounds up for consumables, but it rounds down for items. So basically, just say it's half. Exactly, it's close enough.
Mm-hmm. Hey, looks like A- is winning so far.
Now, someone did say that if A- wins by a lot, then we might need to do a poll for them being next to each other, which I agree with.
No, well, here's where I have to put in my we have bias over chat situation, because again, like, they're just not comparable to me at all. Like, moving it that much just based on majority rule is exactly what you had a problem with last time. It's just the opposite scenario. This poll, look, so I'll put it this way. This poll shows me that I was underrating the item. So this item, for context, based on majority rule, assuming it does continue to win like it is, means it went up an entire tier without any of my ranking. So again, it's very unfair to me, but that's fine. For the sake of keeping things going, I'll accept that. But going even further basically means that, you know, that why should I even be here at that point, right?
Well, I mean, I just think that, I just think you're just underrating it. That's all.
Well, yeah,
so
but that's why we're doing this. Look. This is where it is, right? And just because of majority rule, right now, going against our usual rules of polls, we're doing this. That's what it is. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Like, that's insane. That is insane.
I don't know. I think we should do a poll for if it should be bottom of A- or right below Steam sale. I'm not trying to say above Steam sale. I'm saying at bottom of A- or right below Steam sale.
I mean, I don't agree to that poll. I mean, you said we had to agree with the polls. I mean, we could do it just for the fun of it, but it wouldn't change any placements because, again, I still think the negatives of dollar are very obvious.
I just think you're... I think the negatives... I don't know. I think they both have different, like, opposite negatives. They kind of end up being, like, a similar item. I think Steam Sale's a bit better. I mean, I'm fine with it just staying there if you really don't want to do another poll, but I think Let's do a poll for whether we should do a poll.
I don't think it has way more applications than dollar. That would be plus because it's not a complete blowout. It wasn't a complete blowout, but it was enough to a point where we can move it to A-. It's fine. Again, like, you can't satisfy everybody. Around 30% of people agreed with me, and 70% agreed with you. So we're gonna move it to A-. But okay, you know what? I will say, if it was 90%, or even honestly, even if it was 75%, which is close to 75%, then maybe I would actually be more okay with the poll to compare the two, because then I could actually, like, full on agree that majority. But 30% is still like a good amount of people, right? It runs the money and dollar runs out. Yeah, I mean that's one of my biggest negatives, right?
I don't know. I think it's fair to have a poll bottom of A- or right below Steam sale. Like,
well, okay. This is unfair though. I mean, you know, you said the exact same thing for other things. Like, look, we made a poll for changing the midpoint, and guess what? Now you're making another poll based on the readjustment. It's the same thing from last stream. This is the readjustment, and now, do you remember what I'm talking about? What item was that? And then everybody roasted me on the replacement, because I wanted to do a second poll after the replacement. This is the replacement. It's the same thing. Am I crazy?
No, it's just that I see like a lot of chat. Like I'm actually honestly curious where like chat would place it. I see some people saying like Steam sales a lot better, and then I see some people saying that that dollar is like very comparable. Either way, I'm fine with it there if you really don't want to do a poll. It's not a big deal. But I'm kind of curious, if anything.
Well, we can do the poll just for the fun of it. Let's see. Should they be tied? Yes or no? Well, this will just be short and then we'll move on. This is more so curiosity than anything. It probably won't even move their placements. But you know what? I'll tell you what. If it's 90% yes, maybe I'll just do it. Screw it. Yeah, I mean, instantly it's already like half and half. So, whatever. In the original poll, we should have to... Wait, in the original poll should have been to place them next to each other. The problem with that is that it's just completely disregarding my own opinion. I mean, I kind of feel like I'm in Turt's shoes right now from last stream. I forget what item that was that I kept wanting. Like,
it was shadows.
It was shadows? Yeah, so this is the same exact, literally the exact same thing. Where you're trying to make multiple polls to move the placement even higher.
One thing about your midpoint argument is that since you're putting Steam Sale in A-, and I actually don't mind Steam Sale being there, I'm putting dollar above Steam Sale in A-, meaning my midpoint also has shifted up. So, like, the midpoint of the item would actually be...
Yeah, but again, I also mentioned that it's very likely that that dollar would have been the bottom of B+, even with more items in there. Like, again, it doesn't change anything until the item's already in there.
But B+ right now is basically one item. Like, let's ignore Transcendence, because that one is too debatable.
Yeah.
B+ is basically one item called Damage Up. So the midpoint is still bottom of A-. Like, the midpoint is actually bottom of A-.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not moving it above your midpoint. It's... I don't know. It's fine, though. Yeah, I'm fine with it being there, though.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's tied. No one by a little bit, but... We've already mentioned, like, polls will only really hugely matter if it's, like, a huge majority. It would have had to be, like, 90% yes for me to actually just go through with it, because then I'll see that I'm actually just, like, blatantly wrong. Like, it's hard to completely say that somebody's wrong, but when it's that majority of people, then it's realizable. But clearly it's not, right? Yeah. There are people that agree with me, so...
No, I'm actually fine with that. Yeah, I wasn't trying to push the poll because, like, I just think, like, my actual... Like, on one hand, you're saying, like, oh, it's going too high for you. On the other hand, like, where it is the midpoint. Like, that is actually where the midpoint is.
Well, yeah, but we left it here for a reason, right? Because we knew that more items were going to be... Look.
Yeah.
Look. This is where it is for dollar alone, all right? If you want to compare it to Steam Sale, that's fine.
Yeah,
but
it's fine right now. We can just move on. That's good enough.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my god, Anarchist Cookbook. We've been on Steam Sale for like 30 minutes, bro.
Having said, we got so focused on Steam Sale versus dollar, we didn't really look at like the actual Steam Sale placement, like whether or not it's higher than Lucky Foot. That being said, I think Lucky Foot is better. I would personally put Piercing over Steam Sale. I would personally put Piercing over Steam Sale. I know that Piercing's already too low on the list for me. When we placed Piercing, I was wanting it a lot higher, but chat voted it down, and so it is where it is. But
I'll be honest, Steam Sale is more likely to save a run than Cupid's Arrow is, and I think that's like when you're getting this high into the list. I think I rate items higher based on the potential to actually save a bad run. I think Piercing's less likely to save a bad run than Steam Sale is.
I think Piercing is way more likely to save a bad run, actually. Way more likely.
I think Steam Sale literally changes the entire run, whereas Piercing, it lets you save hits on rooms and does nothing against bosses.
Are you fine doing piercing versus Steam Sale poll?
Are you very adamant that there's absolutely no way you'd change your mind, depending, like, even though I'm saying, like, Steam Sale effectively changed your entire run, whereas Cupid's only helps you against rooms and not against bosses?
I have... Yeah, it does help against some bosses, but you are kind of right. It's not as useful.
It's basically... Overall, it's like 95% of the time, it's not helping against bosses.
Piercing is so good for rooms, like, it actually demolishes rooms.
No, it
I've
is.
had runs
It definitely
where I'm
is.
struggling, I pick up piercing, and I'm no longer struggling. Like, I go from nothing to, like, oh, now every room is easy. Instantly. Well, Steam Sale does need time to build up. So Steam Sale, again, it has a higher high, but piercing, just the moment you get it, your runs get so much better. So I think piercing is a little bit better.
you do definitely get hit less in rooms. That's true. But I just think overall, you're going to get so much more powerful from Steam Sale that it doesn't matter. Like, you're still going to be able to nuke those rooms. Anyway, you really want to do the poll? It's fine if you're
yeah,
still
I would like a
convinced.
poll here, actually. Because we didn't really discuss this placement. I personally, yeah.
Steam
like, I would personally have...
versus Cupid's. Steam Sale or Cupid's. That's fine either way. I'm not too worried about it either way. I think that they're close enough that I'm not going to be too upset, whichever one.
Yeah, I don't mind either way. Again, if it was up to me, I rank piercing like quite highly. I would put piercing a bit higher up. In
Like,
this tier,
I mean, I'll put it this way. I am way more okay with this comparison than I am with Dollar. I actually think Dollar's a good bit worse than Steam Sale.
Okay. Anyway, it looks like Steam Sale's winning. I don't think that's like egregious or anything. I think that makes enough sense.
Yeah.
I do think piercing is like a fair bit better personally, but I understand why Steam Sale is like... Steam Sale definitely has like... They're different items. They're very, very different items.
Yeah, it's hard to rank these items that are completely different. I see the argument for Cupid's. It's just, I think Steam Sale is more likely to save a bad run, and that's very relevant for me.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair enough. I just wanted to see. Anyway, yeah, Anarchist Cookbook. Okay. I would like to say in the book list when we ranked Anarchist Cookbook, I have like a really big tunnel vision on this item for some reason. So I know that you can spawn troll bombs, leave the room, and come back, and it resets the fuse on them, and you can just kind of push them.
Yeah, it's actually pretty easy.
For some reason, don't know why, but for some reason, I assumed that if I was using this strategy with Anarchist Cookbook, that I had to be safe, I had to make sure there was only one troll bomb left in the room, meaning I had to like time it so that five of them, or like all five of them exploded. I left one, but there's no reason to do that. Like literally, it is perfectly safe just to push all 6 and then have them all explode. I don't know why I thought that. That literally raised the placement because for some reason I was just throwing. So random tunnel vision on my part. Yeah, so this item is actually, it's easier to hit what you want with it than I was giving it credit for because of that. And therefore, you kind of can see it as a bomb every 3 rooms. That being said, we have a bomb every 2 rooms right there called Mr. Boom, so it has to be worse than
so
that.
The thing is that obviously this gives 1/3 bookworm. That's nice. This is a much better boss killer than this. That being said, obviously the ease of use of this, and it still can be used against
I actually
bosses.
think Mr. Boom's a better boss killer. The bomb does more damage, and it's more reliable to hit.
I actually disagree in terms of... I fully
bomb.
disagree with the reliability of hitting. It's the exact same reliability as placing a bomb. And
no, it's not. You can place a bomb in the boss's path, and you know they'll get hit by it. While Anarchist Cookbook, it's literally all random.
Well, there are some bosses that are much more sporadic. You can't fully predict every boss. Whereas Anarchist Cookbook, you just use it, and it will hit the boss. Potentially multiple times. And as long as it hits 2 explosions, it's doing more damage than the Mr. Boom.
I just don't know if that's true.
I think it might be. Even then, I'm 100% sure 3 would.
Yeah, but you're not going to hit 3.
You could. It can happen. It just depends on the boss.
It can happen, but...
It's not like it's that unrealistic. I think it's way... Like, I think it's very common you'll hit at least 2. So, I don't think it's that crazy, like 50% of the time you're going to hit 3. But I do think... That being said, because of ease of use, I think it actually might just go right here. Are you okay with that?
I think a whole extra charge is a massive...
It definitely is. It definitely is. It's also fair to note that with this, with one use, you can get your Tinted Rock and the Secret Room at the same time, because you could just keep leaving the room and coming back and just like slowly adjusting the Troll Bombs to be hitting the Tinted Rock and the Secret Room at the same time, and whatever else in the room that you want to blow up. So it really could have more, like, yes, it's 3 charges, but, you know, there's more bombs you're placing into one room at once.
Honestly, I was going to say E+, because it's 1 extra charge and it's unreliable. However, it is a 3rd Bookworm, so maybe because of Bookworm, it is actually just right next to Mr. Boom.
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
yeah, that was obvious the entire time, for me at least. Bookworm's a huge part of this.
That being said, I don't think it's a whole, like, tier higher because of Bookworm. I think because of I think it still goes a little bit lower this tier, just a little bit.
I think it's definitely, like, the thing is that I find it very comparable to this, because, again, I think this is a much better boss killer as well. Like, vastly better. And I think the only reason why I think this is better is because of the lower charge. It's really just not that hard to bomb what you need in
Some
rooms as
people are
well.
asking if Mr. Boom has a bigger hitbox. Yes, it does. It has a bigger hitbox, and it's a Mega Bomb, so it does more damage.
Yeah.
Mr. Boom, I think, is, like, a lot better for boss killing. Like, it's so much more consistent.
I actually don't think it's more consistent, because you can actually just miss. Whereas, I would argue with Anarchist, you can't miss, almost. Like, I can't think of the last time I've literally missed every single Troll Bomb. That just doesn't make any sense to me.
I miss it quite a lot.
I just have no idea how that's possible. I don't think I've ever missed a Troll Bomb from Anarchist.
Actually, no. Usually one of them will hit. Usually one will hit, and and it barely hits them, and it's like, ugh.
See, I've definitely had only 1 hit. That's happened. But most of the time I'm hitting 2.
I personally think this should go below Brother Bobby.
Alright, fine. I'll go here then. Whatever. Alright, let's move on.
Yeah, whatever. That's fine. Oh, Hourglass, the best item in the game. So when you use glowing Hourglass enough times, it turns into this. So, like, clearly...
Sister Maggy.
So Sister Maggy is slightly better than Brother Bobby. So... yeah, well...
I mean, it's fine.
Wait,
how long does this last for in a boss fight?
Like 5 seconds. Let me check.
Wait a minute. Hold on. It might be trash.
It's 8 seconds. It's 8 seconds. Book of Shadows is 10 seconds and you're completely invincible.
Book of Shadows is 10 seconds and you're 100% invincible.
It has to go higher than Book of Shadows because this lasts for less time and it's less invincibility.
Hold on. Isn't it also only 2-room charge? Hold on.
Yeah, it's 2-room charge, so it's better than Shadows.
It must be better than Shadows. That's crazy.
It also doesn't give you Bookworm, so that's another positive of this item.
Positive of this item. Wait, I didn't realize how bad this item actually is.
Yeah, it's kind of arse. I've had this sometimes as like a filler active, and then I realized it's not even that good as a filler active.
Wait,
I
actually think I gained more benefit from the lemon creep.
Honestly,
I might actually.
I actually think it's true because Lemon Mishap I think is slightly underrated. The creep actually does a lot of damage. If you
well, yeah, like in early. Okay, again, both these items suck ass no matter what. But in the early game, when you don't have anything better, I feel like I'm getting more benefit out of Lemon Mishap. Like I think you're killing more things with Lemon Mishap.
And late game, the slowdown of the Hourglass just barely matters. It's kind of sad.
I guess, okay, you know what I will say about this? In some sort of absolutely off-world, where you're using this item, like, in late game, which I guess is possible, right? Because you could use glowing Hourglass enough to where it turns into this.
9 volt plus this is 8 second slowdown at the start of every room.
I mean, it's something. And, if you have battery synergies, I would imagine, isn't this kind of like budget stopwatch?
I don't know how long the slow is, but I think it is more of a slow than stopwatches, actually. It was only for 8 seconds.
I would assume it's the same as the slowdown from Broken Stopwatch.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's slower, like, it's more slowdown than the...
So, I guess, theoretically, because of synergy...
higher than both of these items.
Yeah, I think only because of synergy, I think it goes here. How about that?
Yeah, I think that's fine, but it's pretty bad.
Without synergy, though, I absolutely agree that Lemon Mishap is better.
Yeah, I think early game Lemon Mishap's better.
Definitely.
Like,
which is hilarious.
Okay, Sister Maggy. It's almost the same as Brother Bobby, but it does slightly more damage. And because it does slightly more damage, it should be higher than Anarchist Cookbook. I agree. I'm not gonna fight. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Tech.
It's a fire rate than Brother Bobby, but it does more damage, and overall is more DPS. Anyway, technology.
All right. First thing I want to say about technology right away, it has to go above Cupid's Arrow.
I agree. Yeah. It's piercing. And infinite range.
Yeah. Piercing, infinite range. It has great synergies. You know, I just learned. I actually just. Have you ever had this with Spirit Sword?
I think I have. Yeah.
It gives you a freaking lightsaber.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Chat, check what Tech and Spirit Sword synergy is. It's so sick. Anyway, that aside.
Okay, so I actually I've referred to it a little bit like when but I like a long time ago I kind of started doing an all items list with a friend, and we didn't get that far. We did get further than this, but we're probably gonna catch up to what I had soon. And I said, oh, I'm actually not sure, like, how, like, I knew Tech was, like, still good, but, I was putting it a bit lower than some of the other good items, because I was thinking, like, the beam is quite thin, and it's awkward to hit the beam. And then they said, it's really not that awkward. And then I did a test run, and we were kind of joking about it. I was, like, not having trouble hitting the beam at all. So, I'm just gonna disregard that argument. I thought, because the beam is thin, that it's harder to hit, and sometimes was time. There actually was a few times where having regular tiers would have been easy to hit the rooms. But it's generally not an issue.
It's just
really not an issue.
It makes up. I get what you're saying. It definitely makes up for it because the tiers come out instantly. That's one of the biggest positives of this item.
Yeah.
It's like it also not only does it disregard range, it also disregards shot speed. The beam comes out instantly every time it shoots. Yeah. So it's just completely different.
Change how you shoot.
Yeah.
But if you do, then it's fine.
There's no need for momentum. There's no. And albeit that's technically a weakness of this item that you can't use momentum to your advantage as much. They actually technically did change this item from Rebirth because it used to just always go straight. Now it technically
you can find it diagonally now. That's actually a good change. That's useful.
So you can, but you can't do nearly as much momentum stuff as you can with tiers. That being said, that's a very minimal point. Like you definitely still gain way more from having the instant shooting and the full range. Like that's a big deal. That being said, it does not have Spectral, and that's actually a very, that's where I think, what is it? It's just very obvious with something like Tech that you're not shooting over the rocks.
I normally don't think Spectral is like that important, but I actually noticed with Tech, it's very easy to get the beam caught on a rock.
Exactly.
And it just stops its path.
Yeah, so with tiers, you can just go right up to an enemy. With Tech, like a lot of times I think in our brains we try to compare Tech to like something like Brimstone, which has inherent Spectral, and I think that's the biggest reason why Brim feels so much stronger than Tech is because Brim goes over everything.
Well, also Brim does way more damage.
Well, yeah, obviously it does way more damage as well, but I just mean like the beam itself, right? Like the actual like hitting things, and I think that's part of it, right? It's a little bit harder to clear rooms with it, at least compared to something like that, obviously.
Also, you mentioned Synergies before. You're so right about Synergies.
Yeah, it has so many awesome
replaces
synergies.
It, like Brimstone replaces it. But then the technology gives your Brimstone a damage multiplier. Like, what?
Tech has amazing synergies. I think, at the very least, well, obviously we already said it has to go above Cupid's Arrow by a good bit. I think it has to go at least above Triple I. At least.
I agree. I mean, piercing defender, so it's piercing. I like it.
Yeah. I'm wondering if it has the run save potential as Dr. Fetus.
So Dr. Fetus does have a bit of risk versus reward, and that risk is a bit scary.
That being said, I think Dr. Fetus actually saves more bad runs than Tech does. Tech is not... I mean, the thing is, like, Tech relies, I think, a little bit on synergies in terms of, like, power output. Right. Like, without the synergy...
is really, really good with this. There's a lot of good synergies, but you might not get them, and then if you don't, it's like, it's definitely good, but you're technically doing less damage than, like, Inner Eye.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's definitely better than Inner Eye.
Yeah.
But, like,
oh, yeah, I think it's better than Inner Eye, because I think the synergies are consistent enough. That being said, by itself, yeah, you're right. I think Inner Eye is definitely doing more DPS, for sure.
Yeah, I actually think right there was correct. I think Dr. Fetus is more, like, okay, Dr. Fetus, like, if there was no risk, if the blind items weren't an issue, if hitting yourself with the bombs wasn't an issue, if like there was no risk to this item, it would probably actually be insane, or maybe like top of A+. Like it would be high. But it does get brought down. It actually probably might be an A+, because the
Yeah.
bombs, like,
The more
actually
I think about Dr. Fetus,
automatic on, like, some enemies.
I'll admit, maybe chat was right about this one. Because the more I think about Dr. Fetus, it actually does feel a little bit significantly stronger than everything in A-.
It is stronger than everything in A-, but I think there are enough downsides that, like, even certain enemy rooms, there's actually certain room layouts, like, you know the room in chess where there's red poops that spawn around the door? If you have Dr. Fetus, you actually have to take damage to get through that room.
That being said, is that a weakness of Dr. Fetus? I don't think so. I mean, it still gives you the option.
I'm pretty sure, actually wait, maybe they changed that room layout. They might have changed it to you don't have to break the poops. I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure if that's still a true room or not.
But I mean, yeah, I do know what room you're talking about, actually. That's a good point. I actually think chat might be right on this one, though. Every single time I'm ranking something in A-, I always just instantly think, yeah, Dr. Fetus feels a lot better.
I think, like, again, I think Dr. Fetus is better if you ignore the downside.
Well, okay, I'll put it this way. I do think Dr. Fetus is lower than everything in A+ currently. That being said, I also think it's a lot better than everything in A-, but I actually don't think it's that much worse than the items in A+. Like, there's runs where I take Dr. Fetus over the items in A+.
Oh no, there definitely is runs I take. I actually think our insane category is going to be quite strict in terms of like what gets in there.
For sure.
So I actually think even no downsides, I think Dr. Fetus might just be the top of A+ with no downsides.
You mean A-?
Like no blade items, no hitting yourself with the bombs.
Oh wait.
But when you factor that in, I think it does drop it a full tier, like honestly, and that's why I think it's top of A- instead. But it probably just stays at the top of A-, like direct top.
I might actually start to disagree with you now. It really is just. Okay, I'll admit, the disadvantages are absolutely valid, and that's why it's not insane. Okay, like you said, if there were no downsides, it would be like top of A+, borderline insane.
Yeah.
I don't think the downsides are enough to take over the absolute run saving of it.
If you're playing the Lost or Tainted Lost, are you more comfortable taking Tech or Dr. Fetus?
That's not fair, because Spectral Tech is better than Spectral Bombs.
Okay, if you're Tainted Keeper, are you more comfortable taking Tech or Dr. Fetus?
I think Dr. Fetus, actually. You'll get way more benefit out of the infinite bombs.
I think Dr. Fetus with quad shot is a bit scary. Like, Dr. Fetus with, like, multi-shot items can actually be a bit scary.
No, it's actually, it's really good, though. It does so much damage.
It does a lot of damage, but there's a lot of bombs.
Honestly, no, but that's a good point. Those characters start with triple and quad shot respectively. I think that actually that synergy is insanely good. Like, I actually don't think it's that dangerous.
Your fire rate is really, really, really bad.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't. With Dr. Fetus, it's like kind of charge shot in a way, because you want to make sure you hit your shots anyway. So I actually don't even think that's really a weakness of the item. You want to make sure you hit all your bombs effectively. I actually think it's way better with triple or quad shot.
I hate Spectral for Dr. Fetus because sometimes they bounce off of rocks for no reason. I don't know what you're talking about, actually.
An issue with that is that Dr. Fetus is just so strong. Okay, you know what? I've actually kind of convinced myself it deserves bottom of A+.
I don't know, I think Dr. Fetus has a lot of anti-synergies. It's actually bad with piercing too. With piercing, the bombs don't get caught in the
That is true, though. No, that's a fair point, though. I hate Dr. Fetus with piercing.
Yeah, like the bomb will go through the enemy and deal your tier damage to the enemy, which is not much. Especially with Dr. Fetus because you have such
Yeah, you definitely would vastly prefer the bombs to just stop on the enemy, 100%.
You want them to stop on the enemy, then the enemy can't move towards you because the bomb's in the way, and then they die to the bomb.
That is actually such a good point. I hate it whenever I get piercing with this item.
Yeah, remember your run you did, like that race, and like there was those enemies in Mausoleum whipping the bombs away, and you're having trouble like hitting some fast moving enemies. Like
that does happen.
There are down like legitimately, and also it can potentially kill you. It also has some bad synergies. Well, Tech is just always safe. Now I still think Dr. Fetus is better overall, but I think it's actually not as significant as like it looks because of the downsides.
All right, fine. But if I keep. I really do think it's just the run saving mentality is so strong with this item, I still think it might deserve it. Like the runs that it could actually save a 0 damage up run at depths 2. Like, no damage up. You could pick up Dr. Fetus.
You actually kind of are right. I actually, I remember I had a run where, I was doing a beast complete, I was unlocking my tainted characters, and I, forgot my crack key. Actually, more specifically, I had Crooked Penny in Void, and I accidentally voided the crack key. That was really sad. Crooked Penny deleted it. But anyway, I had to redo the run, and I was kind of, like, annoyed. So I held off, because I just wanted to get it over with quickly. I got to Fetus, and I, like, barely used my brain, and I speedran that run to Beast, and I beat it in, like, 20 minutes, and I barely tried. Like...
You know what's so fun? You know what?
Maybe it is very bottom of A+.
Listen,
maybe.
We haven't even really... We've just been talking about battle application. What about just infinite bombs as well?
Yeah, okay, you know what? I think it's valid. I think it is... the highs of this item are very high. The lows are quite low. Like, okay, this is either, like, the best thing you can get. Okay, not ever the best thing you can get, but, like, it's usually like, a really, really good take, or it's literally worse than Cursed Eye. Like, there's a big range on how this item is. But on the runs that need it, they really need it. And I think that is actually valid.
Yeah. I think it's deserving. I do think it's deserving. I actually just do think it's deserving. I think there's enough. There is even runs. There is the fact that I can say that there are runs that I take Dr. Fetus over the items in A+ is very telling. Because I would not say that about any of the other items in the entire list.
I actually think, yeah, actually, you know what? It doesn't really matter because I don't think it should go high in placement-wise, just tier-wise.
Yeah.
I don't think it ever goes above.
I just feel like that's why I wanted this, because I feel like it's so much stronger than everything in A-. That's the only reason. I don't think it needs to go higher in A+, but I think it deserves A+.
Yeah, I think it needs to, like, I think forever, like, everything that goes in A+, by default, goes higher than Dr. Fetus, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Just because of the downside. But that's actually fine. I'm actually okay with it now, the more that we talk about it.
I'm not sure if I should watch this live or rewind to start. Honestly, I think it's better to watch live, and then you can just watch the bits that you've missed. I'm going to be reposting the VOD as its own standalone video as well. With, you know, any of the really dead sections cut out at the beginning. Honestly, watching live is really nice because you get to participate in the polls and live discussion.
Yeah.
I recommend that personally. Anyway,
actually happy with these items. Yeah, take at the top of A- makes sense.
Yeah, this actually looks a lot better to me.
It's a similar placement in my mind. I think whether it's top of A- or bottom of A+ doesn't matter too much, so I'm actually okay with it. Like,
again, it's hard for me too, but I don't know. It really is just the comparison to these items.
Yeah, I can actually kind of see that.
So that's as a context sort of thing. That's why I put Transcendence so low, is because, like, at least in your mind, because I compare it so directly to all these items in B-, where I feel like I could pick up any of these items over Transcendence and feel stronger with any of these items. I feel the same way about even, like, the fact I could say that with A+ is crazy because these items are so good.
You're kind of alright. You're kind of alright.
They're so good, and the fact I could say that about Dr. Fetus is so crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway, chocolate milk.
Chocolate milk. How do you feel about chocolate milk?
So chocolate milk's a weird item, right? A lot of people think you could just spam and then effectively get regular tier rate, but it's not. It's actually weaker if you do that.
Yeah. It's a lot weaker, I think.
It's way weaker.
At least if you spam really fast, I think you get similar, but I don't...
It's not as strong. It definitely isn't as strong. You basically need to charge with this item in order for it to actually be worth it. It's weird. I don't know. So I remember most of my... this is a problem. I don't know how much this item got buffed in its synergies, but in Rebirth, it was, like, kind of bad. Like, it didn't have many good synergies. It actually had a lot of anti-synergies.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this item in terms... I feel like it gets overridden a lot by other items. Like, the item just... your chocolate milk only does anything. And also, I'm generally more of a fan of just normal tiers than charge shots. However, I did actually test this item, the DPS, because it's a bit hard to know. The fully charged shot does 4 times your damage.
Okay.
But it obviously takes longer to charge. So I actually tested this on one of the, like, target dummies, and I don't have, like, exact numbers, but it looks like about 1.5 times damage. Like, if you fully charge and release, it's about 1.5 times damage. Minimum
damage of chocolate milk is 1/3 of your tier damage. I assume that means if you just spam it. That's interesting. I love chocolate milk. It's definitely a specialty item. Sometimes it ruins your run, though with Forgotten, it's a fun item. Yeah, this is a very polarizing item. I think there's some runs that this is really good on, and some runs this is really bad on.
Yeah.
I think. Okay, do you find
It's
it more
D+.
Do you find it more positive overall than negative?
Yes, for sure.
I actually think it. Okay, look. Maybe you're right about D+. Where were you gonna put
No,
it?
I was joking with D+.
Oh, where would you? Oh no, I thought you said D+, which I think is a little more fair. Where would you put it? I'm very conflicted. I could see it going in many different places.
Probably in like the A- to B+ to maybe B- range, somewhere in those three.
You'd really put it that high?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's damage up.
That's insane. I was actually gonna put it in C+.
No, but like I literally said, I tested it. If you just fully charge and then release, it's 1.5 times damage, which is Cricket's Head. But I don't think it's as easy to use as Cricket's Head, so I think it's a lot worse. But it's still a lot of damage.
That's insane. I was really thinking of going the lower end. I see anything from right below Belial? Yep. Yeah.
I'm actually very surprised that so many people don't like this item. I actually thought that this would be an item that a lot of people really like.
Yeah, I don't like it either. And it's funny because I actually kind of like charge shots in general. I think the problem with this item is that most of the charge shots have like pseudo piercing as well. Like Polyphemus has piercing, even though I know that's not a charge item, but it kind of effectively is in a way. Like when you shoot a big tier like this, it just feels so underwhelming that it doesn't go through enemies, like multiple enemies. I think this item is I actually think this item is vastly worse in rooms. Whereas, I mean, yeah, it's probably better overall against bosses, but it's actually like so much worse in rooms that's why I almost feel like it's a negative.
Matt, do you want to bring up my game for a second? I'm gonna do a test against a target dummy. I just want like everyone to see like the damage and like see if I'm doing a good test or something.
All right, go.
Okay, so when it hits 25 seconds, I'll start shooting until 30 seconds. About 49.
49.
That's not gonna be perfect, but
Yeah, it's close
we'll
enough
see.
though.
Now, should I start the test with a fully charged shot because you go into a room with a fully
Yeah,
charged shot?
Start with fully, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I could have hit the 40 set, but I'll just do 45 to 50. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
70.
it is a good bit stronger. I still think it's valid that
Wait, what was it before? What was the number before?
it was basically 50. It was 49 before.
Okay.
So
Actually, that's right.
that's fine. The problem that I see is that, again, I still feel like it's exactly what I just said. I think chocolate milk is generally better against bosses, but it's like a lot worse against rooms, and that doesn't happen that often, right? Like most of the items, like I brought this up a million times, most of the items that are good against bosses are also good against rooms. This is actually kind of the opposite. Like this is good against bosses, but it's actually bad against rooms.
The fact that you do go into a room with a fully charged shot is
That
kinda
is
nice,
true.
though.
That is true.
But I do actually agree, like, okay, so, the difference between 70 and 49 is, like, it's a 42% increase. So yeah, it's still less than Cricket's Head even if you, like, fully charge. I know it's less, like, but yeah, it's still a lot of damage. 40% increase is a lot of damage. But yeah, it does feel more awkward. Like, you could give me an item that is literally just 40%
like
extra damage.
you're not doing the knockback against. I'm mostly talking about enemies right now. You gain a lot of benefit from just spamming shooting in enemy rooms because you're slowly knocking back enemies that are coming towards you. And with charge shots, you're basically going all or nothing, and that downtime between charges, it might not be that much time, but it could be relevant to where the enemy gets too close to you, and maybe you find an enemy that you don't one-shot with chocolate milk, and you gotta do 2 shots. And charging 2 shots with no knockback at that point, like, that definitely...
Unironically, I think charge shot items are good with Spider Mod. Maybe when we rank Spider Mod, we should factor that in. Because you know, with Spider Mod, if you almost kill the enemy, you know you can release, like, a partially charged
That's
one.
true, actually. Hold on. That's a good point.
It's actually not true. Hold on. Insane.
It's a very weird item. I actually think it makes most sense in C+ somewhere, because it's so, like, either really good or really bad.
Yeah, I think at base, it's better than the damage up. Like, I would take chocolate milk over damage up. That being said, most of the A- stuff I would prefer, because I'm actually not a huge fan of this item either. Okay, here's what I thought would happen.
Here's the
I
thing.
thought I was gonna say I'm not a huge fan of this item. It's probably B+. I thought everyone was gonna say A-. So I'm actually surprised that a lot of people don't like it. Either.
It's just that it's very underwhelming against rooms, especially. Like, okay, I guess bosses 100%. I could agree with taking it over a damage up, but this is a rare case where it's actively just bad against rooms. Like, I do legitimately think it's bad. I do actually think it's bad. You can charge a shot and go into a room, which is true. But because it's not like even a Zazel Brim, where you could attack multiple enemies at once, you can only ever attack one enemy with the fully charged shot the moment you go into a room. Likely there's going to be a lot of enemies. The rooms that has a ton of enemies, this item actively sucks. Like, what about those rooms that have a million spiders? You have to kill one at a time. And usually the spam shots... You don't have to
fully charge the shot. You don't have to fully charge the shot.
I know, but you don't do enough damage with the spamming shooting.
You don't have to spam shoot. You can mid charge and then release.
That still might not be enough.
Well, you find out what is enough and then you start releasing. Like, you just need to kill one spider in one shot and see how much charge you had, and then just do that to every spider. And then also, whenever there's downtime, like, you've killed the enemies on one side of the room and you're at a point in the room where, like, no matter which way you shoot, you're not going to be able to hit the enemy. That's just free damage, basically, because you have to charge, like, in the off time. You have to charge before you enter the room.
Okay, no matter where it goes, I want it to go below the tears ups. That's my one thing.
The tears ups.
I want it to go below the tears ups.
It was actually... Someone said above, top of B+. I actually agree that this item, I probably would put top of B+. I feel like below Sad Onion is a bit low.
The thing is, I do legitimately think there's enough negatives to this item that it deserves to go. Like, okay, if you look at it at blatantly the damage, then it's going to be a little misleading. You got to think about how you're actually going to be playing with it, because you will just take more hits.
It's not bad to play with. No, I'm not a huge fan of the item either, and sometimes I will pass it because
I mean, that being said,
just don't want to deal with it.
Listen, that being said, you know, think about how much I hyped up 1-up. Like, it's not like this is a terrible tier. Like, it's nice. But yeah, I just think you're getting
B- at least.
I think you're getting a lot more consistency out of the tiers ups.
Okay, honestly, so our midpoint right now, you're putting bottom of C+, I'm putting top of B+. The midpoint is next to the tears ups in B-. Do you just want to do a poll on chocolate milk versus tears ups?
I guess that's fine. I'm okay with that. That's fair.
Yeah, I don't mind it being B-. I can see why you don't like it. I'm not actually a huge fan of it either. I think it does deserve above the damage option B+, but I'm not a huge fan either, to be honest. Like, I can see why you might want to take a tears up instead, so...
Yeah, tiers, like, you get extra knockback against the enemies. You're still doing extra DPS to the bosses as well. Like, I actually feel like tiers are just consistently better.
The way that tiers might not be better is if you already hit cap.
Yeah, but I think the negatives of chocolate milk, like the anti-synergies, are absolutely going to make up for that. Like,
I really don't think there's that many anti-synergies, but there are times where I see it and I just kind of don't want to bother. Like, sometimes I feel like just having a stream of shots is sometimes better.
Yeah.
But I do think it is overall an improvement. I think it's a bigger improvement than Tears Up is. I think that usually chocolate milk is actually like a fairly good item. But
okay, I guess most people prefer chocolate milk.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Now, is that a high enough difference that you think that you're probably underrating it a lot and it might go like higher up?
Maybe. Let's wait a little bit. I usually like to wait until around like 20 something votes.
It actually might be more fair to put it like bottom of B+. Like,
I don't think it'll ever move up that much. It would have to be like 90% for that much. I think, and for me to change my placement at all, it has to be at least 75% in the opposition. Like, at least. If it's any lower than 75%, then I never consider a change in placement. Like, that's the cutoff point. Yeah, okay, so we've reached over 20. I guess that's good enough. I could wait a little bit longer. But yeah, I mean, definitely fair enough. If that many people are convinced, we could put it above the tiers ups. Yeah, I think that's about as much as we're gonna get. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I think it's just a little bit polarizing.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not a huge fan. It's whatever.
Growth hormones, like one of the best boss items ever.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
just
this is
so
good.
it's just such a good damage up.
It's top of B+. It's more damage than Pentagram. Speed is better than the Devil Chance. That's it. Oh, discussion over.
Yeah.
It's just good.
No, you're right.
I. It's just good.
How much more of a damage up is it? Is it possible for A-?
It's the same damage up as Pentagram, but it's 0.2 speed. So.
Okay. I guess it's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, because these are run altering. It's just another damage up. It's really good.
Yeah.
Like I think all these items change your run.
There's not much to say about. I think if an item is purely just damage and it's not like some like really good special effect, it's probably B+. I think it's hard for just a straight up damage up to go higher unless it's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
There needs to be a lot of damage.
Right. That's fine.
But yeah.
Also, spun is a good point.
Yeah, third spawn. And
Yeah.
maybe it is a lot of damage. Hold on. Insane.
Insane. All right. I think it's fair enough. I don't think it's like a massive difference enough to move up a tier anyway.
Yeah.
Um,
Mini Mush. It's speed and range, and it's a size down.
You can walk. You can walk between spikes with this.
Yeah, and also it's 1/3 of the fun guy transformation.
Insane! Top 5 items right there. Insane.
Put all of the fun guy items in the top 5.
Honestly, true. Actually, hold on. Magic Mush. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's always good.
I mean, the
It's
size
just
down.
good, right?
Okay, the size down does decrease your hitbox. It lets you do spike skipping, and I don't mean just the diagonal skipping, by the way. Like there's actually some spike paths that you can walk between. It's very specific. Did you know you could do this? You could walk between two
it's
spike
pretty
paths.
tight though, but yes.
Yeah. It's very tight. It's technically something, but that's like honestly at that point that's kind of skill ceiling at that point. But it just shows it's a pretty massive size down. It does make a decent difference.
We put speed ups at the bottom of D+, so obviously this goes higher than those.
Yeah.
Obviously. Size down is honestly probably the best aspect of this, like not even joking. Size down is really good, but also you're getting the stats. So it's probably better than the HP. But I do think it's in this like C range, like somewhere.
Yeah, probably. I think I value the compass a little bit higher.
It's higher than Road Rage actually. It has to be.
I actually feel like compass is better than Road Rage.
I don't.
Well, shoot.
I don't think it's better than Road Rage.
Whatever, I'm not going to fight you too much on it. I don't feel like fighting the list anymore.
And it's a size down. I actually think it might go, like, bottom C+, actually. It's size down, speed, and range. If you have bad speed, this helps you. If you have bad range, this helps you. And then size down is always good.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Unless you're trying to keep it.
You're actually right. It's 3 pretty good effects. I think it's better than this.
Yeah, you can put it above that.
How much is the damage up again? I really don't think that this item
It's
is
not that
good.
much, but it's... I don't know. I think the healing effect is actually quite nice.
Only
It's
on red
0.3
heart
damage.
characters.
It's 0.3 damage, which is... If you're at base damage, that is... increasing your damage by about 0.58.
Okay, on red heart characters, do I value this item more than a health up?
On red heart characters, 100%.
Okay. Okay, whatever. I don't know. I'm kind of a hater of this item, but maybe it's fine.
The damage up isn't much, but it's still damage up. Like, at
It's
base damage, it's raising your
something.
damage per second by over 1.5.
Whatever. It's not that big of a deal, I guess.
Sorry.
Rosary.
Oh, okay, this is an interesting one. So the actual, like, pickup effect of this item is really good. It's 3 soul heart, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And a tears upgrade,
Mhm.
but it puts the Bible into every pool until you pick up the Bible. Until you pick up the Bible, you're cursed.
To be fair, it'll only hurt 1 spawn, and then you pick it up, and then you're done with it.
And also, I just want to say, this is an item in the Seraphim transformation.
Yeah.
Bible is also in the Seraphim transformation.
Ooh.
This item basically gets you 2 out of 3 Seraphim.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. So there's another easy way to get flight.
It might replace your planetarium, but just don't talk about that.
That would suck. Yeah, so to me the tears up and the soul hearts are kind of massive. Like 3 soul hearts is a lot.
So by the way, it's less of a tiered upgrade than Sad Onion is, but 3 soul hearts.
Yeah,
is
I
obviously
mean, you can
better.
do so much with 3 soul hearts. And the Seraphim consideration is a very good point. I could even actually see it right here, maybe.
I think the Seraphim consideration should just cancel out the fact that you're going to waste an item pedestal on Bible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I think we basically just rank it as tiers and 3 soul hearts, and then ignore the other aspect, because the Bible's a bad thing, but it's kind of a good thing. So
Yeah,
we
I
just
mean,
ignore it.
I actually do think 3 soul hearts is enough to raise it, like, above. At least for me. Do you think it should go in B-?
Honestly,
3 soul hearts is a lot of soul hearts.
maybe it's still top of B-, but it is a lot of soul hearts.
Like, you get DPS up. Flight, potentially. And 3 soul hearts. Like, I don't know.
It's 3 soul, no, but 3 soul hearts actually is a lot. That's a lot of health.
It really is. I wouldn't even honestly, I wouldn't even say that the Bible thing cancels out anything. I actually think it's just a flat out positive. Because, I mean, that's a really good point. Like, Tooth, if you're going Angel Deal, which is most likely how you're going for this item, you basically will get Flight if you get this item at that logic.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
And I do really like Flight. Okay,
So-
you can leave there.
So yeah, like, I don't know. I think it's absolutely fair. That being said,
I think it's, yeah.
that being said,
makes
I do think a damage up is more consistently saving your run than even the 3 soul hearts plus the tears up.
Yeah.
But
The tears up is less on this. So Sad Onion is a 0.7, and I think a damage up is quite a bit better than Sad Onion in terms of how much your DPS goes up by.
I think it's
And then the
above.
Rosary is even less tiers than the Sad
See,
Onion.
okay, this is actually a really good comparison to Transcendence. Somebody made a good comment about this. I think it's above Transcendence. It's basically guaranteed flight plus 1 angel deal. So yeah, so this is a good item that shows, yeah, flight can be obtained a lot of different ways. And on top of that, like, you get the soul hearts and the tears up. At that point, like, when comparing it to Transcendence, Transcendence feels a lot weaker. Obviously, you have to find that third item, but I think in an Angel Deal run, you're probably gonna find it if you
You're
are
fairly
able to.
likely.
Like-
I do think that if you're basically losing an item pedestal in the future because you're gonna get Bible, but depends what item that replaces.
I just think it's
Replaces
worth
the
it.
best
Like,
item-
I do actually think it's worth it most of the time. If you're assuming you will get the flight, then I think it's worth it.
I would definitely rather have Transcendence, for sure.
I definitely wouldn't. I
What?
think this is a lot better. Because at the end of the day,
Depends how guaranteed the flight is. How guaranteed is the flight we're talking? Because one benefit of Transcendence is the earlier you get it, the more like value of consumables you get, right? The Rosary is going to give you flight later than Transcendence.
I think
so you're
the
gonna get
3 soul
less
hearts
time.
is better than the consumables you can get out of Transcendence the entire run. Am I wrong? 3 soul hearts is a lot of soul hearts. I actually think in your test, because Turt did a Transcendence test, the entire run he got 1 dark heart out of Transcendence, and he had Transcendence from the very beginning of the run. And Rosary gives 3
Okay.
right off rip.
You need to factor in the 16 coins, 6 bombs,
Yeah.
and 4 keys.
And I
the
think
fact that
3
it
soul hearts is better than that.
directly got me a credit card, which got me options, because I made a shop free. But that
Yeah,
was
but you could
27
also
cents
just get
free.
flight with Rosary. I mean, that's also part of the consideration.
Okay,
Obviously.
so my entire judgment of this item, is how guaranteed is this flight? Because I would prefer, I would take this over like if you told me, oh yeah, you're taking Rosary now and you will get flight, then I will take it over Transcendence. But if I'm not going to get flight, then I'd rather take Transcendence, right?
Mhm.
But one thing though, which might actually push it over, I think if we see Rosary as 2/3 of flight, that's kind of a lot.
It is.
And when you get Seraphim, that gives you another 3 soul hearts.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Wait, you're so right. Wait, that's effectively 6 soul hearts.
Maybe it is higher than Transcendence.
Yo, I didn't even think about that.
Maybe this is secretly flight, also plus 6 soul hearts, which is half your health bar.
Yo, that's so much health. That's actually so much health. Pause.
Oh, maybe it's true. It feels weird. Okay, it feels wrong to me, but I'm actually, like, logically, isn't it just better than flight because it is flight?
Yeah.
Also, like, a ton of health and damage. And also
Absolutely.
tears up, like,
And like,
okay, to be fair, you are losing an item pedestal when you get your Bible. If you get your Bible in your next Angel Room, that's a big feels bad, because now you probably won't get Seraphim because you needed the Angel Room to get Seraphim, and if you got the Bible in there, that's the wrong time. But, what if you already found Bible in your run? What if your Bible replaces your Angel Room, your Boss Room, your shop? You don't care.
your library. Oh, wait.
You could play a beggar, and he could drop the Bible.
It's true.
And that's completely fine.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could like hunt for it a little bit.
Yeah.
Hell, shop sounds very doable. Well, I guess Bible's already in shop, isn't it?
Oh my god, I didn't know this. Oh wow. Oh wait, no, this is actually old. Never mind. This is not DLC.
Honestly, let's just move on. We've talked about Rosary for far too long. I think it's fair. All right, cue me. So, okay, Turt really badly wanted to rank this item as 4 different items.
Okay, before we're done with Rosary, are we leaving it there? Are we not ranking it up?
I mean, oh, do you think it should go above the damage ups?
Well, I was thinking the argument that's above Transcendence is actually kind of valid.
But yeah.
Because it's kind of like...
Okay, well, here's the problem with Transcendence is that, it is, like, I am very confident it's here, or here, or here, or here, or here, or here. Not below Belial, though.
No, it's not that one.
It could literally replace any of these items in my brain.
You said it was close to Skeleton Key.
Yes, but I think all these items in this tier are very close to each other.
I think you're lowballing flight a lot.
Anyways, think what you will. I think the soul hearts are extremely relevant out of this item. And the tiers. I mean, it's just more DPS. I don't think it's comparable to Transcendence at all. But however, I think the damage up might... I actually think it's possible that Rosary could go above the damage ups. Like, I don't think it's that crazy. It's just... I don't know. The damage up, like... I just think the damage up can save a bad run.
So there is a point. So I was trying to find the probability for Bible to spawn. Bible will spawn more often in smaller item pools. So
Which
I
makes
think
sense.
Boss Room is not that big. Angel Room though, there is actually a decent chance, and that's actually why you see it in Planetarium a lot.
Yeah,
because that's not just bad luck. If you get a Planetarium on your run, the chance Bible replaces the item there is a lot higher because it's a small pool, like a really small pool, and our Bible is one of the items. Yeah. So there's actually, I would say it's more likely for the Bible to spawn in a pool you don't want it to. So I actually do think that is a detriment, and I think because of that, it does stay below the damage ups.
That's fine. I think it's close enough.
You accidentally moved Transcendence up one placement. I mean, I'm fine if you want to keep it there. I'm fine if you want to keep it above my reflection, but oh no.
I will say, I mean, I feel like this is pretty much a given. Can't you like look past your Transcendence hype up? Can you really say that Transcendence better than Rosary overall?
No, that's why I was going to put Rosary above Transcendence. But I think the Bible spawning in a bad room is actually a fairly significant downside sometimes.
Okay, so you think that alone is enough to put Transcendence above Rosary. 6 potential soul hearts. Flight.
You're not
and the tears up.
To get Seraphim.
It's pretty guaranteed. And I mean, hell, the Bible can be used, like, let's say Rosary's your first, Bible's your second. Let's say you don't have an active, you could use Bible in the interlude before you get Flight to gain the benefit you need.
Well, I think this is why I was thinking Rosary maybe should go higher. Like, I'm not thinking Transcendence should go lower. I think Rosary should go higher, maybe.
Yeah, but I think Rosary's a lot better than Transcendence. That, like, I don't know how you don't see it. It's so much better than Transcendence.
Yeah, no, it probably is. That's why I was going to move it higher. Like, you started moving on to Cube and me, and that's why I found it weird that you left it at the bottom of the because
well,
I was going to move...
I mean...
I was thinking of moving Rosary up. I'm just...
No, okay, well, the problem is that Transcendence doesn't go here. That's the problem. Transcendence goes somewhere here.
Okay, but to me, it does go there, because I like Flight, and Rosary is also kind of Flight. It's just how... I really need to know how likely it is that Bible is going to spawn in a really bad position.
I mean, realistically, we could just do this. I'm actually not against this.
I'm fine with that as well.
That's
I'm fine with that
fine.
as well.
Again, we're gonna have to see the other items that goes into this tier, so we can do a real mid placement on Transcendence, but that'll come eventually.
Yeah,
See-
I think
see, 'cause-
because it is kind of Rosary is kind of like a way to get flight, but you're gonna get flight later than normal. You also potentially might get the Bible at a bad spot, but you do get a lot of health with it.
Bro, even disregarding the flight, 6 soul hearts is a lot of soul hearts.
It's a lot. But again, you're not guaranteed to get Seraphim, but I think it is fairly likely.
Okay,
It's fairly
I actually think whenever I see Rosary, I almost always get Seraphim.
probably.
Like,
No, I can't actually think of times I haven't. I can think of times when my only Seraphim items have been Bible and Rosary, and I got nothing else. It has happened. I think that's fine. We'll just leave it like that. Give me.
so,
Yeah,
okay, as I was saying...
I wanted to rank it 20 times.
It's true. Okay, so he wanted to rank it as the cube itself, the second cube, the third cube, and the fourth cube.
Yeah, I want to rank each stage of the cube.
Which
so, like,
is-
the second stage is pretty crap, because it barely does anything.
Which is...
So I would rank that low.
It's fair that he wanted to do that. I hard disagreed with it. So the thing with cube is that is actually part of what makes this item so interesting to talk about, and to rank it overall. So, because you need to consider all the stages of cube in order to accurately rate cube. You can't just rate Meat Boy, because that's not considering all the cubes that it took to get to Meat Boy. That's part of the weakness.
This is what I think we should do. I think we should quickly theorize where we would put each stage individually, then give the most weighting to the first 2 stages, and then kind of average it from there.
I mean, we can do that just for fun, but I think overall that probably actually won't do much, because the biggest thing about cube is its consistency in runs, which it is very consistent, and the fact that it's replacing items, like, and I think that actually is relevant for this item in particular. But yes. So yeah, first cube.
Actually, you know what? Wait. Can we just go back to Rosary for a second? I'm looking at Rosary more. I think because, okay, I put it next to Transcendence because it actually should go higher. It should actually maybe go to the top of B+. Is that crazy?
The thing is I don't agree. This is very hard for me specifically because Transcendence, I have to ignore here. Transcendence is not in the picture at all. And I think I prefer the damage ups over, like, these damage ups above the Rosary. Maybe actually Rosary would go up, like, right here for me. But I think these two I'd take over Rosary.
Okay.
But
yeah, I think for me, I would
this
have
is
Transcendence
ignored.
higher, and then...
The problem is that this is ignored, alright? Rosary is a lot better than Transcendence. It just is. 100%.
Yeah. I think I've got, like, it's kind of hard for me to picture in my head because I obviously really like Transcendence. I really like Flight. I'm not seeing Rosary as Flight. I need to start seeing it more as Flight because it is Flight. That's why I'm, like, struggling to put it high because it doesn't seem like Flight to me, but it kind of is.
Well, this is just another example of why Transcendence gets a little bit of a nerf. Not a big nerf. Like, not like multiple tiers worth of a nerf. But that's part of the negative of Transcendence, that you can get Flight other ways.
Yeah. Okay, it's probably fine there. Sorry, we can go back to Cuban Meat.
Okay, but your thought on Transcendence still hasn't changed?
No, it definitely stays there.
Okay, but like... Okay.
It's higher in the tier.
Let me put it this way.
Plus.
Let me just put it this way. With this knowledge in mind, you really think it's that close to Rosary?
I
Wait a minute.
put
So you think
Transcendence...
Transcendence... No, because you put it here, right? So you think Transcendence is better than Rosary, just flat out?
No, I think Rosary also needs to go that high because I'm not seeing Rosary as Flight, but I should be seeing it as Flight.
So do you think that they're that comparable?
Well, I think,
because that's
would
crazy to me.
technically say... Again, it just really depends on, like, how much of a downside... Like, the Rosary, it feels weird. Flight is definitely top of B+. Like, Flight, just straight away, is definitely top of B+. I'm, like, certain.
But you're not considering how common Flight is. The reason why this is good... Listen, the reason why this is good, as opposed to Transcendence, is because it's exactly what I was saying before. All the other methods of gaining Flight have other things that are great about those methods. There's the Guppy transformation, gives you all the flies. Seraphim gives you the 3 extra soul hearts. This item also gives you 3 extra soul hearts on top of the bonus 3 soul hearts of Seraphim. Like, that's... And a Tears Up! Like, these are all bonus benefits. Like, honestly, this, like, without the 3 Soul Hearts, I can even still see it above Transcendence. And the Soul Hearts is a massive point for it. Because the Tears Up plus a very likely Flight Up, I think I'd take over Transcendence, yes. But then you add the Soul Hearts on top of that? That's so much better.
For me, it's just, I'm wondering when am I getting Flight from the Rosary? Like, how early do I need to pick up Rosary to have guaranteed Flight? When am I getting the Flight? And what pool is Bible replacing? There's quite a few factors that make it not as strictly better than Transcendence. Like, Transcendence is just straight away no nonsense. Now, Rosary does have the Soul Hearts on top, which also, like, kind of pushes it over.
And the Tears Up.
I'm just wondering, like, when are you actually getting the Flight from Rosary? And what is the Bible replacing?
I mean, now, obviously, that's the only real negative here, but because of all the extra benefits, can you really not see the massive difference here? Tears Up, effectively 6 Soul Hearts if you are getting the Flight. Like, hello?
I think most of the time most of the time I'm gonna take I'm gonna take it for the Flight, right? But also, like, the Soul Heart. But, like, I need to... If I'm not getting the Flight from Rosary, I'd rather Transcendence. If I am going to get the Flight from Rosary, then I'm going to take Rosary. And I feel like there's quite a few runs, like, a fair chunk, where I'm going to just rather have the guaranteed Flight from Transcendence right now.
I think 3 Soul Hearts and Tears Ups without Flight is better than Transcendence.
Well, no. I don't agree with that.
I think it is.
Anyway, I guess it stays top of B+, because I have Transcendence top of B+, and I think Rosary is, like, kind of comparable.
Anyways, Cube Meat.
It's just weird. It's very weird.
So Cube Meat does replace items. Every time you get a Horseman, it will replace what could have been a better boss item. So there is that. Cube Meat could be better than a different stat, but you have to get it a lot, and that sacrifices a lot of other boss items. This is a bit of a weird scenario because I actively think this is the one item that does gain a negative from replacing other item pools, just because there are ways to spawn, like Book of Rev obviously forces the Horseman.
Yeah.
So...
Okay, if... The Meat Boy Familiar is good, but the Meat Boy Familiar is not good enough to be worth 3 item pedestals. That's the issue.
Yes, I actually agree.
So I think the only stage of this that's actually good for how many items you spent to get it is the first stage. 1 orbital for 1 iron pedestal, good. But the second stage is basically useless because you're barely getting anything on top of the orbital you have. You're getting some shots, so that iron pedestal is useless. And then the next stage for 3 item pedestals, you've now lost your orbital. The Familiar is good. The Familiar is actually very good, but you've lost 3 pedestals for that Familiar.
Yeah, like in that time you could have gotten 2 damage ups, right?
Yeah, and like your orbital, like.
Yeah, and you lose your orbital. That's one of the biggest things, yeah. So, and that's why the second stage is so bad, because all you're gaining is a very weak shooting Familiar.
Okay, actually, now that we're talking about that, where would you put it? Just the first stage, and we have to move it down from there because the.
Well, here's the thing. I already feel like we've gotten a good summary of the item just from saying that. I mean,
yeah.
I don't even think ranking individually is
we need to rank the first stage only, and then we then need to bring it down because the later cubes are bad. But the first stage, like, is the starting point.
Okay, I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair, actually. Yeah, assuming you're still considering the negative of taking multiple, then yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
It is an orbital. It synergizes with invincibility, like Book of Shadows. You know, it's a pretty high damaging orbital, actually. Like, early game bosses you can kind of nuke with Cuba Meat, if you know what you're doing.
Orbitals did get nerfed a lot in Repentance, like a lot.
That's possible. Maybe I'm...
She got nerfed a lot, in actually every way. They spin faster, which means it's harder to keep it on top of the boss. They deal less damage, and they have a smaller hitbox. Like, literally every way they could have been nerfed, they were nerfed. So if you think about the Alter Plus cube, don't. It's a completely different item.
Maybe I can't really rank it then. You rank it.
That is the problem. I am not a bit like I don't really use orbitals offensively that often, so I'm not sure if it's still good in that regard, and I'm just underrating it. So I mainly pick this up and only care about it for the ability to block shots. And if I'm only picking it up for that, then Halo Flies is better. Because Halo Flies is 2 orbitals.
Oh, Halo Flies is way better no matter what.
Yeah.
The difference between 2 orbitals and 1 is massive. Like, actually massive. Like, that is such a massive difference in terms of blockability of shots.
You're actually so right. You're actually so right.
It is so massively different in terms of the protection aspect that it makes the damage aspect of Cuba Meat irrelevant.
Yeah.
I want to say, like, right here. I feel like that feels right.
I'm honestly not against that. That kind of feels right. Is that, but like, that's only the 1 orbital. If we're then
yeah, but I'm gonna be honest. I feel like that's kind of just where it feels right overall.
Maybe. Actually, yeah.
Like, that just feels correct to me. I think the lowest overall it could go is below this health up.
I think it could go below Roid Rage, but I think that's the first thing to go down.
I think I'd take Cube over Roid Rage. It depends. I mean, there is
the first cube I take over Roid Rage, but if we're factoring in that you might get a second cube, then I would rather have Roid Rage.
Yeah, I guess it does delete your items. You're probably right, actually. That's a good point.
Yeah, it's better than HP, I think.
Like base HP, yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That actually feels right.
Yeah.
I could still CC plus. Like, if you really wanted it there, I wouldn't fight it.
I'm not that passionate about it. I just feel like, I mean, that being said, Super Meat Boy does kind of solo rooms.
Yeah. You're very unlikely to get 3 though. Like, 3 cubes. And again, that's 3 cubes. That's like...
Okay. Does Potato Peeler count in Cuba Meat's situation?
It does, actually. If you use Potato Peeler, it will add on to the cube you already have.
I think that item alone makes me put it back in C+.
That's a very rare... That's more of a Potato Peeler W than a...
It is. That's why I was wondering if that should even count. But...
I don't think it should, to be honest. I think that's very situational.
It's not... Well, the fact it's in shop makes it not situational at all. It happens a lot. If an item is in shop, it's consistent enough where I will consider it. Like,
at that point, it's only saving you HP. That's all it's saving you. It's just saving your heart container if you already got a cube from a boss room. Like, you could have just got a HP up instead of the cube, and then Potato Peeler is actually better in that case because using Potato Peeler gives you damage up. So you would rather have seen a HP and get rid of that HP than you would to see just a cube.
Potato Peeler should not be counted for cubes. That's fair. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
I mean, if it shouldn't be counted, that's a completely different scenario. If it is counted, then yes, it deserves a full tier because 1 cube. I guess technically it is.
We shouldn't factor that in. It does count. It adds on to the cube you have. They're saying we shouldn't factor it in, which I kind of agree with. I think it's too situational. I think even if we do count it, it's not actually that big of a point at all. So
yeah, maybe it actually isn't because you're technically only saving 1 heart container.
Again, like if you had got a HP up instead of the cube meat, like if your first boss was not Famine, let's say your first boss was Famine, well instead you could have had a different boss, got a HP up. Then when you get Potato Peeler, when you shred that HP up, you get damage up for it permanently. So you're actually getting better for not having the cube of meat. So yeah. Also,
yes, Mango. The heart is higher than all the other health ups because it's really good for min-maxing purposes. It fully heals you.
Yeah.
So on the same floor, you can do a lot. That being said, it's not good enough to raise a whole tier above the other health ups. But it definitely, like, you can definitely play around it. Plus, it has the consistency argument for gluttony. Not super consistent, but there is that. 25 coins.
Okay. So this is better than $1. Because it lets you buy less items. So if you think about it.
PhD.
PhD.
I mean...
So yeah, it's obviously quite a bit worth, like, 99 coins is a lot more than, it's literally 4 times as much.
This is why, this is a very specific scenario as to why, like, it's a very specific scenario why I would want to consider, I'm not saying we should, but I would want to consider rarity, because, let's be real, you find this so much more often than dollar, and probably get more benefit out of this more often than dollar, because it's so much more common. But I mean, obviously, I'm not saying we should count rarity. I'm just saying, like, I feel much more positively about this item than I feel about dollar, because most of the time when I find dollar, it's useless. So.
Again, this is a like we're meant to be considering it as like if this was a choice item room, and if it's a choice item room.
I mean, yes, obviously you take the dollar in a choice item room.
Yeah.
Like again, I'm not considering the rarity. It's just that's what like there's a big reason why. This
rarity
feels
should
more
only
positive.
be considered if it's so common that you can almost guarantee it, or like have a high chance of seeing it. Like
it draws
ID
from
bag, I feel like you have a
keepers
high-
too, which
high
is
chance.
nice. Yeah. So the fact that this draws from greed is a very valid point.
Yeah. So now that's valid. You can say it in its favor that it drops from Super Greed, and Super Greed is a common boss.
Yeah.
Like, you can say that, but don't diss dollar because it's
No,
rare
I'm
and
not.
we're trying to avoid it.
I'm not dissing dollar at all. I'm just saying like why this item feels more positive than dollar to me.
Yeah, like no, the feeling I can understand. The feeling of it is kind of better.
Yeah.
But actually, no, I kind of disagree. When I see dollar, I feel like dollar like pops off every time I see it. Anyway.
Well, whatever. You have more high roll scenarios with dollar than I do. I have more low rolls. So
I think C range feels right. Like the C plus range.
yeah, that's probably true.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Like it's a lot of money.
I think you get more money from 1-up min maxing.
You get more
Probably.
money from what I'm mixing.
I mean, you could also IV bag with 1-up. And then just heal to full, and then IV bag again.
That's still less money than quarter.
It is.
Actually.
But it's also obviously the consideration of.
I actually think quarter is top of C plus.
Wait, okay, I wasn't done. No, I wasn't done. Let me be.
Okay.
1-up obviously also has the consideration of it's really good on challenge characters. It's still useful no matter what. At any point of the run, you just have an extra life. It has all that going for it, whereas quarter is just a quarter. Like, I think that the money min-max potential of 1-up on the Red Heart characters is enough for me to say it's still gaining you money, but on top of all the other stuff. Like, I would argue with 1-up, you're probably on a Red Heart character run. You'll probably have around 5 Red Hearts. So how much money is that when using Blood Dono?
Well, you're getting 5 hearts back, and then that's 10 hits, so that's 10 cents.
Okay, so then you die, and then you can play those hearts again, assuming you have soul hearts. So that's 20. So that's almost 35.
I'm counting the like you're only gonna get the health once. That's 10 cents. The 1-up's giving you 10 cents.
I guess you're not wrong. The 1-up specifically is giving you 10 cents.
Yeah.
Which, I guess... I mean,
that's 15 cents extra. That's a whole shop item that you can choose to buy, which I think might be just more value than the 1-up. And again, that's like, yeah.
Yeah, I think the fact that it spawns from things is what makes me put it above more than anything. Like from Super Greed. I think that's the main
I think it just stays right there.
It.
This feels like a very much like a top C plus item. Like it feels right.
Yeah, that's fine. PhD. So what's funny about PhD is that so before our interesting discussion about Lucky Foot, I might have actually seen some off-world where PhD was slightly better than Lucky Foot, but it's because I wasn't really thinking about it. So Lucky Foot already does the PhD effect in the way that it turns all bad pills into good pills. However, Lucky Foot does not unveil the pill, which is actually like a very underrated aspect of PhD. So PhD,
it kind of is, yeah.
PhD, for context, allows you to use one of the most broken consumables in the entire game, which is I'm Drowsy.
Yeah,
I'm Drowsy.
Perks is also a very good one. Perks is
insane. So basically, that's the main insane thing about PhD. It unveils the pill. Most of the time when you get these really OP pills, you're using it because, I mean, obviously you don't know what the pill
you don't know
is.
what it is. Now you need to find a second one if you actually want to use the I'm Drowsy or the Perks pill in a boss fight. You need to find a second.
Exactly,
But
and that's
you don't
very
need to
rare.
because you already know.
Even with Lucky Foot, it's very hard to find 2 of that really OP battle pill. And PhD, you could just have it already unveiled, and you could just use it, right, on that final boss or anything. Like, legitimately, I'm Drowsy is one of the best, and Perks. Perks and I'm Drowsy are both insane final boss items to use in the battle.
Yeah.
Like, actually insane. Like, better than most of the cards. And that's saying a lot, because cards are really good. But obviously, pills have the weakness that you don't know what pill it is when you take it the first time.
Even smaller stuff like you might have a full health pill. And
Oh, yeah.
you might use you're at full red hearts. But with PhD, you can play your blood donor and then use your full health.
Absolutely. And I mean, hell, full health is also very good on red heart runs. For bosses, for final bosses. Absolutely. Yeah. So PhD, the unveiling of pills, is absolutely an underrated part about PhD. Like, a lot of people don't think about that. That's huge. That being said, so that's why originally I thought PhD was going to be above Luckyfoot. But that being said, after talking about Luckyfoot just does so much. So I actually am backtracking on that. I mean, the unveiling is very important to PhD, and I think it's enough to put it in the same tier as all these.
I mean, okay, I'll just say this. The chance to get a soul heart without Luckyfoot from a fortune machine is 3%. With Luckyfoot, 12%.
That's a huge difference. And the luck ups, and the luck up, and the extra room clear rewards. All arcade machines are just better. And good pills. Hello? Like,
oh my god, wait, you have a 25% chance to get a trinket from a fortune telling machine. You can spend 4 cents to get a random
Luckyfoot is so awesome, bro. What a great item.
This is why literally fortune telling machines of Kane are so busted, because on any Kane run, if you find a fortune machine, just give it all your money. You're gonna get so many cards.
I'm actually wondering if Kane might have to go better on my character list. Hold on.
18.6% chance for a card from a fortune telling machine. Like, what?
Kane might actually have to go up on my item, on my character list. That's crazy.
So, that's actually, like, crazy. Now, here's the thing, though. There is one thing with PhD we're missing. Increases the payout of blood donation machines to 2 coins.
I forgot about
double the
that.
value. Double the value. And it works in IV bag. You get double the coins.
Oh my god, wait. I completely forgot about that aspect. That's actually so huge. You're so right.
So, this is actually, like, a hard decision, because I think the machines, like, the fortune telling machines, or just even regular slot machines, like, anything with a Luckyfoot is actually a lot of value. It's also increasing your room clear rewards, and you got a luck on top of that. But you don't get the identified pills, which we've just said. The identified pills.
Yeah. The identified pills is okay. Look, before you continue, let me wait. I want to make sure we get this clear. Before the before the blood dono consideration, I think it's probably like bottom of A-, but maybe like, I mean, it's somewhere in here for sure. And that's with the pill unveiling as well. I don't know, it's somewhere in here below Luckyfoot. But blood dono though, what were you gonna say?
I was just comparing what their perks are. So Luckyfoot, yeah, they both got the pill things. PhD's gonna get better use out of those pills because you know what they are, and you get double value from blood dono. But then obviously Luckyfoot, you have room clear rewards and better machines, which is also quite significant. I actually think they might need to be next to each other. I'm not sure which one's better. I'm actually not sure.
I agree that they're comparable. Because I forgot that was an extra aspect of PhD. So when we think about it this way, they both have like 3 different aspects to them that are all very good, right? Like Luckfoot has the pills, the extra luck stat, and the better machines and room clear rewards. Whereas PhD has the extra money from blood donos and IV bag, which is very relevant, right? That makes IV bag a much better active item. And unveiling the pills, massive point, and obviously makes the bad pills good.
You know what I said? Oh, well, you're gonna get more use out of your full health pill. It's even more true considering each hit of that is giving you double the coins. Like, it's.
It's so funny because I was so convinced that Luckyfoot was a lot better about PhD until you brought up the blood dono. Here's a point where, hey, look, here's the point, chat. All right, since people think I don't agree with Turt, there you go. There you go.
I actually think obviously the pill thing is similar. They both have good pills, and that's really good. But then they both have just another completely broken aspect, where PhD makes your blood machine stronger, and then Luckyfoot makes every other machine stronger. And they're both overpowered.
Yeah, they're both really overpowered min-max items.
So I think they're both good in different ways, and they end up being like similar overall.
Yeah, I definitely think you're right that they're next to each other. I thought Luckyfoot was a good bit better before the blood dono consideration, but yeah, the blood dono consideration is huge. Is this right, or is Luckyfoot better?
I honestly think I'm so indifferent on this. Like, I don't know. I think this might be a perfect chance for a poll.
Yeah, I actually agree. I'm actually completely fine with either one being above.
I don't know. I'm actually unsure. I don't know.
I actually fully agree with you. That's so funny. I fully agree with you that this is more so because we're confused.
Yeah, no, this is not a case of one of us thinks it's high and one of us thinks it's low. Let's do a tiebreaker. No, this is we don't know. Help us, please.
We actually don't know. That's so funny.
They're so similar, but they're like really good.
They're both so good for like similar yet completely different reasons.
Yeah. But you know, if you haven't played a Fortune Machine on Kane, you're missing out. It's actually busted. Like you get to full soul hearts, you get a really good trinket, and you get like a really good card, like almost all the time.
This is so interesting. They're actually so comparable.
I feel like Lucky Foot might be a little bit better, like barely.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm edging to as well. But okay, you know why? The only reason why I'm edging towards Lucky Foot is because, and don't hate me, it's because the Blood Dono point is pointless on challenge and soul heart characters.
No, actually, you know what? When it's this close, I completely agree that's a valid point to bring up.
Yeah, like
when it's this close.
When it's this close between these two items, 100%. I think like the PhD point is massive for red heart characters. It absolutely is, but I don't think it's enough to outweigh the Lucky Foot in general, like by a lot. And yeah, Lucky Foot's just great on no matter what character you're playing as.
I think one of in Repentance they nerfed a lot of Soul Heart generation. I think one of the ones that still remains is Lucky Foot Fortune Machine. Now it's not guaranteed you see a Fortune Machine, but if you do, it is basically max Soul Hearts on the spot. It's actually that good.
Lucky Foot's a bit better.
Honestly, these items are so close to me. Like I do think that Challenge and Soul Heart characters should be counted. I just think you factored them a bit too much. But I still think they should be counted. It's actually a very good point. Because you said that, I almost think, regardless of poll result, I actually think maybe PhD should be lower on that basis. I actually completely agree.
That's fine. I just think it's really funny that it's 50-50.
50-50, exactly.
Oh, Lucky Foot barely won. Insane. 52%.
I think Lucky Foot deserves it. Just barely. This is like so close though.
It is insanely close, yes. But yeah, the Blood Dono was such a great point though. I'm so glad you realized that. Oh,
That's one of those things. I've been playing the game for years, and one day I looked at the wiki for PhD, and I saw that, and I'm like, how did I never notice this? And then after that, I feel like I would never forget.
It's so crazy, because it actually is like a massive perk of PhD.
Yeah.
If you're a red heart character.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Sweet. All right. X-ray vision. You know what? I don't think it's that bad, right? I mean, it unveils every single secret room. You don't need to use bombs.
It's literally, it's gonna save you like 2 bombs every floor, but it's also gonna, at least 2 bombs every floor, because sometimes your secret rooms, there could be multiple locations, and you might end up using like 2 or 3 bombs trying to find your secret room. So it's saving you at least 2 every floor. It might be saving you like 4.
Like, that's a lot of bombs, and,
yeah,
you know, in the later floors, it's a lot harder to guess where your secret room is. So it could save like way more bombs. I think it's at least B-.
When I get Cursor Lost, recently, when I get Cursor Lost, I started mapping out my floors, like drawing it out in Google Sheets. That is very much like, I know when I'm doing something that most people are not going to do. That's one of them. I think it's reasonable to say that this helps with Cursor Lost. Even though you can map out. I don't know, it's really nice getting your secret rooms. Actually, here's a good point as well. Sometimes you can't find your secret room, and like some people fight their boss first. The super secret room layout with the rotten beggar or the regular beggar, there's actually a super secret room layout with those beggars, and that's a pretty common layout you get. X-ray vision will mean that you always get that before your boss, meaning you're always going to go to your boss with the extra devil deal chance, which is actually kind of significant.
I think it has to be at least B-. I think you get a lot more benefit out of all your secret rooms than the quarter, 100%.
Yeah, the only downside to this item is you theoretically can get the same effect just by using bombs, but it is a lot of bombs.
It's a lot of I don't even think that's comparable because it's actually just a lot of bombs. Like you're not going to be able to find all your secret rooms in the late game. Like I actually think this definitely gives you secret rooms that you would not have gotten.
Yeah, no, I actually agree. So B- I can see. I could also see top or C+. I think this is like a good range for it somewhere.
I actually wonder. I think I'd rather have this than Bookable Isle. I'll be honest. Opportunity cost.
Ooh,
the thing is, like in late game, I actively just don't even want to look for my secret rooms because I just know I won't be able to find them. With this item, most of the time I'm just not even like looking for the secret room. Because, you don't want a full clear womb or anything, right? Most of the time what'll happen is I'm not even looking, and I'll just find it. Like, it'll just show up, and you just get the secret room. Like, I was not planning on searching for it.
I think maybe you're right, it's better than Belial, but I don't think it goes higher than Battery. I think it goes one higher.
See, now I'm okay with that, because Battery does have some crazy synergies. But yeah, I do think it's better than Belial, for sure. I think
Yeah, I can say this is like how I sometimes think like, is this a good placement? I try to see like what it's next to and like would I have a hard choice? If I got an item room that was Sad Onion versus X-Ray, I think I would be thinking. I'd be like, oh, what do I take here?
Yeah, me too.
And that's
actually.
the sign that they're meant to be in like this range.
Yeah.
I do think I would take Sad Onion, but it's quite close. And if I did take X-Ray, I think I would.
And again, there's another item I would have compared to Transcendence. Anyway, let me stop. Yeah.
No, it's Book of Shadows. It's Book of Shadows.
This is not Book of Shadows.
It's the same. It's actually better.
6-room charge Book of Shadows without the ability to shoot.
It's 4-room now. They got buffed.
Still more than Book of Shadows.
And hear this. It's only 6 seconds of invincibility, and Shadows is 10.
That actually is such a massive difference. How many coins are you getting out of Blood Dono?
Yeah.
You're probably getting like what, 4 or 5 coins out of this? Probably exactly 5.
Yeah. So I think this item is not that great.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. It's so much massively worse than Shadows. Yet, at a glance, it looks like it'd be the same thing, but it really just isn't.
You can use your tiers. That's all.
Yeah,
that's
that is absolutely the biggest problem. So Shadows has really insane endgame potential with synergies, whereas
and this doesn't.
Yeah, Unicorn just doesn't have that. Like you could have runs with
4.5 volt, it would be hard to get this.
Yeah.
4.5 volt. I don't think you do enough.
I don't think you can.
You need like car battery and like 9 volts.
This is effectively only slightly better than Book of Shadows at the very beginning of the run, and never ever again.
Yeah. So yeah, it's actually not amazing. It's probably like D tier.
That being said, I mean, it is still invincibility. It's 4-room charge now, which isn't terrible. You could use it to clear a big room. Obviously you still can't gain 5 coins from a Blood Dono. It's something.
I would rather have Yumheart. I think Yumheart's gonna give you more healing. That's like.
Yeah.
And also late game Yumheart's better. I've had some builds that have Yumheart at the end of the game, and they're just full red health builds, and it's actually.
What's throwing me off is that Yumheart feels a lot better than Shoop de Woop, but I guess Yumheart doesn't work on non-red heart characters.
I just think Yumheart is a fair bit better, so I think Unicorn needs to go down more.
Yeah, I'd rather have 10 bombs than Unicorn actually. Would I rather have the Doctor's Remote or Unicorn?
I think I would rather have Doctor's Remote.
Yeah, it's 2-room charge. It copies your tiers.
I would rather have Tammy's.
I would too. Yeah, you just clear a room.
I would rather have a speed up.
Well, you're actually right.
I think it's better than Bible.
Yeah, I think it stays right there.
Is that correct? Is this actually too hot? Like, should it go to D-? Is the question.
I think Bible being at the top of D- makes a lot of sense. And I think Unicorn's better than Bible.
I think this makes sense. I think that makes sense. I think we found a good place.
That's fine.
Oh, it's a good book. Okay.
So
our criteria for insane is a lot more strict, so I actually don't think this is insane, but I think it's A+.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. For most characters, so again, I've already said my criteria on the characters. 50% red heart characters, 25% soul, 25% challenge. That means
just because people watch this like without looking at the screen, and then sometimes they get mad at us because we don't name the item. Book of Revelations.
Book of Revelations. Sorry. Book of Revelations. So disregard the freaking Horseman, because I'll be honest, that I think only matters when comparing this directly to Satanic Bible. I think the Soul Heart generation is so much more insane than the negative of spawning the Horseman. It actually just doesn't even matter.
That being said, oh no, you're completely right. With that being said, Magic Mush is better.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't placing it here yet. It's A+. Yeah. It is A+. Like
it's definitely A+.
Okay, so so back to what I was saying. 75% of my consideration, you actually just win. Like this is a guaranteed win. Like more so than most of these items actually, even an A+. Like you have way too much health to actively. Like, you could actually damage tank with Book of Rev and just not lose. That's how crazy it is.
It's actually so much health. It does suck that it gets rid of your boss rooms, but it's like, it's not
It
even
actually
that
doesn't
big of
even
a deal.
matter because you get so many soul hearts. Like, how many times have you picked up, like, Binky or something and been like, let's go, the soul heart? Like, Binky's a whole ass tears up.
That's so true.
Binky's a whole ass tears up and a size down, but you don't even care. That's soul heart, though. That's one.
Yeah.
Every single 6 rooms, Book of Rev gives you a soul heart. It's so ridiculous. Like, soul hearts are so much massively beneficial than regenning a red heart, like for Yum Heart. Like, it's such a massive difference. And it works on way more characters than just red heart characters.
And it saves your Devil and Angel chance. That's very, very relevant.
Yes.
It's a big benefit of Soul Hearts.
So, okay, I'll put it this way. Without considering challenge characters, I actually think it's a more free win than at least these items below it.
I was actually gonna say exactly that. Now if you are considering the lost, then obviously
it does
lost
literally
would
nothing.
everything.
It actually is a negative item. Well, obviously you pick it up for Bookworm.
and keep it's literally just the challenge characters. However, on the Soul Heart characters, this is even better than normal. Like, this is really
like this
good.
is again, this is at least here, maybe even here. Like, I know Magic Mush is insane.
Okay, actually, here's what I would say. I would say Red Heart characters, it's below Magic Mush, but exactly like above Spoonman and below Magic Mush. I'd say on Soul Heart characters, it's above Magic Mush, and on challenge characters, it's kind of arse. But
yeah, that's actually a good point. I agree.
It feels a bit unfair to me to tank the item because it's bad on like 4 characters in the game.
I mean, at the end of the day, right? With this item,
Well, it's also an Angel Chance increase.
with this item, listen, obviously there's, like, that's not, when I say the 25% consideration, it's not, like, that much of, like, a serious statistic or anything. I just mean, like, it's enough in the same tier, for sure, for me to lower it, potentially even to the bottom of that tier. Maybe here.
We'd have to go above Dr. Fetus, yeah. But
yeah, like, let it be known, Soul or even Red Heart characters, it's like here or here.
I do think this is better than homing though, like pretty decisively.
Yeah, but I think the challenge characters are enough to drop it at least here. I think it's
Is
enough.
this spawnable and tainted loss? I don't think it is. It's not. Oh no.
That's the other thing. This item is technically like negative to take for those characters, albeit it's an active, so that doesn't really matter.
I think it can. Wait, why? Why can it spawn and tainted loss? That doesn't make sense.
That is
not
weird.
like not available to loss with birthright. Wait, let me get a HP up. Breakfast. Let me just see what tag it has. Does it have a tainted loss tag? It should.
Book of Rev voices the run itself. Yeah, I mean, Book of Rev, it's a simple active. It's just that good on both Red and Soul Heart characters. There's a reason why I consider, like, yes, for context chat, there's a reason why I consider challenge characters so highly. It's because those are the runs you're going to be losing the most, and the items that carry those characters are going to be, like, they're going to have that extra consideration.
Okay, wait, I figured it out. On the wiki, it will show when an item is available to Tainted Lost, and Book of Revelations doesn't have that tag, so it's not available to Tainted Lost. That makes sense. So it's only bad on the Lost and both Keepers. And the Lost has an ED6 in his
It's
kit,
also
which I
bad
do
on
think is
Tainted
legit.
Maggy.
Bad on Tainted Maggy? You're kind of right, yeah.
No, I just am right. It sucks on Tainted Maggy. It's actually just bad. You'd vastly rather have something like Book of Shadows. Or any other active item, honestly.
Well, no, you would rather have Book of Shadows. However, I actually think if you see this as Tainted Maggy, use it once, and you guarantee a cube of meat, and an orbit on Tainted Maggy is extra good.
I guess that's fair. That's a good enough point, but...
Like, you just pick it up for the instant 1 in 3 bookworm and the instant
yeah, I guess
cube of
it's
meat.
fair. It is fair.
You can just hold onto it until you find a better item and just get free
that is
silver.
a valid point. Like, fair enough for it to not be, like, useless, but it's still pretty bad. Like, compared to...
That's actually true. That's true on every character. Even the Lost. You can use... Actually, as the Lost, you can pick it up, use it once, and get your boss to drop a cube of meat. A single cube of meat, which is good, because on the Lost, you have a high chance that your boss item is useless to you, because it's like a HP up. You're turning it into a cube of meat, which is more likely to be useful. The orbital is extra good. And then, you also get 1 in 3 bookworm picking it up, and then you can re-roll it with ED6. It's actually not that bad on the Lost. Like, it's not to the level, but it's actually not useless at all.
Well, listen, when we're ranking an item this highly, the consideration of what is effectively what you're saying a D- effect actually doesn't even matter. Like, that is so... It's to a point where it's actually irrelevant when it's this highly ranked. Like,
I just think
that consideration is not nearly relevant
it.
enough to buff it above.
I just don't think it's enough to drop it below Cricket's Head and homing.
Again though, when it's this high quality items, the consideration of the characters is much more relevant than the point you just made. Because, yes, for those characters, you're right, it's no longer trash. It's now D-, but it's still way worse. Like, that actually just doesn't even really change anything. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Again, I just feel like it's just too much weighting to the challenge characters. It's just too much.
No, I disagree. I'm not even doing 25%. I'm doing way less than 25%. Like, way less. It's still in the same tier. Like, way less than 25%. This is like 5%.
Actually,
this is like 5%.
Even on Red Hot characters, it's not significantly better than Cricket's Head and homing.
Not really.
So, that being said, on Soul Heart characters, it is stronger. Like this is like one of the best Soul Heart characters.
I would like to say that, again, this is not 25% consideration. That is a very, like, you know, take that with a grain of salt is the best way I'll put it. This is not. I lowered it by 2 spots, when if I was really doing 25%, it would be like somewhere in B- or B+. All right? It's not really 25%. I'm just saying, like, yes, it deserves to move a few spots down in the same tier. 100%. It's not fair to the other items, these items in particular, that an item that is literally borderline useless on some of the characters, whereas these are good no matter what on every character, no matter what. That's not fair to these items.
I'm just gonna say it to chat, just so they know my perspective on this. I think I don't like ranking items in a situation where they are like in a situation where you're on a character that they are useless. So, for example, a regular health up, saying that a regular health up should go down because it's useless on the lost, I think, is a bit like unfair. Like, you're ranking an item that has no value. It's like you're basically not ranking an item. It just feels weird to me. I am okay though if an item is better on the challenge or Soul Heart characters to give it a boost. So I'm okay if it's
the
like
reason why
it's better on them, give it a boost. But if it's worse on them to the point where it's doing nothing, I don't think it's fair to drop it. That's how I see it.
The way I see that logic though is that it's unfair to the other items that are really good on every character. See, because by only seeing this item in the positive light, because that's effectively what you're doing, you're only looking at this item at its positive points, then you are disregarding the fact that these items are great on every situation, no matter what. That being said, obviously it still deserves this tier. I'm not saying it should go lower, because that would be too much of a consideration at that point. Because it's highs for the 75%, it's not actually 75%, you know what I'm saying, right? For the majority of the characters, is here or here. Alright, this is very high. But it is unfair to these items for me to only look at this item at its highest. That is just unfair. So I think the exact opposite of you in that direction.
I don't think it's unfair to other items because the other items, their position on the list is not changing. But the position of Rev is going down.
But that's the point. So it deserves to go down because it's not as good as the other items because the other items are good no matter what. That's the point. That's why these items are better. Because they're good no matter what.
It just feels weird to me when Rev is better than them in most scenarios, like almost all the time.
It's not almost all the time though. It's not almost all the time. So the reason why I said the 25%, 25% is not the 25% of the consideration. It's 25% of the time I'm playing Isaac. I think that's a better way of me putting it. 25% of the time when I'm playing Isaac, it's a Soul Heart character. 25% of the time when I'm playing Isaac, it's as a challenge character. 50% of the time when I'm playing Isaac, it's as a Red Heart character.
I mean, if we
that is a much better way of me putting my criteria out there. Because
isn't Eden streaking one of the most popular things that people do? That would mean that Red Heart characters are like 95%.
Well, that's fine. That's absolutely fine if you want to consider it that way. But I'm not. All right, I value challenge completion for every character, so I consider all the characters to differing degrees of rating. The challenge characters I will consider at 25%, even though there's less of them, because you're going to lose more runs as them and play more runs as them. So they need these items to be better. So they have a little bit more weighting. Same with soul heart characters, albeit there's more soul heart characters, so it's around the same weighting. And red heart characters, at the end of the day, there's the most red heart characters, so it's still 50%, which is fair. I think that's very fair. So yes, it's not like 25% of my ranking, because that is definitely misleading, because then it would be B+ or B-. It's just 25, so the way I see it, 25% of the time, this item is useless. That's how I see this item. And I think that's fair. 75% of the time, it wins you the run. 25% of the time, it's useless. There you go. I think it's a very fair way to put it.
Again, Tainted Lost is actually 0%. Like, any time you spend on Tainted Lost, any of the items that are useless to him won't appear. So, he's actually out of the question.
Okay, you know what? Tell you what. How do you feel about a poll on this? Criteria, all right? I will get rid of my criteria if I win. You will get rid of your criteria if you win. We will just follow the opposite person for the rest of the entire list. We're still somewhat early, so this is the best time we can do it. If you're that adamant against... Because I'm also adamant about the way that you rank. I think it's absolutely unfair to the other items. You think it's unfair to certain items as well. So we should really just get this out of the way, like right now. Because I think we can both effectively rank either way. We're both smart enough to understand how to rank either way. We just need a better criteria.
I think... I don't want it to be, like, so extreme. But if it's like... If your criteria wins, then I'll give more weighting to it. Then, yeah. But I'm not going to give 25. I think that's too much. But I will give more weighting.
No, okay. Again, it's not 25% of the list. It's 25% of the time that we're playing the game. So, again, 25% of the time when I pick up Book of Rev, I'd consider it useless. Which is fine. I think that's fair. 75% of the time you're winning the run is still an insane item. That's a 75% chance of just win. That's still really good. So what do you feel about? Do you think a poll is necessary for criteria, or should we just put it here and move on?
I'm actually not, like, even that against this placement. I'm just kind of like, the criteria thing keeps coming up.
I know. Well,
like,
it does come up a lot because, okay, look, Turt. I mean, we think very differently. It's fine. And we could keep going the way we're going, but the problem will come up, especially whenever we get to Placenta, because we've had a million DMs about that item. Our criteria are so vastly different for an item like Placenta that it actually just makes no sense to rank it with vastly different criterias. And this is this is obviously a much lesser case, because obviously we're still both putting in an A+ at the end of the day. But it's still, like, valid, I think, absolutely, to consider both of our takes. Obviously, I'm a little biased to my own take, that it's unfair to the other items, but whatever.
The only reason I don't want to do the poll is because I don't like it being so... I'm not a risk taker. I don't like it being so extreme. How about we just do a poll and we see what the result is, and then we can kind of decide if we want to, like... If the poll wins on your side enough...
Like, by a significant margin, that's fair.
Like... But even if it wins by a little bit, if I see, like, most people, I might just change my mind. I just want to see what the community thinks. I won't necessarily change my mind, but if,
criteria,
like, I might be convinced.
Okay. Off. Okay, so let me explain before I make this poll, alright? So it's literally going to be a very simple poll. It's going to be criteria off, later manner versus Turt, alright? Very simple. My criteria is that if an item is negative on a portion of the characters, then it should take a little, not a big, like most of the time it's going to be within the same tier of a negative. Maybe a very small tier change.
No, man, consistently you've dropped like a tier. Like quite a lot of items have dropped a tier. Like
Which
you wanted
ones?
to put Charm of the Vampire whole tier lower. You wanted to put
Which ones?
You're ranking off placenta without AFK strat when a whole tier lower.
Oh, well, that's completely different. No. I haven't finished that point yet. AFK is not what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about...
Without AFK strat.
No. AFK is not relevant to what I was saying just now.
Without... Man, without AFK strat, you put placenta in C+, and then you said it should be C- because of soul height characters. You dropped it to full tier. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, yeah, it could be a slight
So
tier
you
change.
could
I did
finish
just say
a
that.
little bit.
I did literally just say that. Did I not? Did I not just say it could be a slight tier change? Not 2 tiers, a slight tier change. That's what I just said.
No, you made it sound like you put it within the...
Okay, well, you misunderstood me.
realistically,
I said
put a full
slight
tier.
tier change for a reason. All right? There's a reason why I said that. Slight means 1 tier. All right? Anyways. Slight tier change means 1 tier. We'll never move more than 1 tier. Okay, so let me restart. My criteria is that it's unfair to items like Magic Mush, Twisted Spoon, or Cricket's Head to rank them compared to items that are only based on their high roll. So ranking Rev only based on red and soul heart characters is very not correct in my eyes. All right, anybody can think any way that they want. I think ranking only based on the good characters is a little bit disingenuous, honestly. I think the items that are great on every single character deserve that credit. Every single run you're going to gain benefit out of any of these, whereas, I mean, I would argue 25% of the time, maybe a little bit less because of Tainted Loss, but still, 20% of the time, sure, Book of Red does nothing, right? Just as an example. And that's why the health ups didn't move that much down really at all either, because it's not that massive of a difference, right? Like in terms of tier change worth. But yeah, I want to give considerations for all the characters and how they synergize with each other. So now, Turt, you explain your criteria really quick.
Yeah. So I actually think it's kind of the opposite. So Mana said it's like I'm ranking book shadows in the high roll scenario. I actually think it's the opposite. I think if you factor it in too much, you're just ranking book shadows in its ultimate low roll scenario, which is when it does literally nothing. And that feels unfair, because I'm not, like, I don't see it as moving Spoonbender and Cricket's Head down, because I'm not considering that. It's just moving, I don't consider it as moving those items down because Book of Revelations is above it. I see that as moving Book of Revelations down. The only item I see moving is Book of Revelations, like, relatively. And because of that, it just feels unfair on any item that is normally really good, but then specifically when you're playing a character, then it does nothing. Like, actually nothing. Yeah, I feel like Soul Heart characters not being able to use, like, red health generation items is a negative of the character, not a negative of the item. So I think if you have, like, a fully representative item list, it should be on how that item usually is, and usually you're playing a red health character. For the Soul Heart characters, like, you could almost just use a different list, because there's going to be a bunch of items they can't use. And I just don't really see the point in ranking that. I think a little bit, right? Like, someone said 10%. I think 10% is, like, kind of fair. But, like, yeah, I just, like, for this case with Book of Revelations versus Cricket's Head, I'm actually okay with it being there, because if you do give it a small nerf, it does land below, that's fine. But for, like, other things that, like, maybe when we get to Pyromaniac, when we get to Placenta, even without the AF, like, actually, no, let's not talk about Placenta, because that's too loaded with different things.
Yeah, the AFK strat needs to have its own separate poll. This is just for Red Heart consideration and stuff like that. Like, should we, okay. Oh, sorry, go.
Yeah, if you get something like Pyromaniac, where when you turn off the regen, it's suddenly, like, it's still good, actually, because of immunity, but
yeah,
it kind of makes the item a lot less good when you have no regen, and the regen is what makes it strong. It just feels weird not to rank that.
That being said, for my criteria, for an item like Pyromaniac, because it's very relevant for my criteria, Pyromaniac would only lower it within the same tier. Alright? Get that through your head. Maybe a slight tier drop. Alright? It depends on where it lands in, I mean, spoiler alert, it's probably insane, alright? Or maybe A+. It depends, right? Actually, it's probably A+ now that I think about it, now that I think about all the other insane items. Either way, that doesn't matter. If it's A+, though, it definitely won't move down to A-, no matter the consideration of the characters. Like, take Book of Rev as a good example, alright, for my criteria. It moved down 2 spots. All right. I just want to consider it a little bit.
I think it's fine. I think in other cases where you're dropping things potentially a full tier, that feels too much. Like, it feels like you're...
Look, to me, ranking Pyromaniac or any of these items specifically as red heart characters and saying you cannot drop them because of other characters is disingenuous. I think it's unfair. That's my main takeaway from this. I think that's unfair to the other items that are great on everyone. Anyways, should I make the poll now?
Yeah.
Alright, let's do it. Boom. I am actually gonna go to the bathroom while this goes off. Actually, no, I'm kind of curious. I want to see how it goes off. Let us see. We already said that, but we're just curious, right? We want to see what y'all think. What do y'all think is a more fair criteria? Turt mentioned in DMs as well that he thought a red heart item should never be lowered. Which I think I've actually kind of changed his own criteria on that point, at least a little bit. At least I hope.
I've always... No, I didn't mean never be lowered. They can be lowered a little bit. I don't want them lowered like a full tier.
It's just a full tier is not as much as you really think it is. Like, in the context of the entire list, a full tier is not that crazy.
No, actually, in the context of the entire list, where we're gonna have, like, 50 items in a tier eventually, a full tier is a lot. Like, it's a lot.
Well, it depends. I mean, obviously later on, if there's a lot more items, then we can always remove. But yeah, I mean, the list is a little bit close. I'm winning about 60%.
Yeah, I was curious if it was, like, a significant in either way. Yeah.
I'm actually gonna go to the bathroom.
I think this is
I'm actually
continue doing what we're already doing.
I'm actually
fine with the Book of Revelations placement specifically.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, I just got here which option is which. If you don't know which option is which, you probably just shouldn't vote, because we kind of had to do a big explanation on, like, what they mean. That is a bit, yeah. Because, yeah, it kind of took, like, we had to explain, like, fully, like, what our criteria are, so, yeah, you can't really vote if you didn't hear it. It's actually extremely close. Hi, Turt, how are you? I'm good. I am... Honestly, my sleep schedule, I fixed it. Like, after last stream, I ruined my sleep schedule. I fixed it. But then the last 2 days, I ruined it again. So I might stay for a while. Because my sleep schedule's already bad now. So yeah, I guess we're gonna do, like, our rate in terms of ranking has been really slow this one. Do I ever clip the leaves on my V2 model? No, I can't say I have. That is correct. Just because the character sucks shouldn't be the item's problem. Yeah, like I'm fine lowering it a little bit, but yeah, like I feel like as a general case, most of the time, like, red heart characters are, like, the base, right? So, it just feels weird. It feels weird because it's not like it's a little bit worse on the challenge characters. It does nothing. And it's like, well, you're not even ranking an item. You're ranking nothing. It's like, it's a bit weird. It's just too much, I think. But I don't mind, like, a small. For the Revelations case, specifically, I can kind of get behind it, because I think even on the red heart characters, it's not that much better than Cricket said. 24-hour ranking stream when? Never. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. We just have 2 different time zones. If we were in the same time zone, potentially, I could see it. But it could never be fair. Like, one of us would have to wake up, like, literally in the middle of the night. Like,
yeah.
And have less sleep. Like, it just doesn't work. Like, if we were both... Again, if we're on the same time zone, it'd be possible. But not here.
Yeah.
For sure.
Anyway, okay, so this is so close that I think we just keep doing what we do, where we just...
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
At the very least, I'm glad to see. I've already said before, I don't, you know, even though I did win, it's not by enough for it to be significant enough. At the very least, I can show off to Turt that clearly my criteria is not crazy. All right, it's also not unfair. Because enough people.
Actually, I wonder how many of your votes were you should consider it versus like voting you because they think you should consider it, but not to the point where it's 25%. Because I have seen quite a few people in chat say 25% is too much, and I'm not sure if they would have voted me or you.
Well, in that case, they would have voted you more so than my consideration.
I'm not actually sure. I'm not sure if someone thinks 25%, but
either way
is too much.
Either way, the 25%. Either way, just understand the 25% is very arbitrary. All right, that doesn't really mean that much. All right, in the grand scheme of things, it just means that a percentage of my runs in Binding of Isaac, the item does nothing. All right, it doesn't have to be 25%. In this case, it's less because Tainted Lost doesn't even get the item. Right, it's 20%, something like that. I don't freaking know. It's an arbitrary number. It doesn't really mean anything. I just mean like it's considered. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, yeah. For Book of Revelation specifically, I do just want to make sure that you are considering that on Soul Heart characters it's actually stronger than normal.
Oh, it absolutely is. No, I agree with what you said. It's above Magic Mush in that case. Do I? No. Well, could it actually be insane on Soul Heart characters specifically?
I think specifically on them, maybe.
Yeah, but it is, you know, I mean, the percentage of Soul Heart characters is not that high to raise it above an entire tier. Like, if this was like...
I agree.
Like
that's why I would still put it... Like, I almost see the Soul Heart thing as cancelling out the challenge character thing.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, no. The problem is that... No, it doesn't. It definitely does not cancel it out. It's not even close, actually. I can't even believe I said that for a second. The difference between the uselessness of the challenge characters and the benefit of Soul Heart characters is not close at all. The absolute uselessness of challenge characters is literally borderline nothing. So no, I don't agree at all. Actually, never mind. Like we're talking about a potentially insane compared to D+ or D-. It's not close at all.
See, that is like right there. That is like the main issue I have with your criteria is that it doesn't matter how good the item is. It could be SS++, and it could still and the on challenge character it is still 0. Like it can drop infinite placement just because.
But it didn't. Made for okay, wait. But do you see where I placed it? It didn't.
I know. I'm just saying, like, I feel
it just moved some spots. It's not even that different. It really isn't like that different at all. Like, I would agree if I put it in B+ or B-, which again is where it would have gone. But no, it's not that strict. It really just isn't. Like, it's just a way to think about it, you know.
Yeah, it's fine. We can leave Book of Revelations there. It's good.
The mark.
It's just better than growth hormones. It's growth hormones, but with dark art.
Is it literally the same stats?
I think it is. Let me check.
For some reason, I feel like growth hormones is more damage.
They are the exact same, but Mark has a black art on it.
You just checked? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Alright, fair enough.
It is the exact same. And also it's Leviathan transformation. Okay, it's not Spun transformation, but it is Leviathan transformation, so...
I actually think Leviathan is better than Spun, specifically because it's more consistent. I mean, I think Spun might be like...
Probably. Spun is too... It's not consistent to get Spun, yeah. But Leviathan you can...
Leviathan, if you're going double deal route, it's very easy to get. Like, Leviathan is so much easier to get than Seraphim.
Yeah.
Pact. I like Pact.
Okay, well, Pact is better than Mark.
Yeah, I agree. The problem with Pact is that if you're already at max tier rate, then it's just like worse than most of the other damage ups because it's less of a damage up.
Yeah.
But the tiers up is significant. Like, I'm pretty sure the tiers up on this alone is higher than the other tiers ups, isn't it?
No, it's the same as the tiers up. Okay, so specifically, it's the same as Sad Onion, but it also gives you plus 0.5 damage, which is worse than Steven, but it's still extra damage, and you're still getting tiers. And then you're also getting 2 black hearts.
Yeah, I think those 2 black hearts is such a carry as well. Any, like, Devil Deal item that gives you health back as well is just so useful. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I think this is completely fair. Dead cat. Okay, so this one's an interesting one. Do we consider this item for... I think we should at least give not like a whole tier's worth of consideration, but we should give a little bit of consideration that this is mostly being found in Devil Deal, where you could take it for free.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, like not a full tier, just a little bit of consideration, right? Just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
So yes, most of the time, when you get this, it's just really good. Like it only ruins like huge red heart builds, which is fair. It's still a negative. Like if you
does happen a fair amount, I feel like this item is either really, really good or it's untakeable.
Yeah. Here's the thing, right? Like this is another reason why it's a little complicated. Dead cat. Let's just put it out there right now. This is like top 3 best items for Lost, or any of the challenge characters for that matter.
But here's the thing with my criteria: if an item is really good for a challenge character, I'm willing to raise it a little bit.
Yeah, but
for that.
A little bit. Okay, for this case, like, this is why I say 25% of the time, because again, like, a big portion of your Isaac playtime is going to be as challenge characters. Like, I don't think it's that insane to say, like, at least specifically when doing the marks. I don't think it's that insane to say that 25% of your playtime for the marks is challenge characters. So
I actually think that is definitely a high roll. It's definitely less than 25%.
I don't think it's that crazy. Maybe 20. Either way, that doesn't... Again, the number is arbitrary. My point is that it's not that crazy of a take. So... Okay. Dead cat is very weird, because obviously it's debatably negative on red heart characters, but you could also take it and then just gain health out of it.
Even, so remember that Tainted Blue Baby test I did? And Dead Cat showed up, and it was my last Guppy item, and I wouldn't have taken it, but you wanted me to take it, and it's kind of funny, so I took it, and then it ended up kind of killing my run if I didn't get Genesis. That is a consideration. Okay, well, you just don't take it there, but, like, yeah, there are times where, like, even on Soul Heart characters, if you have a lot of health and you see this, you just kind of can't take it sometimes.
Do you think it's biased to say that this one's okay, or just don't take this item mentality because it's a Devil Deal item and you have multiple choices?
I would still rather not factor in item pool. The thing is, when I think of, like, oh, when you take it, how bad is it? It still gives you 9 lives. It's, even when you take it on accident, like from a blind item, for example, like a blind red chest, maybe. It's still not, like, it's still not going to kill your run, probably not. It can be bad. I mean, I've had runs where I clutch up on the 1 heart, on the 9 lives.
This is, okay, look, this is an item that I think I actually think it deserves to move up at least a full tier because of how insane it is on challenge characters. Like, all of them, okay, and look, this is very relevant, even on Tainted Lost, because it shows up on Death Certificate. This is the item I think I take every time with Death Certificate on Tainted Lost. And I don't think it's a throw at all. I absolutely think it's the best item on Tainted Lost, if you actually can take it.
I think factoring this in, that you can get it from Death Certificate on Tainted Lost, is a bit weird.
I'm just saying, because realistically, this is one of the best items you can get, or Mantle. To be fair, Mantle is also very valid. But I mean, you know, you already have the extra chance of holy cards, so, like, you can make the argument. Either way, right? It's either best or second best, is my point. Like, I don't know. This is such a weird item because, again, it's... That being said, I don't think... I'll put it out there right away. I am talking highly about it right now. It's not going... It probably doesn't even go in A-. Probably not. It definitely doesn't go A+, that's for sure. It's just its highball is so high. I'm okay
putting it higher up in B+.
It's just that, like, it absolutely saves some runs. And as Soul Heart characters, too, it's really good.
I'm okay putting it higher up in B+. I think,
It's just, like, keep in mind that this is an item that's top 5 as all the challenge characters. Like, actually.
So you know what? I'm thinking about it. Pact should probably go over Rosary. Because I even think I'd put Pact over Transcendence.
Oh, 1/3 Guppy. For some reason, this entire time I forgot that it's 1/3 Guppy. I mean, that's obviously insane. Pact should go over Rosary. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know, like, Dead Cat, like, I actually think it's more run-changing even on just Red Heart or Soul Heart characters than any of the damage ups. Because, like, you could play out Blood Donos or Devil Beggars with it, you could take extra Devil Deals for free, you know, like, just on death. Like, this is a strat that I think most of us just do. Hell, I did it on stream the other day, when we did the other stream. I just freaking took Dark Matter, because why not? I died and I get the item for free. Like, this happens a lot on double deal routes.
I'm actually okay with it being at the top of B+. It does have downsides.
It definitely does have downsides, and that's fair.
But it is really good on the Lost. Like, it's almost an instant win as the Lost.
Yeah. No, I actually think it is an instant win on the Lost. I'll be honest. I think you get enough benefit from it on Lost.
Yeah, I actually don't remember the last time I lost a Dead Cat Lost run.
No,
I don't think
that's like actually impossible, yeah.
So, okay, so what I would consider is there are times where this is a bad pickup, but it's like kind of okay to, like, it's not going to affect your run that much to just skip it. But then you can kind of cancel out that aspect with the fact that it's really good on the Lost. And then, like, when you get it, like, when you don't have red hearts or you don't have much health and you get to pick it up, it's better than damage lost, I think. It's also a 3rd Guppy. So I think top of B+ actually makes sense. I think it's just right there.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I can accept that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's right there, actually. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's fine. Because I think this is fine for me. Because if challenge characters didn't exist, I think I'd actually put it, like, top of B-. So I think that just feels correct.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, I'm kind of cancelling out the challenge character thing with the downside of it. So that it kind of, like, equals out. And then it ends up, like, right there.
Okay, that's fine. So this is Flight and Speed, right?
Actually, that being said, sometimes it just kind of does nothing. Like...
But when it does something, it, like, actually just saves the entire run. It's so game-altering, is the thing. Like,
it's also 3rd Guppy. It's a bit of, like, a...
The Guppy? Okay, no. Honestly, okay, I'll put this out there right now. The Guppy consideration is good enough to even possibly move it to bottom of A-. The fact that you buy this for Devil Deal, no matter what, for free, right? For free. You have lives now. You can just take as many Devil Deal items as you want for the rest of the run effectively. Now, you have no worry about missing out on a Guppy item. You can pick up all the Guppy items from this alone, just because of the lives. You get the guaranteed Guppy items. Like, if it shows up, you're going to be able to get it.
Yeah.
Like, I absolutely think it's a massive point.
Usually the question of Guppy is, does it show up? It's not, can you afford it? It's, does it show up?
That's true. But still, I mean, it happens that you can't afford a Devil Deal item. Like, those times where you get, like, those insane items in Devil Deal and you just don't have the health for it and it sucks ass. It happens, you know?
I'm actually fine with it being right there. It feels...
I just feel like it feels correct to be above the damage ups no matter what. Like, I actually think it's a good bit above the damage ups.
Because you can even use this, like, on a sack room. Like, if you're a red health character, you don't have much red health.
Sack rooms is actually, like, really consistent.
Just sack room all of the health, all of the lives.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it gives you all the procs, you know?
Yeah. You have to keep one of them, because if you lose the Dead Cat, you lose the Guppy progress as well.
Mm-hmm. I would argue this is the best Guppy item.
It probably is. Yeah. I'm okay with it being there, actually.
Alright, let's do it.
Yeah.
Demon Wings.
Okay. So, I actually think, I've been thinking about it. I thought, oh, this is a lot worse than Flight and Spectral. I actually have started thinking that Flight and Spectral is... Well, getting Spectral on Flight, I think it's actually a little bit overrated. I think the Spectral on is, like, mostly convenience and not actually, like, really necessary. And in that sense, Speed is actually, like, not as much of a difference that I thought. I still think Spectral's better, but I actually think the Speed on the Flight is better than people give credit for. So...
If you think that Speed is better than Spectral, then I will just full-on disagree.
I didn't say that. I said Spectral's still better.
Okay, fair enough.
But I think it's actually not as big of a difference as I thought.
I'll be honest.
I used to think it was a big difference.
I'll be honest.
Over time, I'm starting to think it's less of a difference.
I'll be honest. I actually think this is one of the worst worser speed up. I mean, flight items. I think this and Holy Grail. Well, does this give Leviathan? At least then it'll give like some.
Yeah,
dark
this is
cards.
Leviathan progress too.
I guess there's that as well, so it's something.
I mean, why do you need Leviathan when you have flight already?
Well, you get some dark cards. It's just something.
Yeah.
I'm just right now. I'm directly comparing it to Transcendence. So, I think Holy Grail, this one, and Transcendence. Like obviously Holy Grail and Demon. What the frick is this item called? Lord of the Pit.
Lord of the Pit.
Yeah, okay. Lord of the Pit, Holy Grail, and Transcendence feel comparable. Obviously, Lord of the Pit and Holy Grail are better. I mean, they just objectively are. They're flight plus
Yeah, of course.
a smaller effect. But this is where I would agree that that flight is doing the heavy lifting. This is where flight is doing the heavy lifting. I don't agree for Spectral. I think Spectral actually is multiplicative with flight because it's a literal synergy into one. Like Spirit of the Night absolutely deserves to be a tier or two higher because that's just a really good synergy. Like it just is.
Just someone in chat said, do we need to bring out the Lost pre-Spectral again? So I know that obviously adding Spectral to the Lost made him a lot better. Although that happened at the same update as Holy Mantle. So
I mean, nobody's doubting that Holy Mantle is better on Lost.
No, I'm just saying, giving Lost Spectral feels like a bigger deal because he was so bad that any small buff, I think if Lost got a 0.3 speed up, it would feel very significant as well.
It's not
Spectral,
as comparable to Spectral.
better.
It just isn't. I'm sorry.
Spectral is better. I think that literally before this stream, like right before this stream, I did a test. I basically recreated the Lost, but I don't have Spectral tiers. Like
but you had
I
Mantle.
Holy Mantle.
It's so different.
And without Spectral on my flight, to be honest, there was like I don't actually think Spectral saved me hit at all that run. I don't think having Spectral mattered like almost at all. There were times it was convenient. There were times where I thought, oh, if I had Spectral here, I would clear this room a little bit faster. But by being patient and just staying over the rocks, I actually never needed Spectral. I never needed it. There were a few times where it was a little bit convenient and it like might have made rooms a little bit easier, but it wasn't that necessary. I actually think a speed upgrade might have helped more, but that being said, speed is so common that I would rather have Spectral because Spectral is more unique. And Spectral still helps like a fair bit. So, but I just don't think it's as big. I don't think adding Spectral to flight is as big of a deal as people make it out to be. I really don't.
I disagree. Anyways, Lord of the Pit. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that much higher than Transcendence, no matter where it goes. I mean, I would put it... I don't even think the speed up is enough to carry it above the infinite keys. For context, chat, I think Transcendence is very comparable to everything in B-. Like, actually. Like, this is just our midpoint for right now. But...
The midpoint's already higher now, by the way. The midpoint would be probably above Pentagram. Actually no. I'd leave it there for now.
Admittedly, I'm a little bit... I mean, speed up... The speed up's nice. It's just... This is a situation where it actually just doesn't even matter that much. I mean... I don't think it changes the item that much. I actually might even consider just the potential to get Leviathan and 2 Dark Hearts as a little bit higher. I don't know.
I think speed with flight is also a really big, like, good combo.
It's
Having
fine.
more speed.
It's fine, but you already have so much extra.
So common.
Yeah,
speed is so.
Not only is speed very common, but the thing is that you already gain so much movement from flight alone that the speed doesn't do that much. Like, obviously, you know, it couldn't hurt to have the extra speed. Obviously, it's better than Transcendence, no doubt.
What you're saying right now about the speed of the flight is how I feel about Spectral with flight. I feel like Spectral are like, you already have the ability to move over rocks and kind of hide, that you don't actually need the Spectral because you can just kind of like shoot around the rocks and then use them as cover. Like, you don't actually need the Spectral. Like, I feel like Spectral without flight
Spectral will
actually-
always help. It makes your run go a lot easier, a lot smoother, a lot quicker in terms of rush marks. It is so significantly different. You can shoot through any single rocks or obstacles, not just rocks, any obstacles, and it's just free. It absolutely is free. It's not even close. I don't even consider it in the same tier. I consider it way higher. That being said, I think even when I was considering Transcendence to have Spectral, I could actually see Spirit of the Night going like right below Rosary instead of where I had it in the previous stream.
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
So maybe it's not 2 tiers. I think, but I absolutely think it's good enough to be above an entire tier, 100%. It's a huge combo. So
anyway, with the speed on that,
I'm not entirely against doing this either for my placement, just because Skeleton Key is kind of close to Transcendence in my eyes. Same with Hail of Fly, same with Jar Shots, same with all this. I could consider any of this stuff comparable to Transcendence is the problem.
So I'm actually looking, I thought that the midpoint, I'm actually looking at like some of the better damage ups like Growth Hormones. I actually think Growth Hormones versus Transcendence. I think Transcendence versus Pentagram is really easy pick Transcendence for me. Transcendence versus Growth Hormones, I still think I picked Transcendence, but it's actually getting a bit closer. Versus the Mark, I still think it's Transcendence, but it's very close. So I think my Transcendence placement is above the Mark. Then Lord of the Pit, the speed up, again, I feel like Flight is doing the heavy lifting. So even when adding things to Flight, I don't actually think the placement gets that much higher because it's Flight that's like the big
Oh, well,
deal.
yeah, I mean, here I agree 100%. That's what I've been saying this whole time. This is where I agree.
So,
it's just I think you underrate Spectral way too highly. Like, way too hard.
So I think that Lord of the Pit probably, and I consider Rosary like inconsistent Flight. That's like, if you count guaranteed Flight from Rosary, then the amount of soul hearts you get in the tiers up is obviously better by a lot. But it's just not consistent, and also you're losing an item pool when you get the Bible. So I think because of that, but then so I think Lord of the Pit might be better for it just for that. Lord of the Pit versus the Pact is probably still the Pact. So I think I would put Lord of the Pit right above Rosary. If Transcendence is our midpoint, then
Alright,
just
fine.
put it right there. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
The nail.
So this item is an item.
So you actually like don't even like this item. I still think it's pretty good. I think the ability to effectively have infinite rock destroying ability, right? You can break any tinted rocks you want. You can find crawl spaces and stuff, and you get a budget Book of Rev on top of that. It is like obviously there's a big difference between a half soul heart and a full soul heart, but it's really just like still very good. I actually think you underrate this item quite a bit. Like, you do still get a good amount of value. Obviously, with the extra tinted rocks you're breaking, that's just nice, right? Even in battle, like, you get a damage up. This is good to use in the middle of a boss fight. Like, it has aspects to it.
I think
pretty
the
good.
last time we talked about it was the Devil list. I think it didn't do well in that list because that list was stacked. In this list, it's probably B somewhere.
Okay.
It's better than Belial.
It's definitely better than Belial, for sure.
So, I mean, even just using it in a enemy room, I mean, it's 6 charge, but if you use it against the boss, it's the same damage off as Belial.
Yeah. And you get a half a soul heart.
It's a speed down, but
and
it's
you
not
can
a big
break
deal.
stuff. Yeah.
I think it's probably better than the Tears Up. It's probably... I'm going to ignore Chocolate Milk because I think Chocolate Milk needs to be higher, so I'm just going to ignore it. Because it would be weird for me to compare. Halo of Flies... I think it's better than Skeleton Key.
I could actually see it in B+, bottom of B+.
I don't quite think B+.
That's fine.
Uh...
I mean, soul hearts are just really nice. Like, you just always use it.
It's just not enough, I don't think. It's just really not
It's
enough.
something. I mean, it really is. Like, this is like, again, it's a budget Book of Rev. And a budget Book of Rev is still really good. Plus, it's like a midway point between Book of Rev and Book of Belial. So, like, in a way. Like, you kind of get the effect of both. Like, a budget effect of both in a way.
Half a heart is so much less than a full
Okay,
heart.
I'll be honest. Okay, you know what? No, I'll say this. I think Nail's significantly better than Belial and then being on the same tier, even though they're at opposite ends, I don't think that's right. I think Nail's a lot better than Book of Belial.
You're kind of right though, but maybe that's because Belial's too high. Like I think Belial should be in C+.
No, I think Nail. I think you just underrate the half a soul heart. It's still nice, like it just is. Like it's soul health. Like how's that not good? Like okay, let's put it this way. Think about all the health you get from Book of Rev. Half that. That's still insane. That's still a lot of health. All right, can you at least agree with that?
Yeah, maybe I'm just underrating it. I feel like I would take a damage, like in a Devil Deal, I would take a damage up instead. I think it being inactive is part of the problem.
No, I agree that I probably take a damage up for sure, but I think it's like a lot better than the items in B- to a point where it deserves a tier change.
You know what? I think it's fair. That's fair enough.
Yeah, I think that yeah, like thinking about it, like if you half the amount of soul hearts you get from Book of Rev, that's still a lot of soul hearts. I think that's fair. This is like literally one of the best glow up items ever, the shovel. On item buffs, this crap is gonna go like S tier, bro. I love it. I mean,
it's actually kind of crazy. It's basically +1 item per floor.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. So for any repentance only gamers, the shovel used to only, we need to go deeper, I think it's called.
Yeah.
It used to only skip you to the next floor, and that kind of sucks ass unless you're really in need to reach boss rush, I guess. But, you know, if you're skipping the extra boss item and all the other items of that floor, then usually you're hindering yourself too much. So it was just kind of a bad item. But now you could use it on a cosmetic like thing on the ground on any floor and get a guaranteed crawl space. Insane buff, like absolutely, like that's all they needed to do, and it's an insane buff. It's basically an item spawner.
Yeah, the thing is, a crawl space isn't always going to have an item in it, so you can't think of it as +1 item per floor because you might not get an item in the crawl space, and also if you happen to get another way to get a crawl space, like an EWAS or, you know, a reverse world card, or you just naturally find one in a rock.
Right.
It's not too common you'll get crawl spaces, but you could. On that floor, the shovel does nothing, so...
Yeah. It's also important to note that you still can use it to skip a floor. That use of it is much more niche, but...
Mana, do you know the secret room tech with this?
I'm not aware. What is it?
Okay. If you're unsure where your secret room is, you can try using this on the door before you place a bomb. And if the trapdoor appears below your feet, it means there's no secret room there. If it appears like a few tiles away, it means there's a secret room there.
That's actually so cool. Wait, I love that. I mean, it saves one bomb and you use a 6-room charge item, but still, it's cool.
Yeah, you're probably using your first charge to find a crawl space. Your second charge probably on that, and then you go in the next floor.
Yeah, so I guess you save maybe one bomb a floor.
You can save like you might be able to save bombs.
That is cool though. That is cool, but that is cool, but I don't think that actually changes the spot at all. I don't know. I mean, obviously, you know, when you're getting that many crawl spaces, also the opportunity to get a black market is there, right? Like that's a lot of crawl spaces. It's possible.
Yeah.
Black markets can be game changing if you get it. So there's a good bit of high roll there. Do I think that high roll is better than the high roll of getting like a key bum for skeleton key or a holy chest? I'm not sure.
I personally think skeleton key is actually too high. Every run I do, it feels like I never am short on keys that often.
Yeah,
so
you never
skeleton.
You never. It's high roll, and you could also just not have enough keys. Turt's also a little biased because he only ever does mother runs. Chest runs, you definitely do have plenty of runs where you just run out of keys. It happens. And you know, Hush Room is also very valid. There lots of keys you use all at once. Yeah, I mean, I definitely still think the usability and guarantee of having a golden key every single floor is really good.
I think Shovel's 100% higher than skeleton key.
That's actually fair.
Like everything.
You know what? It actually might even just be better than Nail. I might be underrating it a little bit.
I think it is too. I actually think in the short term damage is better. In the long term, Shovel's better.
Yeah.
Now it is taking up your active slot.
It is somewhat of a min-max active. Like you're getting stuff out of it that you couldn't have gotten before.
Yeah. But there is opportunity cost. Like you have the Shovel in your active slot, but if you had I don't know, the nail instead, you'd rather pick up damage up and then take a different active. So maybe damage up is better.
Although, now that I'm thinking about it, I just realized nail kind of has a little bit of shadows in it when I think about it. Because it's both a battle active and a min-max active. You can break rocks with it, you gain soul hearts from it, and you use it on final boss to get a damage up. It's Belial. So actually, no, I think nail is better.
Would I rather have a half heart every 6 rooms, or would I rather have an extra item probably?
Oh, well, definitely the item, but you're not considering the entire item. This is both a battle active and a utility active at the same time. Like,
you know what? I actually think it's fair. Put nail higher. That's kind of weird to me. I do actually agree that I underrate nail. Like, I can see when I'm.
I mean, yeah, it's literally
like,
Belial and half of Book of Rev into one item, and
yeah,
you get to break all the rocks in a room just for free.
Yeah.
So you save bombs.
Okay.
That being said,
okay,
I still think I'd take an inherent damage up over nail. I think. But I could definitely see nail. Like, I could see the argument for nail going above all the damage ups as well, which is kind of crazy.
I could see the argument for both shovel and nail going higher than damage.
Yeah. You know what though? No, I can't see nail. I'm sorry, I can't see shovel, because shovel you definitely need to get like exceptionally early.
Yeah, and if you low roll, then you would have rather had damage.
Like, nail is great at any run, at any point of the run that you pick it up. Shovel, it needs to be early. Like, actually just needs to be early. Like, it's not even like D6, where D6 is better early, like way better early. You can still use D6 against boss items, and it's still nice. Shovel is actually useless.
Yeah, if you find shovel too late, it's... I mean, okay, actually, at the very least, when you find shovel the first time, assuming you're not finding a double deal, when you find shovel for the first time, you get 1 crawl space immediately on that floor. Like, so at the very least, you're getting 1 crawl space.
Ooh, Micah makes a good point. If you find batteries with nail as well, or battery baby, bunch of coins, you can just farm max HP, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Nail, like, definitely still has min-max strats. Like, again, it's budget Book of Rev, along with a battle active effect. Like, it is really good.
I actually don't think it's that much better than shovel, I think. But
I mean, it's fine. It's fine for them to be next to each other.
I can see them both going above damage ups, though, is the thing. Like,
I can never... That's the problem, though. I can never see shovel, but I can see nail.
Shovel does give you an immediate crawl space, like, the moment you see it.
It's just like, again, I just think you're underrating nail. Nail's just really good. Like, it actually just is. I mean, any of the soul heart effects, like, okay, I'll put it this way. You definitely get more soul hearts out of nail than you do out of rosary. You just do. Like, especially
honestly,
when... Especially...
Yes, but not much.
Yeah, but you also have battle aspect. You also have rock destroying aspect, which could lead to more soul hearts, or chests, or bombs, or anything.
I actually think, considering if you assume that you're going to hit Seraphim and Rosary, 6 soul hearts is... Like, you're probably going to get more with nail in the long run, but it's going to take a while. It's going to take a long while.
Yeah, but you know what? This is a case.
Nail.
This is a case where I think nail actually benefits more. Because if you get 6 soul hearts, there's a chance that you already have too many, and you're just going to waste the soul hearts. But gaining a half soul hearts every time you use it is going to be useful throughout the entire run.
I guess.
Like, getting a mass amount of soul hearts is actually weaker IMO. That's why Book of Rev is so useful as an active, because you can just have the soul health for the entire run. If you lose if you're at max soul hearts, you lose a soul heart and wound, guess what? Use Book of Rev, you're back at full. That's the point. That's why it's actually
honestly,
good.
I think damage up is better than nail, like, for sure. I think having a damage up means you're going to take a little bit less damage. You're probably going to save a hit every 6 rooms from damage up.
I mean, again, I'm
massive.
not... Again, damage is fine. I'm not trying to argue that nail is for sure better than damage. I can see the argument, though. Because, I mean, the damage up is actively just higher for boss battles. Like, it just is. And... Like, damage basically only wins because of rooms. Like, actually, it's only rooms. Because if you're being optimal, absolutely you use nail on every boss battle. Because why wouldn't you? It's just a big damage up.
Well, it's only +1 damage over Steven in the boss room, but still, it is better.
But yeah, I mean, it's better, though. So, I could absolutely still see the argument for nail above.
I think this placement's good for all three
Yeah,
of those
I mean,
items.
honestly, the only thing that's keeping it below for me is the fact that it takes up your active slot.
Yeah.
Like, that's
I
it.
think that's actually a real issue.
But, like, it's a good active? Like, it just is? So, does it really matter? I don't know.
I think it's good there. Deck of cards.
Nail also does contact damage, pause.
Wait, insane.
Deck of cards, yeah. Deck of cards is a good one.
This is one of the best filler actives, I think. Like, just to have it, you can't complain with the card every
No,
6
you
moves.
can't.
It's just nice.
It's really nice. I mean, there are a lot of good cards.
Like, if I'm stuck with deck of cards my entire run, like, I might buy this in an early shop and go, I might get something better later. And if I don't get something better later, I'm fine. I'm happy enough.
Like it right here. What about you?
I also do not mind it right there. I think
That just feels correct.
Feels right. I think Shovel probably is better getting actual items.
Yes.
But I also think it's better than Skeleton. Yeah, no, I think it's just right there. There might not be much to discuss. I think we just agree.
Cards.
It's just right there.
Cards, my guy. Cards. I definitely think
Cards
it's a better
are really
active than Belial. There you go.
Yeah, I do agree. Monstro Turt.
Insane! We like on rip. We're so tied on that. That was great. Oh wait, actually, wait. Before I do this, I saw this earlier, and I actually agree with it. Can we actually just rank Death Certificate now? Because we all know.
No.
It's just like it's all we all know it's gonna take up the top 5 spot.
In order. We have to do it in order.
Whatever, fine. Well, at the very least, it's not the very final item, so I guess it's fine. It's just I don't want it to like. Yeah, it's fine.
If I ever decide to make timestamps, that will require me to actually want to do it. But if I ever decide to make timestamps on these videos, I would want them in order.
Yeah.
Like ranked in order.
I guess that makes sense. Okay.
Monstro Turt.
I mean, it does what it does. Okay, I suppose it kills an early game boss.
Let me just check something with Mr. Boom. I'm pretty sure Mr. Boom does more damage than this.
No way, really?
Mr. Boom does 185, and Monstro's Tooth does 120. And Monstro's Tooth is 3-room charge. So yeah, it's definitely lower than that, like by a bit.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was less. That's crazy.
It's definitely less than Anarchist Cookbook. It's probably an E. Somewhere in E. That feels... I kind of prefer the poop. Am I crazy?
That petrified poop combo goes crazy.
It actually does, though. I think it's right there. I think we're done. Our work here is done.
Like, honestly, if you're being optimal with poop, I want poop above treasure map.
Honestly, it feels wrong to me. It feels wrong. Put it back.
No.
No, I do actually think treasure map. Being able to skip the...
Bro, it's not that it's not nearly as good as infinite health with petrified poop combo that you could fuel by always using poop. The only reason why y'all underrank poop is because you don't feel like breaking the poops every room.
But you know, someone makes a good point. Monstro Tooth is Necronomicon tier. They're actually right. I actually think I would rather have Necronomicon. I think the extra room clearing is helpful.
Actually, you're not wrong. Just do this.
And it's also Bookworm as well, which is relevant.
Yeah. I mean, as the biggest Necronomicon hater, I actually agree that Necro is probably more useful than Monstro's Tooth.
Yeah. By the way, am I crazy for wanting the range ups in E tier? Like top of E?
Yeah, you're crazy.
Okay, fair enough.
They're very useful depending on the character.
Fair enough.
Loki has like
Loki's
horns has like some interesting synergies.
Okay, so I made the argument that Mum's Eye is detrimental because when you pick it up, you then can't take blind items anymore. Because if you get, theoretically, if
I already know
you
what
like
you're gonna
really
say
try hard.
here.
No, actually, I'm going to say that I'm not sure if it applies here. It definitely does apply in the sense that, in fact, taking blind items is even worse because if you get Dr. Fetus, you're like really screwed.
Epic Fetus is also very hard with this.
But the sideways like tiers actually can hit things. Like this is not Mum's Eye, where you're never going to hit those tiers, or like you're very rarely going to hit those tiers. Having 4 tiers is actually like kind of useful.
Yeah.
Still don't think it's that high because it still does make it like kind of difficult to take blind items. Like if you take Epic Hack or Epic Fetus or or Dr. Fetus as a blind item, it's very scary. It's actually more scary than Mum's Eye. That being said, I think the actual effect is more likely to give you benefit. Like the actual, like, 4 tiers.
This is based on luck, right?
Yeah, it's actually, so Mum's Eye is guaranteed at 2 luck. This is guaranteed at 7 luck. It's 12.5% at 0, it's 12.5% chance at 0 luck. I still think this is quite a low tier item. I think even, yeah, I think it's still quite low tier. Like, you're not gonna hit the tiers that often, but I just don't think it's detrimental. If we put, like, I actually still think it's probably, like, D tier.
I don't have many feelings. Where do you want to put it?
I actually think it's D minus. I think Brother Bobby's better for sure. I think Magneto's better. Maybe right there.
Sure. Sure. I don't have any thoughts about Loki's horns. Little Chub.
Okay. This familiar is actually insane.
Insane.
He's actually okay. He's actually fine.
Yeah, I mean, for an early game familiar, I can notice him at least.
He actually kind of kills things, and he's a little bit. He's a guy. He's not the greatest thing in the world, but he's a guy. I like my little guy. Is he better than a Shoop?
Than a Shoop? I think so. Maybe. No, he's not.
Probably not. Yeah. Yamaha's probably better. I think he's better than 10 bombs.
I'd rather have 10 bombs.
I think it's close. It's close. No, it's correct. It's correct. You're right. I agree. Next.
Mutant Spider! Quad shot! I'm just kidding. That's not
maybe
Mutant Spider.
Shot. Maybe we just... No. This is the slowdown shots. Spider Bite. 25% chance. Wow, it doesn't actually. Wait. Oh no, it does go with luck. Okay. 25% chance at base to shoot slowing tiers.
Wait. What's the chance with 10 luck?
It's 100% at 15 luck.
Wow. What is it at 10?
Let me go into the formula.
Because this could actually just be one of Lost's best items.
I doubt it, but it is. I think 50%. It's 50% at 10 luck.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. The slow effect is very noticeable with this item. I actually really like this item. Like, I've noticed it very common.
Actually, with 50%, you're going to hit slow shots on basically everything. It may as well be 100.
Yeah.
Like, really. It's 2 tiers to slow something down. That's nothing.
Yeah, it's really good. I actually recognize the slowdown a lot. Like, it's kind of like budget stopwatch. I actually think it's pretty crazy. I might even take it over a damage up depending on the run.
But, so here's the... Okay, that's crazy. But no, this is 25%. Okay, I think it's relevant to consider this is a status effect and not, like, extra damage on the tiers. When it's extra damage on the tiers, it's very relevant how much it procs, because if it's not proccing off...
I mean, this still works on bosses, right?
No, the fact that this is a status effect means it actually doesn't matter how many hits you get. You just need to hit 1 of the status effect for, like, every so often. It starts at 25 base. 25% base. Like, that's enough that it's not that rare you'll shoot one, and then you don't need to shoot another slow effect for a while. Like, so yeah, the luck scale is actually not as relevant. It's kind of just, like, always going to be present. Now, the thing is with bosses, they get affected, but then they become immune to statuses for a bit. So it's not super useful. The slow duration is only 2.5 seconds, which I think is the real killer here. It's only 2.5 seconds of slow. That's not much. You're gonna slow down a boss for 2.5 seconds. Like, against a boss, he's actually almost gonna do nothing. Because it slows him down for 2.5 seconds, then they're immune for like 30 seconds or something. Quite a while. It's maybe not that long, but it's quite a while.
I really like this item. Can we put it here?
I don't think it's that high. I would definitely take a tiers up. After I found out the slow duration is 2.5 seconds, it's kind of nothing.
Yeah, but you're gonna shoot it so often. Even with no luck. 25% is just a lot. Every fourth tier.
I don't think this is that.
Every fourth tier, bro.
I think this is very, very bottom of C+.
It's definitely better than Vampire.
I think Vampire's definitely better.
No, because you give too much weighting to red heart characters. Well, no, that's not true. You give too little weighting to Soul and Challenge. I mean, this is just useful on everyone. It's debatably way stronger on Lost. You could, like, on Lost, you probably just, like, activate it on every single enemy for free. And never get hit. Doesn't this also give you, like, quad shot after you get hit?
No, that's a completely different item.
That's a different item, okay. I guess it's possible I'm thinking of a different item here.
You're thinking of Intruder, which is you start, like, as you pick it up, you start with an extra quad shot, like, besides your base tiers, you shoot quad shot, slow shots.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I actually, now that you say that, I think I was just rating a completely different item.
Yeah. No, the other item I will rate higher. That item's good. I think it's very bottom C+.
I definitely still want it above Vampire, because I wanted Vampire in C-.
I'm okay with that, I guess. So, okay, here's where I'm willing to give a bit of weighting to the Soul Heart characters. I'm not willing to drop Vampire a tier for Soul Heart characters, but I'm willing to have Spider-Bite go over it because of Soul Heart characters.
The only reason why I'm okay with Vampire in C+ is because it has a damage up. If there was no damage up, 100% is C-, no doubt.
Yeah. Okay, I think that makes sense. That's fine. Spider-Bite feels like a very C+ item type to me. It's like, it's whatever. It's nice.
Okay, so, say what you want about Small Rock.
Yeah, it's really good.
Say what you want about Small Rock. I want it above every single other damage up.
I agree. I mean, the speed down is kind of actually sometimes a big deal. It depends on the run.
It is.
That being said, I almost always take it anyway.
This is one of the most consistent damage ups in the game.
Oh, actually, wait, no. Okay, if you're talking about consistency, you're right. But actually, I'm looking at how much tiers it gives. It really doesn't give much tiers. The amount of tiers it gives is not worth the speed down. I actually think this is worse than Steven.
No, Hello? Are we talking about the same item? It's damage, not tiers.
No, it's damage and tiers. But the tiers up it gives is almost nothing.
But
the
yeah,
damage
but
up is
damage,
the same as Steven. And
yeah.
the speed
You get
down,
tiers and damage,
down,
and it's way more consistent than every other damage up. You just get it from a Small Rock. You get this floor 1. Like, you could aim for this. Like, literally, this is the only reason why you break Tinted Rocks as Lost. Well, and potential bombs or chests or anything, but I actually think...
Someone says the speed down is really noticeable. I actually agree. I think the speed down is...
To be fair, if we are very much specifying the speed down part of it, then that's fair enough. But I don't think it goes all the way below Steven. I think it probably goes below Pentagram at lowest.
You have to consider that in B+ tier, a lot of this tier is basically the same item. Like, it's damage.
Yeah.
It's just damage with, like, slowly getting more upside. I think any of the damage ups with upside are better than Small Rock. Like, Growth Hormones is definitely better. And then Pentagram is probably better.
I think the consistency could, at lowest, make it go here. I mean, like, I actually do think the consistency is a huge point for this item.
I think I'm okay with that. It is a bit of a tears up as well. It is consistent to get this. You can kind of hunt, like... Even then, you're not guaranteed to find this. I don't know. In terms of stats, I actually think Steven is better. Just having +1 damage. Like,
yeah, but that's
the same
fine.
Damage up.
That's fine, but I think the consistency carries. Like, you'll just get it. And it can... I think the biggest difference here is that it also doesn't replace a different item. Like, it's just a bonus item.
Or boss pedestal.
It is a bonus. It is literally a bonus item.
So if we consider the, like, if we were considering that we're ranking it based on like choice item room or death certificate or whatever, then it is worse than Steven. If you are ranking it from the Small Rock, then it's better. Like, I agree. But if we are, it's just weird with the criteria, because with the criteria, I think technically it has to go below Steven.
Again, I only rate rarity when it's a consistency, and consistently from the item spawn from the Tinted Rock, it will always be a Small Rock. It just will. This is a consistent damage up, albeit obviously you're not always going to get the damage up. That's not exactly what I mean. I just mean, like, you can hunt for it and it'll be a bonus item when you find it. Like, it's just full on a bonus item, whereas any of the other damage ups are replacing any other item. So there's always that extra consideration. Small Rock is a bonus item. It costs a bomb. Big whoop.
I do also think the speed down is actually like kind of a...
No, it is. I think the speed down is enough to bring it down below pentagram. I think that's fair. But any lower, I think, is way too unfair to the actual consistent angle. It's a bonus item.
What about below my reflection?
I guess. I mean, that doesn't really matter that much, I guess. I don't really think that really means anything, though. I think the luck down of my reflection is more relevant, honestly.
Possibly. Hmm.
Like, it's a bonus item. My reflection's replacing an item or an item.
Yeah, it's just a weird thing with criteria. I think under my criteria, it has to be below Steven, but I can see why you want it there. I don't mind that much. I mean, it's just damage up number 27, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's fine, I guess.
Spelunker Hat! It lets you
Spelunker
see secret rooms, but does not unveil them like X-Ray. I think it's somewhere in C+.
You know what the best thing about this is, unironically? Or slightly ironically, but also unironically?
Curse the Darkness?
No. You can't take damage from shots that fall above your head. Like,
Wait, are you serious? That's part of this item?
Yeah.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Any projectiles that fall, like, from the ceiling. And those are honestly some of the harder projectiles to dodge. Like, if you're fighting Bambino, and he starts dropping rocks from the ceiling, those are kind of hard to dodge sometimes. And this just blocks them.
Wow. I didn't actually know that. That's crazy.
Insane!
Insane!
It was a small buff, and I really like that buff. That's like
that's
really,
cute.
like,
I like that buff. That's cute. I think you gain less benefit than the quarter. You probably gain more than the 1-up. How about right there? No, you're only saving bombs. You're actually only saving bombs. Never mind. I put it.
The saving bombs. It also reveals rooms up to 2 rooms away. That actually is like kind of useful sometimes. It's not like super useful, but it's kind of useful.
It's something.
Hmm.
Helps my max charges a bit.
Right there might be correct. I think I like that.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Yeah.
Bandage. Double health up.
It's a lot of health.
So wait, what is it? I'm sorry, there's so many of these like weird health up items in the game.
It's +1 red heart and +2 soul hearts.
Right.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I mean that's really good. Debatably, I would say 1 red heart and 2 soul hearts is better than raw liver. I think so.
Ooh.
Interesting debate, but I think I'd take the extra 2 soul hearts for devil deal chance and stuff.
I think it's slightly worse.
I
think...
Here's the thing. I also think that just getting those soul hearts for next floor, because, you know, you're going to get this as a boss item, right? Like, you're going to be moving on to the next floor. You get the soul hearts. Like, I think it's better than 1-up. Not better than quarter. But I just feel like, you know, you're going to want those soul hearts for the next floor.
It does not full heal. I think, yeah, I think it should, yeah, some people saying it should be, that's why I think the full heal of liver is what puts it above.
Okay.
Like, but I think it can be next to them. I think it's fine. This is one of the better health ups to get from your boss. Like, 1 health and 2 soul hearts. That's a lot of health. The soul hearts are very nice.
I guess the full heal is a fair enough point.
Yeah. But I think right there is fine. It's a health up. It's good.
Game Boy!
It's actually Gamekid. Idiot. Oh my god, why am I even making this list? How can you be so dumb?
Insane!
Insane!
Oh
my god. Wait. So Unicorn is 6 seconds of invincibility. This is 6.5 seconds.
Insane!
It inflicts fear on all enemies. That's actually a bad thing because you want the enemies to come towards you while using Power Pill. It's actually annoying that they run. That's actually really annoying.
But you might be able to squeeze out 1 extra coin out of this.
But here's the thing: when you kill enemies with the Power Pill, you actually heal half a red heart.
Pause. Wait. That's interesting. It's definitely better than Unicorn.
I think it has to be better than Unicorn. I think it's basically just right next to it.
Yeah, I mean they're effectively the same item. Let's be real.
No, it is a fair bit better than Unicorn. In terms, like, it is just better. It is the same room charge. It's a longer time. The fear is actually annoying because you don't want things to run from you, but it's the same damage to enemies. But you also get half a heart when you kill enemies. It is just better than Unicorn in several ways. So having it right next to it is a little bit weird, but I also don't really think if it can go higher.
I mean, the fear is enough of a negative that it kind of counteracts the, you know, the other points. I think fear when you can't shoot is pretty bad.
Yeah.
I'm like apparently it's crazy that I like fear. I like fear when you're shooting, like from dark matter, but.
No, I can understand that perspective, but yeah, the fear on the Gamekid is obviously meant to be a downside.
Yeah.
It's meant to be the enemies run away, but if you kill them, you get hearts back. I don't know. It's probably whatever. Whatever.
You just get a lot of money from this. How this is money? Wait, baggie of pennies? Is that it?
Sack of pennies.
Sack of
Idiot.
pennies.
Oh my god.
I know, I'm
Seriously, this
trash.
guy.
Insane.
So insane.
How many? What is the coin spawn rate from this?
Well, the first coin drops after 1 room, and then you get a coin every 2 rooms. That's a lot of money, actually. Hold on.
Insane.
But it's actually a lot of money. Wait, that's basically the same as wooden nickel, like, but it's not.
Wait. Restate the.
Okay. The first coin is always after your first room clear, and then it's guaranteed a coin every 2 rooms.
Guaranteed every 2 rooms, really?
Guaranteed 1 coin every 2 rooms.
Wait, that's so much better than I thought it was.
It actually is.
Okay,
But
that being said, no, it's not better than 1 nickel. I mean, it is a passive,
No,
so I guess you can make the argument. But the fact that you can min-max with 1 nickel and play around with it with batteries and stuff is a big deal. Like, you can
That's
definitely...
true, actually. The battery synergies is like 9 volt and...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean,
battery.
9 volt...
Like that.
Dude, the amount of times on Keeper runs is Afterwave Plus, but you can still do it in Repentance. You could just stay in an enemy room with 9 volt wooden nickel and just get to infinite money. Like,
Yeah, I've done that before.
yeah, there's a lot of synergies with wooden nickel that this doesn't have. That being said, yeah, effectively, without including synergies, like, you're getting effectively the same amount of money. Although, no, because can this spawn nickels?
Yeah, it just spawns a coin, so the coin will just...
You're sure the coin can be any kind of coin?
Yes, but it will be usually a penny, obviously. Most commonly a penny, but it can be anything.
I feel like...
Dollar is definitely better than it. Like, I would rather have a lot of money at once. This is not going to get you the same money that Dollar does. Dollar's a fair bit better, but it's still good. It's a lot of money, like, over time. I'd say it's B minus. Where in B minus though? Actually, no. It's probably C plus if quarter isn't C plus.
No, I think
over time.
Here's the thing. I think the sack is way better than quarter.
Yeah, no, it's more money over time. It's less upfront, but more over time.
I think getting money over time is better than all at once, because you have no
you're
risk
right.
of losing money as well.
Well, sometimes getting money at once.
No, sometimes yes, money at once is better, but I think overall, you gain more benefit over time.
It also depends when you get the item. If you get quarter late, it's still 20.
Actually, you know what? No, I'm backtracking. I'm actually backtracking on myself. It's worse.
Yeah.
Because you need money early, so getting money instantly is better, even if it's less money.
See, that was my argument for Dollar.
Yeah, but it's different when compared to Steam sale because you save that much money anyway. But yeah, for this argument, I actually agree.
If you get sack of pennies, okay, if you get them early, you'd rather have a lot of upfront money early when on those shops that you can't afford things, so quarter's better there. Then later on, sack of pennies is going to give you less money because you need it early on to get the most benefit. So you might be late enough in the run now that sack of pennies isn't giving you enough money, and having 25 cents from quarter is actually more comparable.
Yeah.
So, they come next to each other though. They're both a lot of money. I would probably take this like over the other items. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, if I had the choice between both of these really early, I'd take the sack. But I think there's more times where quarter actually might even be more useful, just because of period of time.
We'll take quarter early on if my shop is really good. But if I've seen my shop and I don't have anything I need to buy right now, I take sack of pennies instead.
Yeah, I think that there's enough scenarios where I take either.
Yeah, I think they're very comparable.
Yeah, that's fine. Robo-Baby. He's alright.
He's got piercing and spectral. Insane.
Insane.
Yeah, his tech actually has spectral on it, so he's just kind of good. He How much DPS is that? I mean, he's still just a familiar, so he's not the greatest thing in the world, but his DPS is not that high. But I don't know, insane maybe. I think he probably comparable to Chubby makes sense. That being said, I think Chub is better.
That's fine.
Probably. Wait,
I will fight for my life that Demon Baby is above all of these familiars.
I actually think that speed up needs to go higher. All the speed upgrades. I think speed, when you don't have speed, is very important. Probably more important than it is to have extra damage.
Yeah, I actually agree. I think the speed ups actually should go above the HP ups.
No. Definitely not the HP ups.
Well, it's just when you need, like, if you have less than normal speed, you actually just, like, lose.
Actually, I think the speed can go all the way to the top of D+, to be honest. Like, I think speed is actually, like, if you don't have enough...
I don't think, the thing is I don't think HP can save a run, whereas speed absolutely can save a run.
No, I think HP, normally when HP spawns, they get way more benefit. You can min-max a lot with it, like a lot. That helps a lot. I bet there's a lot of times where I'm hoping my boss drops a HP up because it's the difference between me being able to play Sacker on that floor and not. It matters a lot. Because it heals a heart and it gives you an extra heart, so it's 2 extra hits on the Sacker room, and then sometimes you might have a full health pill or something, and you're getting even more benefit out of the extra container. And then you have that container forever. I feel like HP is definitely better. But speed is not that much worse. And actually, can we go back to Gamekid? I think Gamekid is better than Tammy's head. I think it's like enough. Is it?
No.
It might not be.
I already think Tammy's head's a lot lower than it should be. But I mean, y'all know I'm the world's only Tammy's head lover.
And also, I think actually Doctor's Remote should be higher than Chub. But I think that's it. Doctor's Remote is bombs.
Sister's Maggy! This is like the best item to combine with Dark Bone.
It's Little Chad.
Little Chad. My bad.
You said Sister Maggy.
You know what I meant though. When you combine this with combine this with Dark Bone, it's kind of insane.
It's half a heart every 3 rooms.
Yes. I mean, it's nice. Good for min-maxing purposes.
I actually think it's just worse than Charm of the Vampire. Like, directly.
Do I agree? No, I think it's a lot better than Charm.
Charm of the Vampire is a half every 13 enemies. Will you kill 13 enemies in 3 rooms? It's probably close.
The problem is that Charm...
It's also a damage.
Look, even on Red Heart characters... Look. Even on Red Heart characters, I think this is way better. Because...
You save the health for later.
Yeah. I mean, just dropping them on the floor is a big deal. It makes it far easier to make use of for doing blood donos. Like, how about a situation where you enter a floor, and you already have full health. So you kill, you beat a few rooms, and you drop the hearts, but, oh, well... Okay, in those same rooms where you would have healed from Charm of the Vampire, Charm of the Vampire would have done nothing because you're already at full HP. Whereas this drops the hearts on the ground that you can come back and use them for a blood dono later in that floor.
True, but Charm of the Vampire is a damage up.
Yeah, but it's such a irrelevant damage up. I think that the difference in power for min-maxing wise, this is vastly better.
You are kind of right, though. You are kind of right.
Even for Soul and Challenge characters, especially Soul actually, because if you do get the Dark Bump synergy, this is actually insane.
That's true. You know what? I agree. Enough.
And you can, you can do some like reroll pickups shenanigans, right? Like there's some little things you can do, even with non-Red Heart characters.
Actually, yeah, you're right. I think it.
I actually think its high roll is better than number 1. Because I already kind of think number 1's a bit of a detriment, like, a lot of the time.
Yeah, sometimes it's not good.
Whereas, I mean, when am I ever going to be upset with I keep saying Sister Maggy, with little Chad?
I think Charm of the Vampire is a little bit better, but I think it's kind of close.
Let's put it here, then.
No.
Well, I did the midpoint. I have it here, and you have
How's
it
it that
here.
much higher than Charm of the Vampire?
Well, I just think it's way better. I already said like a million times in this stream, I think Charm of the Vampire is way too high.
Yeah, but you're going to get
No,
about the same
you're
thing.
only, like, how do you not see the min-max value here? Like, you are
Like,
talking
dude,
about specifically
Charm of the Vampire
healing
is
against
the same.
enemies. It is so much obviously way worse min-max wise. Like, vastly worse.
Actually, here's an argument for you. Shell games with Charm of the Vampire, every time you fail, that's one enemy that you can use for healing.
Insane! Honestly, it should go top 5 items, that's crazy.
No, but legitimately, because you're gonna be able to use that extra healing for Blood Donor in the arcade to then keep playing the shell game. Just saying.
I'm just saying. How many enemies is it? 13? Yeah.
It is 13, it's a lot. But
13
it's a
coins.
small
13
item.
coins for half a heart. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah. How many? I'm just curious. How many rooms is it to get the half a heart from Lil Chad?
3.
3.
I think in 3.
Anyway.
A lot of enemies. You're
Well,
probably gonna
rooms
close.
do spawn enough. Yes, but that completely is why I agree with my point a lot higher. Is that a lot of times you're already at full HP, and you haven't even you can't always optimize your blood dono.
Which is
with
true,
charm.
but again, the damage up. It's a damage up.
That is, again, so irrelevant compared to the high roll of the min-max potential of Lil Chad.
I don't see how it's that much higher. I just don't see how it's that much higher. I can agree that it's higher. I don't think it's that much higher. I think they need to be, together.
I mean, they're not. They're just not. I'm sorry. I put charm next to freaking the red heart, below the red heart in C-. I'm sorry. It's just not. We feel very differently.
I think you just underrate Charm, to be honest.
And I think you underrate Chad.
I'm not underrating Chad.
See, why is it I'm always the one that's wrong?
No, I just think that they're a similar item.
They're not,
I don't see
though.
how-
No, they're actually, so different.
I'm ranking them together. You're ranking one in C- and the other one in the middle
Yes,
C+.
they are
I don't
individually completely
see
different
the
items.
difference in strength.
I
don't
see
it.
the very significant difference. You literally are spawning pickups on the floor to use later. You have so much more freedom. Anyway, whatever, we can do midpoint. Just do this.
I mean, even stuff like, if you're fighting Mega Satan, stuff like Super Envy in the Mega Satan fight is several heals from Charm of the Vampire. You can heal mid-fight sometimes. That's what I mean. Charm of the Vampire is a damage up. Sometimes
If it was
you can heal
5
mid-fight.
enemies, sure. That would be a much better item. Optimizing. Here's adjusting. You should put breakfast at the top of D+ because sometimes you can breakfast an Isaac. I actually did the exact same thing, but Turt hard disagreed with me.
That is so dumb. I'm sorry for that.
That is no, but it's true though. If it literally stops game breaks. It is a hard wall to game breaks.
No, it doesn't stop game breaks. It means you already game break. It means you already...
Okay, that will come up again for Glitched Crown, because legitimately, that's such a massive problem with Glitched Crown. That being said,
It's not a problem.
no matter what, it's gonna be insane. I'm not saying it deserves to drop an entire tier, but it definitely does not deserve top 5 because of that.
If anything, breakfast should be top 5 because when you breakfast the game, it means you already won.
Hold on, you're right. Pause. Alright, let's move on.
Um. Anyway, no,
Look, just accept, all right? Look, I told you this in DMs before. Please just accept my placement. We're doing it in the middle. Let's move on, all right?
It just feels weird having any item between them.
Okay, well, it is what it is. I think the item's down here. It is what it is.
Whatever. Whatever.
I am one of the only Book of Sin lovers.
Yeah, it's really not that good.
I'm aware that it's not that good. I just like it. Like, you get this, like, at an early library, and you have no other choice, and it's just, like, kind of nice.
It's like your Book of Secrets.
It kind of is, but I think we can both agree that this is vastly better than Book of Secrets.
No, it is, but...
I mean, I don't know, when you get... Okay, look, at the point that you actually use this, which is early game, like, you just get some consumables early, like, that's nice. I'm actually wondering if I value that high enough to put it over just a single HP up. Obviously, HP ups in general help the entirety of the run, but a single HP up, is that more relevant than the multiple different consumables I'm getting, including soul hearts and stuff?
I said the consumables probably is higher than a HP up, yeah.
Okay, so I'm glad we can at least
This
agree on
is
that.
probably a C tier item, right? Like, I think it's...
Yeah.
It's probably higher than Compass. It's...
Again, I'm a little bit biased on this item. I'm satisfied enough that you at least agree that it's above the HP ups. I would put it as high as,
Magic Mush, probably.
True. I actually think you get more consumables out of it than the min-max value of C.H.A.D even.
I actually don't disagree with that.
Like, even after dropping it later on, I think you get more benefit from those consumables for the entire run.
I think it's, like, right there, maybe.
I'm cool with that.
I'm also cool with that. Also, can we move... should we move number 1 lower?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like number 1. I was down to definitely move it lower. Where would you like to put it?
I think even just one placement. I think the size down on Minimush is kind of good.
Yeah.
And actually, because of the size down on Minimush, I think Minimush has to go higher than Spelunker Hat too.
Okay. That's fine.
That might be it.
Yeah, I know a lot of people really like number 1. Just keep in mind that it is absolutely a weakness of the item that most of the time you pick this up, you just, like, lose tiers. And because, like, I mean, yeah, you can pick this up early and then, like, you instantly get a good tiers up for the early game. But then you just get the massive range down for no good reason, because eventually you're probably going to break tier cap anyway.
Yeah, actually, I'm looking at Minimush more. Are we actually just underrating it? It's a size down.
No,
Like,
I think it stays here.
I can see it higher up in this tier, or maybe even the bottom of B minus.
No, I think the high roll of these two items are way more massive. Bandage gives you a
size
devil.
Down, though.
Bandage gives you a devil deal that you potentially couldn't have gotten, and raw liver allows you to min max an entire blood dono.
Minimush is a size down. You don't understand. Size downs are so broken.
Turt. Okay, chat. Can I get a confirm on this? Turt thinks that a size down is the exact same thing as Pluto. It's not, right?
No. I said inner child size down is the same as Pluto, which is actually correct. That was proven correct.
Okay, never mind. Well then, yeah, the size down is just whatever. I mean, it's nice. Yeah, I don't see how it's nearly as good as the 2 soul hearts plus a red heart. Like, I just think that's way better.
Okay.
This is going based on order item IDs. Yes, it is.
It is, yes. Yeah. Relic.
This one was so interesting when we talked about it in Angel Deal List.
Yeah.
Because we compared it directly to Book of Rev. So what's the chance of soul hearts off this thing?
Let me check. It is every 7 or 8 rooms.
So yeah, like, when you hear that, it sounds like, huh, this might actually just be better than Book of Rev. It's only like a room or 2 more, and it's a passive, so you could hold a different active, right? But this is actually a rare case where it being a passive is actually kind of a weakness of the item. One of the benefits of Book of Rev is that you could actually just like battery scum Book of Rev. It has amazing synergies. Yeah, like you have amazing synergies to abuse Book of Rev to get like infinite soul hearts. This is very strict. You need to beat those 7 to 8 rooms, right? And it is still a passive, which is still a benefit, but you just actively don't get as much health. And the benefit of like holding the charge for Book of Rev when you have full soul hearts is still very important for Rev.
Yeah.
And you can't do that with this. You know, you drop the soul hearts, and then if you're still at full soul hearts when you move to the next floor, you just waste that soul heart. You don't waste the charge on the Rev, you can save it.
With Rev, sometimes you don't get another active item in that run, and that's okay, because it's at least +1 hit in the boss fight. You just take it to the boss fight. It's an extra health.
Oh, I'd like to mention
this
Alex.
doesn't do that because...
Alex Mock, thank you so much for the... I don't know what currency that is, but it's 2 something. I appreciate it. Very sweet. Thanks so much for doing these streams. We will continue. I see you a lot in the comments. Appreciate the support. But yeah, I do think... where were you going to put it?
I'm not sure, but yeah, I actually... Book of Rev is... You'd think it being an active item is bad, and it is in the sense that you will be passing up other active items to have it, but when it's one of the best actions in the game, that's justifiable, and yeah, the fact that it has charges makes it easier to abuse. So it's kind of weird. Like, on paper, I would say Relic is better, but in practice, I just know it's not. It's just not. So I think Relic is still A-, though.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at the end of the day, more soul hearts is more soul hearts.
A-, to be honest.
Huh?
It's probably the very top of A-, to be honest.
Oh, really? I was going to say the bottom. I do think the difference between this and Rev is significant. Like, it doesn't seem like it is, but it actually is. That being said, I mean, soul hearts are soul hearts. I'm going to stick to my guns. I think all of the benefit of the items above are so much higher. Like, the high rolls of Ph.D. and Luckfoot are insane. And you need to... That's another thing of this item, right? With Book of Rev, using batteries or any other way, you can get to max health from 1 floor. This you need to get early on and beat a ton of rooms in order to get the soul hearts you need.
I think there's good benefit of having this late game, like you're going through Womb and Cathedral and Chest.
No,
and
100%.
Just having passive health.
It 100% is. Don't get me wrong. It's A- for a reason. I'm putting it above Dead Cat. All right, it's still very insane. And all the damage ups. I just think the items above it are more run altering. Like, are more like... They're just more beneficial to the overall run, I think. Like, I think you're going to save more hits than the passive health you're gaining out of this. Like, this, the Relic, it's not the same as Rev. I said with Rev, you can actually face tank a little bit with Rev because you have so much health. You do just get way less health with this, and it's noticeable to a point where I don't think you could face tank. It's nice. Absolutely, it's very, very nice that you get so many soul hearts, but it's not nearly as much. Again, like 7 to 8 is very misleading. It's not just 2 more rooms than Rev. It's significantly less. Because you're also not even counting the big rooms, right? Because big rooms, I assume, big rooms only count as 1
big
room,
room
right?
counts as 1 for Relic, but it's 2 for Book of Rev.
Exactly. So every single big room, that's 2 charges for Rev as well. Every single battery that exists, mini batteries, synergies, so any battery synergy item, like that all combines to make Rev significantly better. So I do not I don't even think this is comparable to Rev at all. At the end of the day,
I don't think it is. That's why it's a whole tier lower. But I'm just looking at the other items.
Yeah, okay, but even looking at the other items, like, just thinking about the benefit I get from all these. Hell, even piercing. Like, I think I save more hits from piercing in rooms than I gain from the soul hearts from Relic.
I know. I can compare it to like almost the entire tier. Like it's.
That being said, no, I still agree. Like there's parts of it. Like I still agree it's in the tier. It's the same way that I feel about Transcendence and B-. I do think like there's definitely times I take this over any of these items.
Oh, by the way,
that being said, I actually don't think I ever take it over Ph.D. or Luckfoot at any point in the run. And I think that's very relevant. I don't think there's a single time at any point of the run where I ever take Relic over PhD or Luckfoot.
I think it's always better than Steam Sale.
See, I could at least see that take, but you can agree with my point on Luckfoot and PhD though, right?
I think Luckfoot versus PhD versus Relic is a bit harder.
But I actually think that's a hard wall though. Like, when in a run would you prefer Relic over Luckfoot or PhD? Like, actually, I don't think that there's ever a time. Because
if I'm a soul hot character.
Actually, maybe. That's fair. But that's definitely less often than most of the time, right? Like, that's 25% of the time.
Yeah. Using
my arbitrary number. I mean, hell, if you want to do that, it cancels out, because the challenge characters it does nothing for. So it actually does. It cancels it out.
Hey, technically the keepers get blue flies from it, okay?
Pause! Insane!
Insane.
Yeah, no, that definitely cancels it out, though, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I think it hard walls at PhD to a point where... I almost wonder I almost wonder if these two items should go above 10.
No, I was gonna say actually before, I think Inner Eye for sure needs to go below them.
Okay, that's fair.
And I don't think Tech, but maybe. You could convince me.
Bro, the min-max potential of these two items is kind of insane.
I think Tech is still better. But
you do have to get these somewhat early, which is fair. But when you do, you just win, bruh. You actually
I think Tech
just
is still
win.
better.
I don't think Tech carries an entire run, though. Actually, that's the problem. I think Triple can carry a run. I think it's actually... No, I think I have to put it back.
I was actually about to say that I want to put it lower. Like even lower than where it was.
Triple?
I would put Triple below Piercing right now.
Well, yeah,
like,
but you've always said that.
No, but I put it below Steam Sale as well. And I'm putting it below PhD. Like, I'm putting it below every item. The first one I put it above is Shadows.
Alright, I guess we'll just do the midpoint then, whatever.
Yeah. Then Relic. I think Relic goes above Steam Sale below. I actually just disagree.
Like, as crazy as it sounds, I think I actually gain more benefit. No, I don't. No, I do actually gain more benefit from Relic than Dollar. Shadows is hard because it has a lot of highball. That being said, the fact that...
I feel like the most accurate mid placement is above Shadows and you stop.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm putting it around Steam Sale.
That might be where it'll end up going. You know, I'm just trying to see exactly where I would put it. I think this is where I'd leave it, just because with Shadows, you just have so much high roll. It fuels stuff, it gives money, it has insane game-winning, game-bust synergies that just carry the entire run. Whereas, I just feel like this is the definition of a nice item. I don't think this is going to carry any run ever.
I guess.
So that's where I would put it. Do you still think it's for sure better than Steam Sale?
For me, like, I need to shuffle some things around. I think, like, you need to understand, like, this range in A- is a little bit, like, I would place it a lot differently. Like, I would probably swap the positions of Triple Shot and Cupid's Arrow, and then I would probably put Relic above Steam Sale. So just put it above Steam Sale, basically. Like, that's where I would put it. So that's why I said the min placement's above Shadows.
That's fine.
It just makes sense.
Also, obviously, Shadows is great on every character, whereas Relic is... I mean, it kind of does cancel out because it's extra good on Soul Heart characters, but it's useless on challenge characters. So
I think that makes sense for Relic. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Relic ain't gonna carry, just sustain, yeah. Yeah. Like, where's the range where I think it's game-defining? I think... Steam Sale, actually. I think Steam Sale is where it starts becoming game-defining. So I'm almost wondering if, like, there's a world where all of these would go up to A+. But
No,
probably not.
I think the
'cause
A+ items are significantly better.
The
Like, even Book of Rare, which is the
here's...
most, is
No,
significantly
I
better.
agree. The thing is that I agree that these are all better. 100%, like by a significant margin. It's just, I also see a very clear difference between, like, Cupid's, Relic, Dollar. I'm not considering Shadows, because I...
This is where we were gonna make 3 tiers per letter, but we didn't have enough colors.
Yeah. It realistically isn't even that big of a deal.
Like, if we had 3 tiers, I would agree. I would agree that the tech to Steam sale is the middle A tier, and then the lower A tier is... But I think we just leave it. I think it's fine.
Well, you wouldn't agree, because you also think Cupid's is better than Triple.
But I would swap the positions of them. Like, completely swap them. Which is fine. I'll just... Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The way I see Triple compared to Cupid's is that Triple is great against enemies, it's amazing into bosses, whereas Cupid's is only amazing into rooms, and almost borderline irrelevant for bosses. So it doesn't check both boxes, right? Whereas, like, yes, Triple's not as good into enemies as Cupid's, but it's still amazing. I mean, no, it's not amazing. Sorry, I said it wrong. It's still good. Like, it's very good, but it's just not amazing like Cupid's is, and Triple's is amazing into bosses. So I just think it's only better.
Anyway, I think that's... I think that tier is fine right now.
I do think Shadows is better because you use it constantly. You've pretty much protecting Devil Deals, free donos. Oh, well, I absolutely agree, Tank. I think Shadows is way better than Relic. But Turt doesn't think so. For context, chat, I rank Shadows either right above Triple or right below Triple. And that's where it becomes a little debatable for me. That's where it becomes a little tough. So I do think Shadows is much higher than it currently is. Well, not much.
I would
it's
rank
still on the same tier.
I would rank Shadows above the Nail.
That is so low.
No, okay. Keep in mind, B+ looks a lot bigger than it actually is. Most of the items of B+ are the same item.
That is true. that is a good point. That is a good point. Gish. I like Gish. This is actually one of my more favorite familiars.
I mean, hey, you like Spider-Bite for the slow shots? Well, this just gives you the slow shots, so...
Yeah, it's nice. That being said, I mean, is it better than the slow shot? Like, is it 100%?
Yeah. It is.
It probably is just better than, right?
It doesn't look familiar. His range is kind of arse, though. But, still. I think it is just better than Spider-Bite.
I mean, that's fair. I really do like that familiar. Whenever I get it, like, it's one of the only familiars in the game where I'm just so satisfied with it. Like, I do notice it.
He's still a mid item. Like, C is correct. But he's kind of nice. I don't mind having him. He's like, I see the effort. I see what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's doing things.
No, I actually agree. I do like that familiar. I think that placement makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, okay. Little Steve. Okay, this is another familiar I actually like quite a lot.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, the homing is very obvious. Like, it's very apparent. How much damage does he do? Is it just Brother Bobby damage?
It's... Brother Bobby damage is actually higher than average. So he's the same damage as Robo-Baby. It's not amazing, but...
I mean, you are hitting most shots. But he definitely does not have nearly as much of an effect as Little Gish. That's a high roll to put him that high.
I should wonder if he's just similar to Robo-Baby. I get him a lot more often because of Steven.
Right.
But Robo-Baby is like infinite range.
It really is.
And piercing.
Actually, the piercing is... because I don't know. The piercing on a familiar just feels stronger for some reason.
Well, that feels useful. So I think they're next to each other. But I think the piercing on the familiar, is actually kind of good.
Yeah, it's funny that I'm saying this. It's funny that I'm saying this because we have homing in A+. But I think the major difference is that homing without synergy is just okay.
Yeah. Also, I think actually looking at these familiars, maybe Chub goes below both of them. I think I was underrating Robo-Baby a little bit. That makes more sense.
That's fine.
These are all like decent familiars that when I see them, I'm like, this is gonna help my Robo.
It is solid. Definitely a whole tier above. This actually feels right because I like... Okay, this has been bothering me for a long ass time. As much as I hate the item, Bible feels a lot better than all these items.
I also feel like the bomb items are
That is also fair. Okay, check me out, right? Let's do that. Look.
And honestly, maybe the Unicorn and Gamekid drop down and be D-.
That's a take.
I actually do think I would rather have the 2-room charge bomb. You know what? Quaz Gamekid is a fair bit better than Unicorn Horn, and it bothered me that they're the same. Don't just move. No, Anarchist stays.
Well, yeah, but Anarchist is comparable to the bombs.
I think it's definitely a tier worse than the 2-room charge bomb. I think because Gamekid is a fair bit better than Unicorn, you put Unicorn at the top of D- and Gamekid at the bottom of D+.
No, I really just don't think they're different enough to separate. I think that's very silly.
Gamekid has Red Heart regen.
It's not that relevant. It just isn't.
I think it's relevant enough.
It really just isn't. You're using an active item on... You have to understand, you're using this active item on a singular enemy room, and then you have to recharge it.
But matter. It's longer invincibility time. It's more...
Okay, is it a guaranteed half red heart every single enemy you kill?
I believe so.
If it's guaranteed every single, even if it's a small enemy, no matter what, you get a half heart for each enemy you kill with that one charge, then sure.
Yeah, I believe. Like, you can use this in a room with a bunch of flies, and I think it... Each enemy that dies...
Are you able to test
it?
it?
It's a chance, actually. It's a chance.
Yeah, never mind then. Screw it.
It does change things. Okay. No, they should be next to each other then. It's not...
Yeah. That's what I thought this whole time. I definitely did not think it was guaranteed.
And then they drop to be D-, at the top of D-.
Yeah, fine.
I said D-, not E.
I didn't mean to do that.
Why are you putting Gamekid lower?
Oh, my bad. Okay.
That makes more sense to me.
I also like how there's now a book in most of the tiers. Most of the tiers.
C-.
And E+, and... It's alright, Necronomicon goes to trash,
because
so...
bookworm exists. But, yeah, the books are invading.
Yeah, it's really funny.
tier.
Like, looking at all... Like, there's a book in almost all the tiers.
It's like every second tier. Like, you put one in a tier, then you, like, skip one sometimes.
Everywhere. It's okay, let me ask ahead of time. Are you good to stop at D6? I know it's getting a little late for you.
Yeah, I want to stop at Common Cold, and the reason I want to stop at Common Cold is because it's at the end of... No, we can stop at D6, actually. It's a more interesting item if you want to stop there.
Yeah, I just think it's... I just think it's a better end of the stream.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, let's do that then. The Halo. So... Okay, math-wise, I guess I was kind of overrating this item, because I just see all stats and I go ooga booga. But apparently the stats just aren't that good. What are the stats again?
The stats are not much.
Can this go past tier cap? Is that a thing or no?
It does not go past tier cap. It's 0.3 damage, which is the same as Charm of the Vampire, and then 0.2 tears, which is the same as the tears up that Small Rock gives you. Basically, it's not much. And then it's plus 0.3 speed, that is relevant. It's plus 1.5 range, and it's a red heart heal. Give it your container and heal a red heart. And it's a Seraphim item, which is slightly relevant.
I feel like right here is valid, right? I definitely think the tiers plus damage, like, while they're both slight, the combination of the two is more DPS than a tiers, I assume. I could be wrong.
I actually think, compared to a sad onion, let me check.
Yeah, I mean, you can do a test. You can do a test on... I can switch to your perspective if you want.
Oh, no, I can just use my damage calculator. 0.2 and damage up is 0.3. Okay, the DPS at base stats is almost identical. It's actually almost identical.
Okay, so then that works out, because then it also has all the other stats.
Because it's also giving you HP and speed and range.
Yeah.
So because it's giving you a bunch of extra stuff, is it higher than Halo Flies?
I don't think so. I think the Halo is just really nice.
Okay, I guess it stays there.
2 familiars is 2 familiars, man. But yeah, if the DPS is comparable to Tears Up, and you're just gaining range, HP up, and speed, which are all nice, but you know, there's a reason why they're lower tier. Like HP's right here, speed's right here, range right here. Like, I mean, look how low range, HP, and speed up. Granted, yes, you're getting a little bit of each, which is very nice. But I don't know.
I kind of see these like all stat items as fixing. It's like, oh, this one has bad range, it fixes it. This one has bad speed, it fixes it.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of just nice.
But I don't think it's like as game altering. I used to think this item was great, just because again, it says all stats up. That's cool. But yeah, I mean, I can't argue against its DPS is comparable to a Tears Up.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if it feels like there should be an item between Wycoat and Halo, but I guess we'll get there eventually. Because there is a big enough difference, like HP, speed, and range is a big enough difference, I think. But
yeah, I just think Halo's too much better.
I think as of right now, there's nothing that could go between them. Except maybe Halo Flies, but I think Halo Flies and Halo are next to each other, goddammit. Yeah, I think maybe Halo Flies go between, but it feels... Halo Flies probably better than... No, actually, I do think, actually, the HP up, speed, and range is probably enough to go over Halo Flies.
Halo's good on every character. Without the HP buff to challenge / soul heart characters, it's a pretty... Like, you're basically subtracting the soul hearts. I mean, you're basically subtracting the health up part of it, and that would be, I mean, hell, if we look at our freaking tier list here, HP ups are the best part out of all those. So, there you freaking go.
How much better do you think two fly orbiters is compared to a Tears Up?
The thing is that it really just depends. Like, if you already have an orbital, then the Halo of Flies instantly becomes better than a damage up. Like, for sure. So, and I'm just, like, the reason why it's this high is because even by itself, like, this is where it is by itself. But honestly, with a little bit of extra context, it could even move higher. Like,
I actually think Skeleton Key, like, Halo Fly should go over Skeleton Key.
I'm okay with that just because of context. By itself, no, I think Skeleton Key is more useful, but because of context, you know, like we did with Rosary, I think that's fair. But yeah, I mean, 3 orbitals is, like, actually insane. Like, it actually...
I can actually see going over deck of cards as well.
Yeah, I mean, Halo's great. I'm okay with that.
And now that there's... I'm wondering if Halo goes over Skeleton Key. I actually think I would. It's close.
No, I think Infinite Keys is always... Like, I think there's just a difference between Infinity. Like, there's just so many times where you do run into keys. It happens, you know? That will, like, you can't just say, oh, I always have enough keys, because you don't. There's always runs that you run out of keys. It happens.
I think there's more runs where I'm low on speed or range and Halo patches it up.
I actually disagree. I think it's very rare that I'm low on specifically speed and range. Like, exceptionally rare. I think the only time where I'm low on range is if I'm a Zazel, or if I picked up number 1. And speed if I get a really early small rock, but I'm probably going to find a different speed up later on. Like, you will find those stats. Like, again, I mean, Skeleton Key does something so unique. It gives you infinite keys. You could high roll really high too.
I don't think it's not unique at all because there are ways to get a lot more keys. Like, not a lot more.
The problem is that you're talking about enough keys to get you through a non-chest run, whereas I'm talking about you get enough keys to do literally anything you want key related. Like, actually anything you want key related. Any of the big golden chests are also relevant. Holy chests, key bomb, like the freaking doors that use 2 keys, and you couldn't afford them in a normal run because you need to go.
Yeah, okay. You know what? Like, I think you overrate the like keymaster part of it, but I think you are right that there are stuff like mega chests.
I'm not even like over like. Look, the keymaster is a highball for sure. If you get the highball, then it absolutely like is crazy. Like, if keymasters were consistent, like if there was a key bump guaranteed in every single run, I absolutely think Skeleton Key would go in B+, 100%. Because
could say that, yeah.
Because because the keymaster's really freaking good. I bring it up because if it does spawn, like, chat, you have to understand, you get so much stuff from a keymaster if you have Skeleton Key. You actually just can't. Or, guess what? If he pays out early, you could just get a really good item. Like, when me and Turt were testing it, we got Bot Fly. Like, Bot Fly is great. as an item. And you're, let's be honest, you never get the item payout from Keymaster.
You know, I actually think I'm fine with the whole tier as it is. I think you're actually, I think I was underestimating Skeleton Key a little bit because I do get a lot of runs they have enough keys, but you're right. If you get a mega chest or you just get a lot of, like, some runs that just have a lot of keys.
Listen, I also think it's fair for me to say that you're biased because you mostly just do mother runs. Chest runs absolutely run out of keys. 100%.
Well, really, a lot of my mother runs end with a million keys as well. Like,
no, I'm saying chest runs, not mother runs.
No, I'm saying when I do a mother run, the end of my mother run has a million keys, meaning if I went to chest, I'd be able to open all the chests.
No, because you have different, it's different, like, you have more floors in going alt path.
A single extra floor?
That could be relevant.
It's a single extra, like,
that could be insanely relevant. Either way. I don't think you get over 20 keys. That's just not realistic.
I also, like, I have played a lot of chest runs before, obviously. I feel like on most of my runs, I'm not struggling for keys in chest. But there are times. You are right. There are times, and Skeleton Key is good for that, so.
Yeah, I mean, Skeleton Key saves those runs, whereas Halo, again, like, I don't know.
Well, I don't think Skeleton Key saves those runs. I think a lot of the times, the items in chest are kind of unnecessary. Like, you're already strong enough. A lot of the time.
Maybe not for Mega
You need to both be weak enough that
I only agree for Blue Baby, but the fact that you can fight Mega Satan, and that's a big factor, that's a big point of that run, and potentially spawn Delirium Portal, absolutely. So, yeah, auto pills.
I
mean, it's worse than, it's definitely worse than deck.
By a lot. By a lot. Cards are way better.
Yeah. That being said, it is admittedly a fair point that if you have this and you this is one of the few items that if you get this along with Bag of Pills, which Turt considers a negative item, I absolutely think it's worth going for it because or I mean especially PhD or Luckfoot.
If I think an item is detrimental, I mean on average. I don't mean always. Like Bag of Pills, there's definitely times for.
Yeah. But if you get that, like, you could do so much with this. Like, you could unveil the pills. If you have PhD, it's already unveiled. It's crazy. You could get the crazy battle pills as well. I'm drowsy, full health, all that we've already mentioned. It's definitely not... I actually don't even think it's that much worse than Deck of Cards. I think the more...
think it is. I think it's C-. I feel very C-.
Ooh,
with this
no. I think the lowest it goes is top of C+. I'm actually pretty adamant about this. So, with the bottle of pills, the more you use it, the more benefit you get. Because after you unveil all your pills, with bottle of pills, you will unveil most of the pills, right? So, you probably will even find the duplicates of the really crazy pills that literally get the guaranteed win run. Like I'm Drowsy, or Full Health, or, hell, even just getting multiple Balls of Steel, right? And this just has good synergy. Like, you get this with False PhD, you get this with PhD, you get this with Luckfoot, you get this with Baggy of Pills, even. Baggy of Pills means you're spawning more pills. You could just, like, get so much stats out of this, so many soul hearts. It definitely has synergy. It's not that bad. Like, it's definitely not C-. I could see C+, but not C-.
The fact that you get,
it has
the
synergies.
fact that you will identify the pills and then start getting to use those identified pills. Like, you might find a Tears Up, you might eventually get the Tears Up again.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
I mean, you will. That's the thing with this item. You will, though.
So I think actually because of that, maybe you are right. Maybe it is top of C+. I actually...
The thing is like... I definitely see so many runs where I take this over Belial.
I think... I want it below the sack of pennies, but above the 1-up.
I guess I can accept that.
I actually feel like it might go lower, but you're not gonna want it lower, so I guess like that might make sense.
I'll give it to you. I think it should realistically go above Book of Belial, but I'll give it to you.
Yeah. That's okay. Common cold. Insane.
Insane. What is the chance?
Hey, my first ever, like, my hard mode Flash Isaac win with Blue Baby was with Common Cold. I'm just saying.
Top 5.
Top 5. This is an item. This item. It's an item.
I mean, insane.
So it does damage actually. It hits 2 times, dealing 2 times your damage. So technically the poison tier does like 3 times your damage total because the tier hits and then you get poisoned.
I didn't realize this copied your damage stat.
But it's really like. But the poison, obviously, it's a status fate. It's not like each individual poison tier is going to do 3 times your damage. It's that occasionally one of your poison tiers will do 3 times your damage, and then you don't get 3 times your damage for a while. That's how it works. So
yeah,
it's a bit weird.
That doesn't sound that crazy.
Yeah, it's not. And then it's 25% at 0 luck, and 100% at 12 luck. So with Perfection, you have almost 100%, which is the same level as Scorpio. And yeah, that's with Perfection. This is a... Against bosses, it doesn't do much because you're going to occasionally hit them for 2 times your damage stat, and then you're not going to be able to affect them again for a while. So against bosses, it doesn't do much at all.
I'm conflicted. Where do you want to put it?
I don't know either. I feel like...
I mean, it's technically a DPS up. I actually feel like it's comparable to these familiars.
I feel like that's a little bit low, so maybe it's C-.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's C-.
I don't know. I think I'd rather have 10 bombs.
Are you cooking?
10 bombs are nice, bruh. Is Common Cold really making that significant of a difference?
That is not sinus infection. If this was sinus infection, we'd have a very different discussion.
Yeah.
That item is crazy.
Yeah, sinus infection is way better.
Yeah, Common Cold is... It's not as good as the Swarm, I'll say that much.
True!
As a Swarm person shop in
I know, Cheese Rod's here. Cheese Rod's the Swarm, bruh.
I had to do it.
The Swarm goes insane!
Swarm is actually kind of good. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe it is just kind of here. Like, maybe it's just nothing. I'll have a speed up. Probably. I think Scorpio, where it's guaranteed, is like a lot better. But when it's chance-based, it's just not impactful enough.
Bro, just agree with my place on it. Let's move on.
I would take it over Doctor's Remote.
I don't think I would. Doctor's Remote can actually save a run if you get the battery actives. Like, you could actually spam this like Dr. Fetus.
You know what? Yeah, keep it right there. You're right. I agree. Parasite. Oh,
this is a good
Parasite.
one.
This is a weird item because it kind of does nothing in the sense that like you hit the enemy and the split shots don't hit anything, but in any room full of like other enemies, it hits, and then sometimes the synergies just make it hit anyway, even on one target.
I think that this item really shines with synergies. By itself, it's okay. Like it's okay at clearing out enemy rooms, but I think with context of synergies, it actually might even go above triple shot. I think it feels like it's really good, but I don't know exactly how much stronger than triple shot it actually is.
This is weird because on one enemy it doesn't really do anything, does it?
Well, against bosses it does, right?
I
mean, if the boss is big enough, like you're just hitting so many more hits, right?
I don't know if that's true.
If it actually is only one hitbox no matter what, then it's significantly worse.
No, the split shots can sometimes hit, but I think you need like homing or like some.
Well, yeah, but like when you're shooting at the boss, it definitely feels like the extra hits are hovering around that same boss. The worst Goglins fight of my life. Is it just me, or Yellow Goglins like the hardest boss in the game? Who? Yellow Goglins. They are kind of tough, hold on.
I can't fight Yellow Goglins for some reason. I got Gurglies again!
Ugh.
This is like a bad example because it's a multi-enemy fight. Give me Monstro, please. I'm gonna go to stage Monstro. That will help more. Go to Monstro. I'll fight Monstro. I don't think it's gonna hit him multiple times.
Am I don't know. This item feels like it's strong, but is it not?
It's just a synergy item. It's.
I mean, it does, but it.
Monstro, the shots are never hitting him again.
Okay, but give yourself like. Is there a way you give yourself just like a bunch of random items?
Yeah, I can actually.
Like, I just want to see like. Are you screen sharing your thing?
Yes. How many items should I give myself? 10?
Sure. All right, now how does that do?
What did I get? Okay. If you fire at the wall, let me just fight like a.
Maybe I was overrating it. I don't know.
Murder. Chub. Let's fight Chub.
Maybe I really was overrating it. Freaking chocolate milk. I hate chocolate milk.
I do have chocolate milk. Yeah, I feel like on one enemy it doesn't really do much.
Okay,
but then
give yourself 20 more items and then go to Hush.
Yeah, but look at this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Okay, look, can you take away chocolate milk? Chocolate milk's ruining it.
Yeah, I will actually. But I will not go to 20. Combo 0.20. Remove chocolate. Stage 8. No, it's 9. There we go.
Wait, can you give yourself? You got rid of chocolate milk?
Yeah, I did. I was gonna remove Cricket's body. That's gonna be too much.
Right.
Cricket body. Any other problematic items? Mark is fine. Dead Onion's fine.
I also feel like what's it called? The short range mega tiers are kind of ruining it.
Yeah, actually, you're right. I need to remove Fructosis.
Okay. See, this feels more correct a little bit. So for like this mini boss, it might not do much, but like the moment it becomes Hush, I think you're gonna get more hits on it. Like full Hush.
Why is my speed 0.6? Hold on. Hold on.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Just shoot the boss.
I want to have a bit of speed, okay? Okay.
I mean,
I'm not sure.
It's kind of hard to tell, isn't it?
It is hard to tell.
I mean,
I think they are. Are they?
I assume. This is weird.
Yeah, I can't tell.
I mean, you have a lot of items.
This is more like a room clearer item, I think, where it... But if it's a room clearer item, isn't it just worse than piercing?
Yeah, probably.
But see, like here... Well, I actually already have piercing because of death.
Here, can you mid-fight give yourself... Okay, chat, give us some crazy synergies with it. Let's just see how much of a difference it makes. Like, pause the game. Like, give us, like, some of the most insane synergies with this item.
I can look at the wiki.
Yeah.
Compound Fraction, Cricket's Body, Flat Stone.
Because it is possible we just...
Burst tier 4 with Flat Stone.
It is possible... Oh, homing. Well, obviously homing is really good.
Oh, wait, actually. My Reflection, apparently. Wait, hold on.
Wait, really?
Give My Reflection. Apparently, like, the split tiers will, like, start boomeranging.
Oh, wow! That's so cool! Whoa. I think that's better for rooms, but...
Yeah. I mean, I can get close enough with it.
That is cool, though. For room clearing, that seems really good.
My tier rate is very high, though. I have 10 tier rate. Why do I have 10 tier rate? What item do I have this?
Oh, it's the it's the one where you shoot in the same direction. So if you move the cursor, it'll probably...
Yeah, I'm gonna actually remove that. That's a bit too much. Before. Why is my tier still 10? Hello?
You have to move it again to...
Wait, what? Like rock bottom or something secretly? Like, what?
I don't know.
Nobody knows. Still a mystery.
That bone item that splits, or brim. Bouncy Tears, Holy. Oh yeah, there's a good one. Holy Shot.
Okay.
I think Holy Shot's consistent enough.
Holy blank.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. I'm a little conflicted. Like, at the very least, at the very least, it's definitely really good for room clearing. But maybe it's not as good against bosses as I expected. Like, it feels like it's strong, right?
Yeah, like, here's the problem, right? When I have this item, it feels good, but I can't say why. Does this work? It doesn't work.
Alright, I switched back to the other.
It feels really good when I have it. I can't.
I know, me too.
I don't know why. I don't know why.
Okay, how about we just leave it below Cupid's and just assume that we're underrating it a little bit?
Yeah, I agree. I think if it's a room clearing item, then Cupid's is better anyway. And then if it's, you definitely can get synergies with it. I feel like
you definitely
just
can.
Eventually will get synergies.
Yeah, I think so too. I think maybe we just got unlucky with your quick test there. That being said,
it feels like that's a lot.
That being said, the fact that you put in like that many random items and didn't get like anything too insane, I think is pretty telling.
To be fair, I did have Cricket's body, which I removed.
Mm-hmm.
The My Reflection we gave ourselves was pretty good. I don't know.
The Swarm,
We
the
did
craziest.
piercing that run, by the way. We had Dead Onion. People saying redo with piercing. I did have piercing already.
You can do 95% of the time. Okay, now redo Hush with piercing then. Apparently
I've had it carry early game runs before multiple times. Yeah, I just feel like it's good. I honestly, just based on intuition, between Cupid's and Relic feels like it makes sense. It just does. I don't know.
Yeah, this is an experience-based placement, honestly. Like, the math doesn't add up, but we just feel like it's good.
The fact that we both think it's A minus.
Yeah.
And we both feel like it's good, and we just can't prove it. But like, I know it's good.
Yeah,
Every
I know
time
it's
have
good
this
too.
item, it feels like it doesn't work.
Look, we got a later manner logic sometimes, all right? It just feels good, all right? Just accept that.
I think especially for an item where reading a wiki page does not tell you how often you hit the shots, and it's just like, I know when I pick this on my runs get stronger. I know.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Anyway, final item of the stream. We end. Detrimental. It uses up your item slot, and Isaac starts with it, and you basically can never get rid of it because it's too good. So it's trash.
Yeah, and you can't take active items. Like, how are you meant to take Book of Shadows when you've got D6?
True. Such a good point. Honestly, can we put it a tier below detrimental?
Yeah, make it a tier.
Yeah.
But, so okay, I've actually someone left a comment on one of the videos that they don't see why D6 is so good. I actually kind of agree. Like, I understand. I don't agree. I understand why someone might think that. Because there definitely used to be a time when I was still learning the game that I didn't really see what was so good about D6.
Yeah,
but
I think everybody goes through that. Everybody goes through that.
But then you realize that the game has a lot of RNG, and a big part of getting better at the game is controlling the RNG, and this is the best RNG control item. It just means that you don't get bad items anymore.
So I think what a lot of, like, if there are any like new players in the chat, which is possible, right? Not super likely, but who knows, right? I think most new players don't realize, they're not thinking about stuff like how it rerolls the same pool. It's not just like another, like, it's not like you're fully randomizing any item into anything random. You are consistently searching and manipulating item pools to your benefit. So when you know what you're doing, like with D6, it basically, even though it's technically just a reroll thing that looks like it's just gambling, it's literally not, because you already...
It's actually the opposite of gambling, I would say.
Yeah, it definitely is. Because
Exactly.
Because you are getting rid of
You're in the game with the bad stuff. The good stuff you take, the bad stuff you get potentially just better.
You never need to reroll, right?
Yeah.
And it's done an item at a time. That's why this item is so much better than something like D4, right? You only re-roll the bad items, and then you take the good ones, and you can use battery items or min-max from runes to get as many charges and uses out of D6 as you can. That being said, most of us know D6 is crazy. Most of us agree that Isaac, just because he starts with D6, is one of the best characters in the entire game. Like, top 5 debatably, right?
Yeah. So easy to get strong runs when you just
It's so
all the bad
free.
items.
It actually is so free. That being said, I think if we were ranking Isaac, it's insane. But I don't think it's insane because we're not ranking Isaac. Isaac makes D6 feel even stronger than it is because you get D6 at the very beginning of the run. I think this is definitely a big enough reason to bring it to A+.
I was actually already going to say it's A+.
Okay, that's fair.
Because I feel like Insane is going to be a very strict tier to get into.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think, hear me out, is Magic Mush better?
So, yeah, so just to give a little more context, there's a big difference between Isaac D6 and just the D6 item itself. D6 item, when you find it, it's still usually very game-altering. Like, definitely deserving of A+, for sure. Like, it definitely has its place along with these other items. But I'm talking Isaac D6 is comparable to Brimstone or C-Section. Well, maybe not C-Section. There's a lot of really good items, alright? It just makes your entire run just so much better the moment you get it. Even late, it's fine, yeah. Like, it's still like, you probably still take it unless you already have a really good battle active specifically. But you take it over almost every other min-max active, for sure. It's one of the best min-max actives, it just is.
Okay, someone said there is no way Turt, who is a min-maxer, has Magic Mush above D6. Here's my argument. Why do I need D6 when Magic Mush is already, like, kind of crazy? That being said, it might still be higher than Magic Mush.
No, it's possible. Listen, it's possible.
Yeah.
I think it's comparable. So the D6... Okay, I do think D6 is better than Book of Rev.
Okay, wait. A lot of people are not understanding why it's not in Insane. We are already, like, thinking ahead, and we might change it. I actually can see D6 and Magic Mush getting promoted. Homing definitely does it, but I can see D6 and Magic Mush getting promoted to Insane. It depends how Insane ends up shaping up. But I think me and Mana both have a vision of Insane that is, like, really good items.
Look, I just want you to look at Jacob and Esau's unlock pool, and you know, just keep that in mind, all right? That's all you gotta look. Just keep that in mind.
Isaac's one is a good one as well.
Yeah. Just keep that in mind, all right? Just keep that in mind. There's many items that are literally just flat out better versions of D6. Well, there's one in particular.
Yeah.
And then it's the Infinity and Spin Down, all right? They're both just flat out better than D6 by a good margin, all right? They just are.
The Infinity, Spin Down, Genesis, C-Section.
Yeah, I'd also consider Genesis significantly better, actually, yeah.
Glitch Crown. There's a lot of items that are really, like, a lot better than D6, which is crazy to say, but Glitch Crown is actually so much better than D6. Rock Bottom is so much better than D6. Like, again, okay, we're putting D6 in the item with the insane, in the tier with the insane items. I would rather just have the insane item. Like, D6 is likely to get me them, but not guaranteed to get me them.
Yeah.
Well, I could just have the insane item.
Yeah, I mean, remember, you know, it happens. You can get D6 at Womb, and it's still nice, but when you get it that late, you'd rather have Book of Shadows, let's be real.
And I could have just got C-Section, and C-Section is busted immediately.
It is what it is. Like, try to take your brain out of Isaac, alright? Because I think that's the main reason why everybody might think it's insane. Because at that point, I agree. Isaac with D6 is insane, because you always start with it. Absolutely. You will consistently get the broken synergies with Isaac, because Isaac is that good.
Yeah.
But you
that
won't
actually
always
think,
find D6.
Magic Mush only being a 50% damage increase, I still, D6 is actually definitely better, thinking about it more. But I can honestly see, like, if our Insane ends up not being as strict as we think it will be, then I can see both those items going up. But yeah, I actually think it's just probably top of A+. It might be, like, always at the top of A+.
I honestly don't see Magic Mush moving.
Yeah, it actually might just be D6 that moves. But I do actually agree right now it's only A+.
Because the thing is with Magic Mush, it is, like, I mean, it's a lot of stats. But it is still just stats. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
50% damage multiplier is a lot, though.
No, it definitely
It's a
is.
lot,
But I
yeah.
see, look, if I can see runs where I take another item in A+ over Magic Mush, and it's telling, right? And there are definitely runs where I take homing over Magic Mush. I'm not saying it's consistent. There's a reason why Magic Mush is over.
I guess so.
But I definitely see runs where I want the homing synergy over Magic Mush's stats. 100%.
That's fair.
Like, it happens, you know? It definitely happens. Hell, Dr. Fetus is a good example. I would definitely take homing Dr. Fetus over Magic Mush. Are you kidding me? Those homing bombs are insane.
That's actually a very good point, yeah.
Like, yeah, sometimes you just get really good homing synergies. Anyways. Literally only played them to unlock Rock Bottom. Tells you a lot about Rock Bottom. Yeah, I mean, Rock Bottom, spoiler alert, Rock Bottom's probably going to be insane. Maybe even a contender for top 5.
Actually, yeah, the more I think about it, I actually think D6 might end up being the very top of A+ forever.
Yeah, I think so
it's
too.
very possible.
I think so too. Listen, at the end of the day, there is literally no argument to say that D6 is comparable to D Infinity. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
D Infinity is strictly better. Spin down dice, I think, is also better. Glitch
Yeah.
Crown, I also think is strictly better. Actually no, Glitch Crown has some weaknesses, like you can't reroll
for it to
pieces.
for it to be up an entire tier, and that accounts for this entire list, it needs to be a good amount better than everything in the tier below it. And I think consistently, for the vision that we have Insane, I take anything in Insane over D6.
Yeah, and honestly, like, I do think I'll take D6 over Magic Rush most of the time, but if I'm on, like, Depths 2, and I see Magic Rush D6, I probably take Magic Rush.
Yeah, I think so
Like,
too.
So, yeah, I mean, the fact that I might take... The fact that I even, like, compared it to Magic Rush for a second, I think already says it's A+.
Chad says I take D6 over Rock because Rock Bottom does nothing sometimes. I think Rock Bottom only ever does nothing if you get it literally the very final floor and somehow never spawn a card, ever.
Yeah.
Like, it actually... Rock Bottom is way more consistent than you might think, chat, alright? If you even, like... If you know how Rock Bottom works, it's so easy to get massive benefit. All you need is a strength card.
Yeah.
All you need is a strength card, bruh. It's really not that complicated.
Yeah.
This is by far your most outrageous rating. Chat, if you
I think the rating will make more sense when we get to the items in Insane.
Chat, rate D Infinity right now. D Infinity literally has D6 already? Yes. And it also has D20.
Every other dice.
ED6, right? Which has benefit to switch to at times.
Yeah, because sometimes you want less charge. Like, you just... Oh, I'm not going to have enough to get 6 rooms this floor.
Doesn't
I
it
can get
also
2.
have the stat rolling?
Yes, it has D8. It has
So
every
you
dice
can
except
literally, check out the synergy, right? With one active item, you can spam the D... Is it the D7, the stat one?
D8.
D8. You just spam D8 until you get the perfect stat multiplier. Then once you get that, guess what? Switch to D6 for the rest of the run. Or guess what? You find a room that has a ton of consumables, use D20, game break the entire game. Or guess what? You don't have enough charges? Switch to ED6. You have more charges. It's so much vastly better than D6. It deserves an entire
Maybe
tier
you had a
vote.
terrible run, like you picked up Blind Cursed Eye and you have like a terrible run, then use the D4 and then switch to D6.
I mean, it can be, though. Like, that's the thing. It can be. It actually just can be.
You get the D20 game break scenario, then you win. Like, you have all of the.
Okay,
like,
I will say though, most people are just saying D Infinity is just D6. Listen, how is it not so much clearly better when it's the easiest thing ever to just spam the stat rerolling until you get a stat multiplier and then switching to D6? How is that not the most free thing ever? Like, actually.
People telling us to add tiers. Insane is the S tier. We're just being strict on what gets in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that and I actually do think it's a real point. I think that the items in Insane, I'm using D6 to get those items. Like,
Yeah.
I'm always just gonna take the Insane item over D6 because why do I need to aim for it when it's already there? Like, it's defeats the purpose. I mean, like, yes, D6 can technically get you multiple Insane items, but I think at that point you don't need them because one Insane item usually wins you the run on the spot. they're getting a second one, you don't really need it. Like, it's win more. You only need one insane item, usually. Maybe on Tainted Lost you want two. But, yeah, like, I think D6 is getting you those items, which is good. It's very good. That's why it's top of A+. But it's not always going to get you those items. And I would rather just take the item. Like, if I'm given the choice between Rock Bottom and D6, I just take Rock Bottom. I'd rather even consider D6.
I can even already see an item, not even that far away, that is insane.
Is
I wasn't even looking at Brim. I was looking at Mom's Knife.
Oh, well, are they both in insane? Because I think they are.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, there's a good comparison for you.
Like, why would I take D6 instead of Brimstone when I could just take Brimstone right now?
And here's the crazy thing. Brimstone and Mom's Knife are the lower end of insane.
Exactly, I actually agree. It's the lower end of insane.
Mom's Knife and Brimstone are the lower end of insane. Chat, just trust us on this one.
Items.
Just trust us on this one. That D6 is probably not comparable. And again,
okay, eventually gets you an insane item. Another thing with D6 is it's actually, like, sometimes a bit slow. Like, you need to, like, when you're playing an Isaac run, you're actually weak sometimes at the start of the run because you don't instantly get the benefit. I'm picking Brimstone and have the instant benefit right now.
I'm just saying, D6 isn't nearly as good about anything in the insane for rush marks.
Right now, and have the benefit right now, and then win because you don't need more than
you just win. No, the thing is with the items in insane, like, I was saying that you basically have a guaranteed win run with some of the top items in A-. It's for sure for the items in A+. Insane is where you don't even have to try anymore.
Yeah,
that's what I would argue. Any item in insane, you just don't even have to try anymore. There's a little bit of trying with D6, all right?
I've had Magic Mush runs die before. I mean, I probably threw, but I have had Magic Mush runs die before. I mean, I have had Brimstone runs die too, but it's a lot rarer.
But yeah. Trust us, Insane is going to be stacked, alright? We're just not even... I mean, look, Sacred Heart's here. Heart. You could debatably put something like Ipecac. I don't know. Epic Fetus? Like, come on, man.
Genesis.
Mega Mush! I actually think that might be top 5, to be fair, but... I mean... C-section.
Spirit Sword's there.
Yeah, Spirit Sword. Like, keep in mind that we are not even past Flash Isaac yet, alright? There is power creep in this video game.
There is power creep. Repentance added some crazy good
Repentance added insane items. We are just starting, alright? There's some crazy items.
D-section. Archie.
Archie! It's actually not even close. I'm sorry, chat. It's not even close. TM Trainer insane! Sanguine Bond! No, let me stop. Bro. After learning your tech with Glowing Hourglass, I can't even see Glowing Hourglass above D6. Maybe that's Capo.
I'm dead god, I don't see D6 insane. I do think D6 is really good, but why would I take D6 over one of the items in Insane when I could just take the item that's in Insane?
Chat, if you want a good representation of D6, check out the dice list. Alright? We did a literal whole-ass video.
In that list. There was less items in that list, so we put it in Insane.
Yeah. Literally check the dice items list, and that will give you a better representation of that item.
Like, I think you're thinking that we don't know the value of it.
We definitely know the value of it. We 100% know the value of D6. It's very clear when we are putting it above a damage multiplier that also raises all your stats, homing, another damage multiplier, infinite bombs, infinite soul hearts. We know the value of D6.
I feel like it might be my fault, the misconception, because I did for a second consider Magic Mush higher than it, and that actually is a throw. I'll admit now. It's actually, D6 is definitely higher than Magic Mush. So I'll admit that. If people are, like, are thinking that, like, we don't think it's good because I said that, I will now say that was a throw. I do know that D6 is, like, a bit better than Magic Mush. That being said, there are times I'll take Magic Mush over D6. There are times. There just are times. Sometimes you get it too late, and Magic Mush is just a lot of damage, and sometimes that's all your run needs. If that's all my run needs, if I'm going to win and Magic Mush is all I need to win, then why would I take D6? Just take Magic Mush and win. Like, but most of the time you take D6. Like, D6 is very good.
And
obviously.
you're overrating D Infinity? How are we overrating D Infinity? I also think D Infinity is probably lower end of insane.
Yeah, it probably is, to be honest. But, like,
Chat, you don't understand how much power is going to be in insane. Just trust us, we're not even through Flash Isaac yet.
Yeah.
We are not even through Flash Isaac yet. The Infinity is 95% D6. Why a tier above? It's the potential. I actually think D Infinity...
actually underrating D Infinity. Like, it's very easy to get into the... Okay, here's the thing. You totally can use D Infinity just as D6, and it's very good.
And it's still good. It's A+.
Using it to its full potential.
Yeah, its full potential. Easily, at the very least, you should get the damage multiplier from the stat reroll. Like, that's so free. You just do that first. And then, you could switch between D6 or ED6, depending on the moment that you need, right? Mess around with charges. I already mentioned it. D20 is very easy to identify if you find one of those rooms that just has a ton of consumables. Freaking use it! Why not? It's a game changer. Like, the fact you can use any of the dice items interchangeably is actually massive.
Stop arguing with
Chat,
chat.
it's not worth it. Now, this isn't going to change anything. This will not change our placements. I want to see a poll.
Yeah, okay. Well, Insane's gonna win by a lot, I think.
No, I am curious, though. There might be some people that's hidden.
Curious. I want to see how much it wins
Alright,
by.
D6. This will not change the placement. I just want to see what you think.
Yeah, it's not changing the placement. We matter
D6.
in ingredients.
Yeah.
We matter. We got another ingredients type. Last time it was Dr. Fetus. We were getting ingredients, and we had to fight chat.
That being said, now we kind of agree with chat on Dr. Fetus. But whatever, it's fine.
No, I still think it's valid. It's on the borderline of those two tiers anyway, so I don't mind
that's
it
true.
going to the bottom 8.
That's true. Insane. Alright, let's see it. I'm curious, chat.
Why vote? We're just curious.
Yeah, just curious.
I just want to see.
D6 A+ or insane. See, look, there's only a
vocal.
vocal.
You have to try with both D6 and D Infinity.
See, look, I think we convinced the majority. Look, most people agree with A+.
Yeah.
There you go. So look, we're not capping.
With D Infinity as well. I mean, there are items in Insane where you have to try, but like if that's a min-maxing item, that makes sense. Like I'd argue you have to try with Rock Bottom until you get the Rock Bottom synergy, and then you don't have to try anymore.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
that's kind of like D Infinity too. You try with D Infinity for a little bit, and then you get the benefit, and you have to swap.
Like the moment you get, like you just get going so much easier, and then you're okay with D Infinity. You just get stronger than D6 quicker. That's really the end of it, right?
Yeah.
That's the main reason why it's better. You can do more with D Infinity. Hell, I would argue here's a big advantage to D Infinity over D6. Like, to say it's not just a D6. D6 is not as good late game. But you know what could be? Frickin' D20. Or can't you also do D1 to duplicate items?
You can duplicate the chest in chest. Like, literally
just duplicate the chest in chest.
Because you're guaranteed the chest in the starting room. And then it's always going to duplicate a chest. So every 4 rooms you get a free chest. That's actually insane.
Now, I think anybody can agree that yes, D Infinity is better than D6, but I'm just trying to get in y'all's head that D Infinity is a lot better than D6. There's so many more options so that it deserves a tier change.
The same item plus a bunch of extra stuff if you want to go that way. And you usually don't. Like, I agree you usually don't because D6 is pretty strong. But
D6 is just easier.
It's a lot better.
D6 is just easier. Yes, so a lot of people just D6, which is fair, right? I can agree with ease of play, right? But if you go further beyond, it's insane, the difference.
I wish I could D6 this 20-minute debate about D6. Be careful because you might re-roll into the 40-minute Book of Shadows debate.
I'm actually done with this list. This is generally just stupid. I appreciate you watching, Min Maxer. Thank you for watching this stream.